Masha walked quickly down the corridor. Many offices on the floor remained open. When the evacuation was announced, the employees thought it would be short-lived, but the security services closed the building for quarantine and sent everyone home. And a few days later, there was no one to return. The door to the caretaker's office was also unlocked. Vorobyova entered the room and opened a small cabinet containing magnetic keys to various offices. Having taken the entire box, she turned to the exit but froze in fear. A human silhouette appeared in the doorway and stopped, blocking the girl's path. The infected growled and rushed at her. Masha screamed, dropping her phone and keys. The flashlight went out, and the room plunged into complete darkness. The girl instinctively took a step to the side to avoid the attacker. There was a dull thud. The infected missed and hit the wall, unable to stop. Vorobyova froze, trying not to breathe. The infected saw very poorly in the dark, so he began to sniff and catch every rustle of his victim. This gave Masha a few seconds to come to her senses and think, "If I scream, Vanya won't hear, and if he does, he won't have time." Suddenly she remembered that when she entered the office, she noticed an unusual pen lying on the table. It was unclear from what depths of consciousness a fragment from a TV show on self-defense surfaced in the girl's memory, where they said that an ordinary pen could become a dangerous weapon if you hit it in the eye or neck. Vorobyova tried to feel for the pen in the darkness. She tried not to shift her feet so that her treacherous heels would not give her away. Finally, Masha's fingers touched what they were looking for, a fountain pen, a great rarity. It had been given to the quartermaster for his anniversary at the research institute. Masha grabbed the stationary weapon and took a defensive stance. At that very moment, the cannibal, sensing a person and hearing a rustle, rushed to attack. Two bodies collided in the darkness. A plaintive cry and a furious growl were heard. Shortly before this, Andrey, Ivan, and Katya had finished their preparations in the laboratory. Kuznetsov was sitting at Kaimovitch's desk, trying to find useful information on his computer. Ivan and Katya heard Masha's weak scream. Vorobyov flew out of the department like a bullet and rushed down the stairs. "Stop! You don't know where to run!" Lysitsina said after him, but the cosmonaut's steps were already heard in the corridor. Andrey jumped out of the professor's office. "What is it? Where is he going?" The girl didn't have time to answer because a fat cannibal appeared on the threshold, and behind him, two more infected in white coats. Andrey and Katya exchanged glances. They were left alone against three hungry cannibals, and there was a pile of equipment lying around that could be damaged during the fight.
"Katya, under the table, quickly!"
the scientist commanded. Two cannibals rushed at Andrey, and the third rushed after Katya. The girl dove under the table and almost got out on the other side, but the infected grabbed her ankle and pulled her towards himself. Lysitsina turned over on her back and kicked the attacker with all her might, with her free leg. The 10-centimeter heel of her shoe pierced the infected right in the eye. The cannibal unclenched his fingers and did not move anymore. Katya carefully pulled the heel out of his head and crawled out from under the table. Andrey, wanting to rehabilitate himself for the previous unsuccessful fight, punched his opponent in the face with all his might. There was a crunch. The scientist cried out in pain and grabbed his hand. The cannibal fell to the floor from the blow, but the second infected pressed the guy against the wall and bit into his shoulder. The cannibal's teeth had not yet managed to bite through the man's clothes when someone grabbed the infected by the hair and pulled his head back. The zombie turned around furiously and saw a barefoot girl with a shoe in one hand in front of him. "Hello," Katya said, waving her hand. As if hammering a nail, she drove the heel of her shoe right into the enemy's eye. The cannibal fell to his knees as if asking the girl for forgiveness. Lysitsina took a step back, and the zombie, with his mouth open, and his shoe sticking out of his head fell face down. Andrey approached the fat man, whom he managed to knock out. "It's Donut! I didn't expect to see him." "What the hell is he doing here?" The infected man wheezed faintly and began to come to his senses. "Finish him off before he comes to his senses," shouted Katya. Kuznetsov grabbed his head and twisted it sharply to the side with all his might. There was a crunch. The cervical vertebrae snapped, and the torso went limp and stretched out on the floor. "Phew, I didn't like this guy, but I didn't think it would end like this," Andrey muttered, shaking off his hands. "Close the door behind me. I'm going down." The scientist ran out of the department. Scratching his bitten shoulder and wincing from the pain in his hand, he went down to the second floor. Andrey remembered where the switch was, and feeling for the button, turned on the light. Ivan and Masha were walking towards him from the opposite end of the corridor. "What happened?" asked Kuznetsov. "I met an infected woman in the quartermaster's office," Masha answered calmly. "Did they bite you?" "No, it worked out. It was Baba Dasha, can you imagine? Our chatty cleaning lady. I recognized her when I turned on the light. She stabbed me in the eye with a pen," Ivan said proudly. "I came running when it was already over. I didn't understand how it happened. She attacked me in the dark. I hit her at random. We fell, and she went quiet." "Wow. Well, we also fought. We have 3 corpses in our department, Donut and a couple more guys from the genetics sector. How did they get into the office?" the astronaut asked, puzzled. "They came in right after you ran out. Katya didn't even have time to close the door. Apparently, we lured them from all over the building with our fuss." "I thought there was no one in the lab," Masha sighed. Kuznetsov shrugged. "Well, probably someone stayed overtime and got infected. That means there might still be cannas here," Ivan said, looking around warily. "Who?" Masha didn't understand. "Well, cannas, like cannibals. These infected eat people, right? That's how I automatically called them," Vorobyov explained. "Cans. So, cans. We need to get to work quickly," Andrey nodded. All 3 approached the warehouse door, and Masha brought the magnetic key to the lock. There was a click. The people entered and turned on the light. While Andrey and Masha were choosing reagents and other components needed for the experiments, Ivan took 2 rubber truncheons from the wall.
This will also come in handy, at least some kind of weapon."
The friends returned to the 3rd floor, and Kuznetsov, knocking on the door, said quietly,
Katya, open up. They're ours.
Entering the office, they saw 3 corpses lying neatly against the wall.
"I tidied up a bit so they wouldn't get in the way."
Lisitsina smiled tiredly.
"You're such a thrifty person."
Andrey kissed the girl on the cheek.
"As is life, so is the household."
The men locked the door and barricaded it with a wardrobe. Now they had 3 rooms at their disposal. They decided to throw the bodies out of the window so they wouldn't be an eyesore and wouldn't stink. Having thrown 2 of them down, the guys took on Donut. He was the heaviest. When they had difficulty lifting the body onto the windowsill, Andrey kicked it out onto the street. Having flown several floors, the body slammed onto the asphalt. Blood and brains splattered in all directions. "Now let's get to work," said Kuznetsov, spitting out the window. Chapter 47. Scientific Research. Andrey supervised the process. Masha assisted him. Ivan and Katya helped as much as they could. Conducting experiment after experiment, the scientists tried to uncover the composition of Haimovitch's antivirus and create a similar vaccine. When Kuznetsov and Vorobyova discussed another scientific issue, they switched to professional slang, and the others could not understand anything from their conversation. The friends worked all night, but the result did not satisfy Andrey. "I am not sure about this vaccine and would not inject it into a person. At best, it will not work, At worst, it will cause an allergy, even a fatal outcome. Masha sat on the floor, resting her head on her husband's shoulder. Do you think it's useless? I don't know how long it will take. Without the professor, this puzzle won't be solved quickly, the colleague muttered tiredly. There must be some way out, Katya drawled in a sleepy voice. Andrey sat on the windowsill and nervously smoked, blowing smoke out the open window. It should, but I don't see it yet. It was a mistake to throw out those 3. The scientist looked at the corpses lying below. We could have left one, performed an autopsy, studied it more closely. There's a cleaning lady downstairs that Masha killed. We can bring her, Ivan suggested. That's an option, but a little later. My head is already cranky. We can't determine the exact composition of the vaccine because we don't know the virus itself. When we study it, we'll be able to better understand how to defeat it, and why not everyone got infected.
Andrey casually glanced sideways at Masha.
Maybe my immunity is stronger?
Is it congenital or acquired? No one answered Andrey's question, and for some time all 4 sat in silence. I think we all need to rest, get some sleep, and eat something, said Katya.
Oh, and I didn't take Dodge for a walk. The poor thing is probably suffering. I'll move out quickly, otherwise the whole apartment will be flooded. The professor is a bastard, of course, but the dog shouldn't suffer because of him.
Kuznetsov threw the cigarette butt out into the street and closed the window. Katya shook her head. Alone? Are you crazy? Do you think today is safer than yesterday?
Well, I can't just leave the dog like that. Besides, now I have some weapons. I decided.
Andrey turned the baton in his hands and started looking for the car keys.
Then I'm with you. Lizitsina rose from her chair and began to put on her combat high-heeled shoes. No, Katya. It will be more comfortable and safer for me alone. Safer? And who backed you up recently? The girl narrowed her eyes slyly, crossing her arms over her chest. Yes, you are my savior, but it's still better not to risk it. There's a fire escape next to the window. I'll go down it. The car is around the corner. I'll quickly run home, walk the dog, and back. Let me go with you, Ivan suggested. No, someone has to stay with the girls. It's not yet known how many infected are wandering around the building. How are you going to climb up? The ladder is high, about 2 meters above the ground. Katya didn't let up. I'll bring a car and jump from the roof. The main thing is that you keep the window open. I'm leaving the vaccine, just in case. Here's the entire supply. Kuznetsov looked at Masha. The girl nodded. Katya pursed her lips, offended and frightened. Okay, just quickly. Okay. The guy kissed his girlfriend, stood on the windowsill, carefully climbed onto the stairs, and started to go down. Jumping to the ground, Andrey quickly ran to the main entrance where the car was left. The morning was just beginning, and there was not a soul on the street. The scientist got into the car and, beeping goodbye to his friends, looking out the window, quickly drove away.
I could take a nap.
Ivan stretched and yawned, sitting down in the chair. I agree. Masha climbed onto her husband's lap and hugged him around the neck. Katya sighed, still standing near the window.
Everything will be fine. He will come back.
Vorobyova encouraged her new friend. Fatigue quickly made itself felt. People settled in the laboratory and soon fell asleep. All living things in the city were waking up in the meantime. Chapter 48. Good Neighborly Relations. The 7th day since the outbreak, a tall man of 45 stood in line to check in at Beijing Airport. The flight had been delayed for almost an hour, and Mr. Patrick Deroy was a little nervous. Hundreds of faces of passengers and airport workers flashed around. This was not Mr. Deroy's first time in China, as he was an archaeologist and regularly went on various expeditions. After spending about a month at the excavations, he was flying home to the suburbs of Marseille on personal business, and then wanted to return to China as quickly as possible. There was a lot of work to do. Patrick felt a little sore in his throat. He cleared his throat. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, although the microclimate in the airport was very comfortable, despite the unbearable heat outside. Finally, the man approached the coveted counter, showed his documents, and went to the waiting area for boarding. The whole flight he had been bothered by a cough, and the stewardess offered the passenger some mint lozenges for his throat. The robotaxi took Patrick to his home street, where he had lived for the last 20 years. The suburb of Marseille was blooming and fragrant. There were gorgeous flower beds in front of the houses of the residents. The first thing Monsieur Duroy did not do was go to his own house, but to the neighbor on the right. In this house lived a retired couple named Laroche. Every time during his trips, the archaeologist left his dog named Dobryak with them for care. It was a 3-year-old spaniel, very affectionate and smart. It was not possible to take the dog on most expeditions, but Duroy could always rely on Madame Laroche, who looked after his faithful friend. Patrick knocked on the door, and a minute later it was opened by a gray-haired woman, whose features reflected the former beauty of her youth. "Oh, Duroy, are you back already?" And they said for 2 months. "Yes, I'm back, but not for long. I'm flying to China again soon. There are a few issues that need to be resolved here, and they require my personal presence." At this moment, the sound of dog claws tapping on the parquet floor was heard. Hearing the voice of the owner, Dobryak rushed to meet him. "How did that bandit behave? Did he bother you too much?" "Oh, come on. He's the kindest and calmest dog I've ever met. No trouble with him." "Thank you, madam. I am in your great debt." "No problem, Patrick. When you leave, bring him to me." "Thank you." Monsieur Duroy scratched the dog behind the ear and headed back to his place. Dobryak ran after him, happily wagging his tail. Although the dog lived well with the neighbors, he was very sad without his master. Having undressed and taken a shower, Patrick sat down to have lunch. The road had tired him out. Suddenly, he felt an unpleasant sensation in his nose and sneezed loudly, then several more times. This usually happened when he had the flu or a cold. "Well, that's all we need. I need to take some medicine." After taking a couple of capsules of antiviral, the man began to wash the dishes. He turned on the water and felt some unpleasant sensation. The sight of the murmuring water irritated him. Deciding that it was just fatigue, and it was time to calm his nerves, Patrick took a few drops of antidepressant mixture and lay down on the large sofa in his spacious living room. The good-natured man jumped on his lap and settled down next to him. As a sign that he really missed him, the dog licked his owner's hand. "Don't slobber on me, my friend. How have you been? Is everything all right?" "Yes, I missed you too," the man muttered, stroking the dog, and the spaniel squinted with pleasure. "I'm a bit tired. I need to get some sleep from the journey." Duroy turned on his side, felt weak all over and shivered. Instinctively curled up into a fetal position, the man fell asleep. Patrick spent the rest of the day tossing and turning on the couch. The new star had entered his body at the Beijing airport, had taken hold, had attacked his immune system, and was being integrated into his DNA. Actively reproducing, the virus required a lot of hemoglobin. The circulation had begun. The dog got off the couch and sat down next to him. Whining a little, he looked at his master. His animal instinct told him that something bad was happening. Duroy suddenly jumped up on the couch, his body still struggling. He walked to the bathroom as if in a fog and looked in the mirror. "What's wrong with me?" The reflection looking at the man scared him. The archaeologist was shaking all over, shivering. Beads of sweat and tears were running down his face. He grabbed his stomach. Pain cut through his stomach. Patrick doubled over from a strong spasm. In this pose, he froze on the bathroom floor. The good-natured dog ran up with an excited bark, wagging his tail. He sniffed. Something confused him. The smell of his master had changed. The dog's head was in a tangle. The attachment to his master and the mistrust of this body lying in the bathtub confused him. The dog came closer and sniffed the hand. He did not recognize the smell of his master. It was something alien. The hand suddenly jerked and hit the dog on the head. He jumped back, yelping pitifully. Patrick's body rose, his gaze darted around distractedly. The whites of his eyes turned red from the many inflamed capillaries. A dull, hoarse breathing could be heard in the room. The good-natured man, uncertainly wagging his tail, looked at his master. Suddenly, the man, baring his teeth, rushed at the dog, but tripping, missed, and fell to the floor. The spaniel ran to the door, silently looking with frightened eyes and not knowing whether to bark or run away. The creature was quickly coming to its senses. Noticing the elusive prey, Patrick rushed after the dog and grabbed its paw, squeezing it painfully. Without wasting time, the infected one bit the dog. There was a crunch. Human teeth, not accustomed to such tough food, broke on the bone. The dog yelped and, having bitten its owner by the ear in response, limped towards the exit. A special hole had been made for it at the bottom of the front door. But Duroy had closed it for the duration of the trip, and now the spaniel was trapped. Seeing the approaching danger, Dobryak cringed and backed away. Suddenly there was a knock, and the door opened. "Patrick, I wanted to ask," Madame Laroche managed to say, and fell silent in a daze. Instead of her neighbor, a terrible, enraged man was looking at her, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The woman took a few steps back, but did not have time to turn around. Duroy, forgetting about the dog, rushed at the larger prey. He punched his neighbor in the face. She screamed and fell backwards. The sight of blood caused a wave of victorious rage in the infected, the same as a predator experiences when looking at its fallen victim. Madame Laroche, following her instinct, screamed at the top of her lungs. In response to these screams, her husband, the elderly and respected Monsieur Laroche, ran out of the house. Seeing a man beating his wife, he grabbed the first thing that came to hand. It was a rake with which he was collecting mown grass from the lawn. Running up to Duroy's porch, the old man hit the attacker with all his might. Patrick fell on the neighbor. She quickly pushed the infected away and crawled out from under him. The woman's face was covered in blood. The creature had managed to slash her cheek, one eye was swollen shut, and her nose was broken. The old man dropped the rake in his excitement. It was a fatal mistake. The blow only knocked Patrick out for a moment. He rose up with even greater anger and rushed at his neighbor. A struggle ensued. Monsieur Laroche lost his balance and fell onto the lawn. A moment later, the cannibal's teeth closed around his neck. Without giving him time to recover, the cannibal gouged out his victim's eyes with 2 fingers. The old man's dying scream filled the quiet street in the village near Marseille. As luck would have it, there was not a soul nearby. "Help! Please! Help!" The woman screamed in despair, watching her neighbor bite out her husband's throat. The empty eye sockets of her husband turned towards her before his death, as if searching for his wife. Despair gave way to wild rage, and Madame Laroche rushed at the murderer to push him away. But Patrick grabbed his neighbor by the neck with one hand, by the head with the other. His face distorted into a semblance of a smile. With a sharp movement, he broke the woman's neck. The old woman's body fell lifeless next to her husband. They died on the same day, as they had wanted. At that moment, 2 men were jogging along the sidewalk. Hearing the noise of a struggle and screams, they rushed to help and saw 2 bloody dead bodies on the lawn. Red drops of blood were splashed on the emerald grass. A man was bending over the motionless man, as if giving artificial respiration. It was Patrick who ate the softest and most tender pieces first. Lips, nose, and cheeks.
"What the hell is going on here?"
One of the guys shouted.
Get away from them, you freak!
The second one yelled. Feeling threatened, Patrick turned around. his face covered in blood, chunks of flesh stuck to his chin. "Oh!" was all that escaped the men. Without giving the strangers time to recover, the infected attacked first. He hit one of them in the stomach with his head and knocked him to the ground. But it was much more difficult to deal with two strong guys than with the old men. The man squeezed the cannibal's neck, trying to strangle him. Patrick bit him with his teeth and bit through the muscle on his arm. The second guy kicked the attacker and hit him in the temple. DeRoy lost consciousness and passed out. "Call an ambulance! Call the police!" the bitten man shouted to his friend. Patrick came to before the ambulance arrived. He was tied up with T-shirts, unable to stand up, and growling in impotent rage. The infected man saw his prey lying motionless nearby, smelled the blood he had only just tasted. The virus was raging in his body, demanding food. The spaniel Dobryak sat in the bushes, watching as his tied-up owner was placed in a police truck, and two dead bodies were packed into covers and put in an ambulance. The police took statements from the men and filled out a report. Half an hour later, everyone left. The dog crawled out of the bushes, sniffed, and went to the place where the Liaroche spouses lay. Nearby, he smelled the strong smell of the creature that his owner had turned into. There was no one left. Dobryak was alone. The dog sat down on the grass and howled pitifully. In one day, he lost everyone he loved and who cared for him. Chapter 49. Filling the Fists. When Andrey left the lab and went home to walk dodge, Novosibirsk had not yet descended into anarchy and chaos. Only a week had passed since Kyamovich had set out on a journey, spreading the virus across the planet. Kuznetsov parked the car at his entrance and looked around. There was no one nearby. The corpses of the infected were still lying in the yard. No one had even tried to remove them. Only the flies showed interest in the dead, and the crows were circling nearby with a lively cawing. Andrey carefully closed the car door and entered the entrance, tightly clutching a rubber truncheon. As soon as he approached his apartment, he heard Dodge's menacing bark. Unlocking the door, the guy hissed at the dog so that it would not make noise. "Quiet, buddy. It's me." The dog, hearing a familiar voice, happily wagged his short tail and began jumping on his hind legs, trying to hug Andrey with his front legs. Judging by the smell in the apartment, Kuznetsov realized that Dodge had finally lost his temper, but there was no point in scolding him now. The man put a collar on the dog and fastened the leash. Coming out onto the landing, Andrey saw that the door of the neighbor's opposite was slightly open. A girl of about 7 was looking at him through a narrow crack. Dodge noticed the child and good-naturedly wagged his backside. At that moment, a female voice was heard from the apartment. "Tanya, what are you doing there? Close the door immediately." Footsteps were heard in the corridor, and the door slammed shut. Kuznetsov heard the woman scolding her daughter. "Never, do you hear? Never open the door without asking." "There was a dog barking there," the child's quiet, guilty voice rang out. "I'll give you a dog." Andrey didn't listen to the rest of the family scene and hurried down the stairs. Once outside, he felt safer than in the poorly lit, narrow entryway. The courtyard, which had previously seemed so cozy and welcoming, now looked frightening. The benches by the entryways, where pensioners always sat and discussed the residents, were empty. Mothers with children were no longer walking on the playground, and local boys were no longer playing at the basketball hoop. The courtyard was deserted and deserted. Kuznetsov turned around and looked at his house. Many of the windows were curtained, but in one of them, on the second floor, the lifeless face of an infected person loomed. Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. He won't get out of the apartment, Andrey thought. and showed the zombie the middle finger. Suddenly cheerful, he began to tease the cannibal. "Take that, you freak! See? Go ahead, try to get to me. You won't have the brains to open the door, you idiot." A second face appeared in the window next to the first. A woman's. Here, Kuznetsov recognized this couple, whom he had seen only a few times. They had recently moved here with their little son. Andrey didn't even want to think about what had happened to this child after they had been infected. The couple's faces were distorted with anger. The man hit the glass with his hand, but it held. The can continued to look at the man from above through the window. Kuznetsov let Dodge into the car and got behind the wheel. At that moment, he was distracted by the sound of breaking glass. The infected man, whom the scientist had been teasing, broke the window, jumped from the second floor, and fell on the asphalt next to the hood. Andrey craned his neck to look at the body, but after a few seconds, the infected man got up. The cannibal's face and hands were cut, and he was bleeding, pale, pink, blood. The crippled cannibal moved slowly, trying to get to the man in the car. "My mother! What a psycho!" Andrey put the car in reverse and started to turn around. At that moment, the infected man's wife jumped out of the same window and landed on the roof of the car. Kuznetsov hit the brakes in surprise. The woman rolled onto the hood, but held on. Their faces were opposite each other, separated by the windshield. The guy sharply turned the wheel and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The infected woman slid and fell to the asphalt. After driving a little, Andrey looked back. The woman was still alive and trying to get up. The guy put the car in reverse and crashed into her with the bumper to finish her off. The impact made the body somersault several times and fall on its back. The wounded man hobbled past his wife's body and did not even look at her. The zombie's attention was drawn to the mongrels digging in the trash bins. Kuznetsov drove to a nearby vacant lot where locals usually walked their dogs. He stopped the car and looked around, but didn't notice anything suspicious. The guy took the dog out to relieve itself and run around a bit. Suddenly, several infected appeared on the edge of the vacant lot. Dodge growled. Judging by their movements, the cannibals weren't in very good shape. Andrey could have left at any moment, but, having assessed the strength of his opponents, he decided to accept the challenge. Grabbing a rubber truncheon, the scientist quickly moved towards the infected. Realizing that speed was his advantage, the guy broke into a run and attacked the outermost of the cannibals. A sharp blow brought the enemy to his knees, but Andrey didn't have time to finish him off. The rest of the cannibals sped up and rushed to the attack. Hunger and the proximity of food gave them strength, and they began to move much more quickly. Kuznetsov ran to the side about 50 meters so as not to be surrounded. Then he saw Dodge lunge at one of the infected and sink his teeth into its wrist. But the zombie felt almost no pain and began to beat the dog furiously with his free hand. Another infected grabbed the dog by the neck, and a third bit its hind leg. Dodge growled and squealed pitifully. Andrey rushed to rescue his four-legged friend, but a tall, broad-shouldered cannibal blocked his path. The cannibal swung, trying to knock the man off his feet, but Kuznetsov ducked under his arm, took a step forward, and finding himself behind his opponent, hit him with a club on the back of the head with all his might. He fell unconscious, face down in the ground. Andrey, realizing that Dodge would soon be torn to pieces, hurried to help. The dog, not expecting such resistance from the infected, loosened his grip and immediately found himself in the hands of the zombies. These creatures did not care whose flesh to tear and whose blood to drink. The main thing was that it contained hemoglobin, so necessary for the virus living inside the human body. Strong hands held the dog securely while the teeth tried to tear its skin. But over thousands of years of evolution, human jaws had become unaccustomed to such coarse food and could not quickly inflict serious wounds.
At that moment, Andrey arrived. While the infected were trying to cope with the dog, the guy came from behind and started to deal blows left and right. The rubber truncheon hit the heads, stunning the infected. The dog finally broke free and darted away.
Dodge! Stop! Come to me!
Kuznetsov shouted with all his might, but the dog, maddened, ran without looking back from this terrible place and soon disappeared from sight. Realizing that the dog would not last long on the street without him, Andrey got into the car and went to look for Dodge. He'll probably come to his senses soon. He shouldn't have run far. The scientist hoped as he pulled out onto the road. He drove forward at random, turned into the nearest yard, got out, and shouted loudly several times,
Dodge! To me! Dodge!
But the dog did not show up. Deciding not to stay in one place for long, the guy drove on, opened the window, and started calling the dog until he became hoarse. A couple of blocks later, Kuznetsov reached the district square. Loud screams of people were heard from there, as if mass torture was taking place there. But the square was empty, and only some bags were visible in the center. It was somewhat reminiscent of an autumn fair, when they also sold potatoes, onions, carrots, and cabbage in nets, laying them out in rows. Several houses blocked Andrey's view, and because of the concrete blocks blocking the road, he could not drive closer. The guy got out of the car, took a baton, and began to make his way to the square, in short dashes. The voices of women, children, and men filled the entire area. Peeking around the corner, the scientist realized that the screams were coming from speakers mounted on the roof of an army SUV parked near the barricade of sacks. What the hell is this concert? Andrey thought, and saw Dodge lying under a bench by a tree about 200 meters away. The dog was licking his wounds and pressing his ears back in fear. Dodge! Kuznetsov quickly went to the dog before it ran away again. Suddenly, several bullets whistled over his head. The man fell to the ground, and Dodge, having recovered from the shock and remembering his new owner, crawled out from under the bench and ran up to him. Soldiers were hiding behind sandbags in the middle of the square. The fighters were clearing the city of infected and came up with a simple way to lure them into one place so as not to chase each one. Having recorded the screams of people, the soldiers took several impressive speakers, chose a suitable site, and turned on this track at full volume. According to the calculations of the headquarters that coordinated the operation, the cannibals themselves should run to the sound and become an easy target for machine gunners. To be on the safe side, snipers were sitting on the roofs of nearby houses. One young soldier mistook Andrey for a cannibal and pulled the trigger. If it weren't for the captain, who managed to hit the butt with his hand, Kuznetsov would have been lying there with a bullet in his head. The scientist stood up and looked around. The dog had already run up and was wagging its tail, sniffing the man. Suddenly, the screams died down and a voice came from the loudspeaker.
Civilian, stand up! Raise your hands up!
Andrey obeyed and slowly rose, still holding the rubber truncheon. But before he could take even 10 steps toward the machine gunners, new shots rang out. The snipers killed 2 cannibals behind the scientist. At that moment, dozens of infected began running, entering, and crawling into the square. The soldiers forgot about Andrey, and he grabbed Dodge by the collar and ran back to the car. There were 5 streets leading to the square, and zombies were arriving from each of them. The main group of soldiers built a barricade of sandbags in the center. It was a square, with 15 machine gunners standing around the perimeter. There were also 10 snipers on the roofs. There were such baits in every district of the city.
Yeah, let's go, devils!
Shouted the captain, pulling the bolt.
Turn on the organ. Let it lure.
The cannibals didn't keep us waiting long. Human screams attracted them like a magnet. Machine gunners worked non-stop on living targets. Snipers shot the infected down from above with aimed fire. Soon the approaches to the square were littered with corpses. All the soldiers were wearing respirators and only had time to reload their weapons, and the zombies kept coming. "There are more of them here than I thought," said one of the fighters, firing back. "This is bad. I've already pierced a couple of my acquaintances. It looks like half the city is infected," the second one wheezed through his mask. Andrey and Dodge almost reached the car, but their way was cut off by several cannibals. Seeing living creatures, they rushed to attack. The boxer bared his fangs, showing that he was ready for revenge. "Dodge, get it!" Andrey let go of the dog and ran after him, clutching the club tightly. With one blow, Kuznetsov laid the infected man down, and with the second, he broke his neck vertebrae. Meanwhile, the dog jumped and grabbed the second cannibal by the shoulder. Having knocked down the zombie, Dodge clamped his jaws on his throat, and a few seconds later, a death rattle was heard. Andrey defended himself from a fat but surprisingly nimble woman. The woman, screaming hysterically, waved her arms like a windmill, and the guy fought her off with a club. Kuznetsov crouched down, dodged a deathly gray hand with yellow nails, and hit her on the knees. The woman's legs buckled and she fell to the ground. Without giving her time to come to her senses, Andrey brought his foot down on the infected woman's head with all his might. At that moment, one of the cannibals crept up from behind and hit the man on the back of the head. The guy somersaulted head first and dropped his club. Two cannibals immediately surrounded him, and the third one, with broken legs, crawled on his hands, quickly approaching. Dodge rushed at them with a furious bark, and this saved Andrey's life. The scientist kicked the zombie crawling towards him in the face, grabbed a thick branch lying nearby, and drove it into the wounded opponent's eye with all his might. The second infected jumped on the man. They began to wrestle on the ground, and Kuznetsov, finding himself on top, felt a sharp stone under his hand. Sitting on the cannibal, the guy struck the infected man's face several times with a cobblestone. When he stopped moving, Andrey stood up and picked up the club. At that time, Dodge was tearing the third cannibal's face apart. Seeing that the path to the car was clear, the scientist dragged the dog away from the corpse with difficulty. Having pushed the dog into the car, the man got behind the wheel and locked the doors. Kuznetsov exhaled with relief and pressed the engine start button with a trembling hand, but the car was silent. The guy looked at the charge indicator sensor in despair. Damn, I wanted to recharge the batteries. Andrey assessed the situation, jumped out of the car, and started pushing the car with all his might, simultaneously trying to hit the start button with the end of a rubber truncheon. The old-fashioned method helped. The car, having driven a few meters, gave a discharge, and the engine came to life. The speakers in the square did not stop, continuing to lure the infected from all around. Noticing Andrey, the zombies turned in his direction, quickly surrounding the car. Kuznetsov managed to slam the doors before the cannibals closed the ring. The guy, slowly, so as not to stall, began to turn around, but the zombies surrounded the car from all sides, preventing him from passing. The infected beat their hands on the glass. The dog barked deafeningly, jumping around the cabin in hysterics, and the man tried to keep his cool in order to escape from this trap. Andrey, turning the steering wheel now to the right, now to the left, pushed the infected with the bumper. When a gap formed between the bodies, the scientist pressed the pedal to the floor and, throwing two over the hood, broke out of the encirclement. Meanwhile, it was getting hot on the square. The snipers were running out of bullets. The soldiers sitting in the fortifications were fighting back with grenades. More than 2,000 corpses were already lying on the asphalt, and the infected were still arriving. One of the soldiers felt ill. He could not stand it, tore off his respirator and took several deep breaths. The commander, seeing this, yelled, "Don't take it off. Put on the respirator right now." "Sorry, Commander. There isn't enough oxygen after bronchitis. I can't breathe in it anymore." "Into the batter, quickly!" The soldier climbed over the barricade and climbed onto a nearby armored personnel carrier. The commander heard on the radio how the snipers reported that they were running low on ammunition. "Stay where you are. Don't go down. Headquarters will send a helicopter for you. Group up." The captain gave the order to the shooters on the roofs and, looking at his group, asked, "What about the ammunition?" Half of the soldiers shook their heads. The rest still had a horn each. The commander, looking at the approaching zombies, said, "Semenov, bring the car, the rest of you, into the battery and onto the armor. I order you to retreat and turn off those squeals already." The soldiers quickly began to leave their shelter, firing back in short bursts. An armored personnel carrier drove ahead, making its way, crushing dozens of bodies with its wheels. An SUV followed behind with a commander, driver, and shooter on the roof. Snipers saw them off, looking through the optics of their unloaded rifles. It was unclear who had won. 2,000 bodies were left to decompose in the sun. People retreated, abandoning their positions. But an invisible enemy was hot on their heels. The soldiers, finding themselves in a stuffy armored personnel carrier, took off their respirators and breathed heavily, while the wheels of the vehicle crushed the corpses of the infected under them. Chapter 50. Studying the enemy. Several hours had passed since Andrey had left the laboratory. Ivan was the first to wake up. He was awakened by a dull knock coming from behind the door. The cosmonaut raised himself on his elbow, listened, and looked at the girls. Katya and Masha, awakened by the same noise, opened their eyes.
Is this Andrey?
Lysitsina muttered sleepily. The astronaut walked up to the cabinet they had used to barricade the entrance and shook his head. "No, apparently there are still infected people in the building."
Do they smell us?
Masha asked fearfully. "It looks like it, but the door is strong, and with the closet it's even more reliable. They can't get in here,"
What if we need to go out to get something?
said Katya, gathering her disheveled hair into a ponytail. "Well, it seems like we have everything." Masha looked around the room. "Well, except for the living zombie, of course." Vorobyov scratched his head. "Well, we could move the closet, open the door, and let a couple in, but we don't know how many there are outside." "There's definitely no need to do this now." Lysitsina looked at Ivan with apprehension. "Yes, Andrey will be useful here," the cosmonaut agreed. "His house is not that far from here." "How long did we sleep?" "Only about 3 hours," Masha answered, looking at her watch. "All?" Katya went to the window and looked down. "In 3 hours, you can walk the dog 5 times and come back. Damn, I didn't want to let him go. Why has he been gone for so long?" "Don't worry," Vorobyova approached her friend. "He'll cope." All three of them looked out the window, having nothing better to do. An ambulance sped down the next street, and somewhere in the distance, single shots were occasionally heard. Finally, a familiar car appeared from around the corner. Kuznetsov parked right under the fire escape and looked at the Dodge. "Sit here. I'll think about how to get you up." The guy locked all the doors and windows, climbed onto the hood, moved onto the roof, and started climbing up the ladder. A minute later, he was already in the lab. "What took you so long?" Katya hung on his neck. "I met some girls I knew. We sat in a cafe. Oh well, I'm kidding. Things are going on in the city. War, it seems. With whom? The Vorobyevs asked in unison. With the infected. They are everywhere. Kuznetsov told his friends about the barricade on the square, about the soldiers shooting at the crowd of zombies, about how he walked dodge and fought with the infected, about the cannibals who jumped out of the apartment, breaking the glass, and about everything he saw in the city today. I wanted to call, but there's no network. Andrey finished his story. Me too, Masha said, looking at the phone. I'm also without connection. It seems that all the operators have disconnected. No phone, no internet. Ivan summed up. Things are bad. Civilization is over. The scientist sighed tiredly, sitting down in a chair. The virus is spreading rapidly. The military is simply shooting all the infected, like rabid dogs. Damn connection. I need to warn my parents somehow. They're in Gelendzhik, visiting relatives. Ivan nervously drummed his fingers on the table.
And mine flew away to Thailand on holiday a week ago. They haven't been in touch for 3 days.
Andrey muttered sullenly. The friends fell silent, remembering their loved ones and realizing that they might not see them again. The silence was broken by the cosmonaut.
There was someone wandering around and knocking behind the door recently. We don't know how many there are. I didn't want to risk it.
We need to continue working
Kuznetsov perked up.
to study the virus and make a vaccine. We need a carrier.
We only need one, right?
Open the door, lure the canna here and knock it out.
Ivan outlined the plan.
What are we going to tie it with?
Asked Katya.
You can use this.
Masha held out a wide medical tourniquet.
I got it from the warehouse.
Okay, let's get started.
The scientist commanded. The men moved the cabinet and listened. It was quiet behind the door. Vorobyov stood in front of the door with a baton. Andrey slowly pulled the handle towards himself, looked out through the crack, and saw the infected man standing with his back to him. Hey, idiot! Come here! The cannibal turned around and rushed at the man. Kuznetsov disappeared behind the door, not noticing 2 more infected in the corridor. The cannibal burst into the room, saw Ivan in front of him, but before he could take a couple of steps, Andrey's club fell on his head. The infected lost his bearings and staggered. A second later, the second blow knocked him out. Great! Easier than I thought. The scientist turned to close the door, but someone's cold hand grabbed his face and pushed him forward with force. Kuznetsov fell on his back and saw 2 cannibals burst into the office. Vorobyov met new opponents, hitting one of them in the face with a baton, but then taking a blow to the jaw from the second. The guy's vision darkened, and he felt the salty taste of blood in his mouth. Andrey got up from the floor and rushed to help his comrade. He ran head-on into the enemy's stomach and tried to knock him to the floor. But the zombie stood firmly on his feet, and leaning on the man, hit him in the spine with all his might. Kuznetsov screamed in pain and dropped to one knee. The infected grabbed the scientist by the head with force and pulled him towards himself. Andrey felt foul breath and saw an ugly open mouth with yellow teeth in front of him. Another second, and the cannibal would have bitten the guy in the face. But Ivan had already come to his senses and knocked out the cannibal with one powerful blow to the back of the head. The boys turned the lock and pushed the cabinet back. Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot? Katya asked, examining Andrey. Your lip is split, Masha said to her husband, and began looking for alcohol to treat the wounds. Phew. Looks like we're going to need more tourniquets, Ivan noted, looking at the 3 infected lying unconscious. The more test subjects, the better, Kuznetsov groaned, clutching his bruised back. The men tied the captive's hands and feet, dragged 2 into a corner, and laid the third, who almost broke Andrey's spine, on the operating table. Let's inject one of them with the vaccine we made yesterday. We won't lose anything, Vorobyova suggested, looking at the bound ones. Okay, let's see what comes of this. The scientist took a syringe and gave an injection to one of the infected in the corner. Now this one. Where do we start? Masha looked at the cannibal lying on the table. He came to, gnashed his teeth, tried to free himself, but could not move. His mouth was sealed with a bandage, and his head was tied to the table. His arms and legs were also immobilized. The infected one could only look at people with malice, groan and growl softly. From the blood composition, biochemistry, temperature, Kuznetsov outlined the research plan. Masha attached several sensors to her body. Ivan and Katya watched from the side as the scientist studied the zombie raging on the table like a guinea pig.
First, let's find out the pain threshold.
Vorobyova took a scalpel and made a small cut on the arm. The cannibal continued to growl but did not show that he was in pain. The sensors also showed no nervous activity. It looks like it's a scratch for him. A more serious wound is needed here. Andrey stuck the scalpel into the infected man's shoulder. He jerked a little. A small wave appeared on the screen. The body reacted to the damage, but several times weaker than the nervous system of an ordinary person.
He barely felt anything. I pierced him, and to him it was like a mosquito bite.
A very high pain threshold, Masha summed up. The girl asked her husband to hold the cannibal's head, pulled back the eyelid, and shone a flashlight into the eye. The pupils don't react well to light. Their vision is worse than ours. But I think their intuition is better. Ivan winced as he watched his wife's manipulations. They sensed us even when we were sleeping. I'd like to give him a brain scan, Masha muttered dreamily. Or maybe we should just extract it. Andrey pointed to the medical saw. Wait. If there is a chance to cure and return this person to normal, then there is no need to rush to open the skull, the girl objected. Don't think. Why? Kuznetsov put down the scalpel and thoughtfully bit his lip. The professor's letter says, inject the vaccine within 24 hours of infection. The injection must be given at the first signs of illness, otherwise the process becomes irreversible. And this guy, judging by everything, has been like this for several days. The scientist pointed to the ulcers and scabs that were beginning to appear on the infected person's body and continued to reason out loud, as Albert Borisovich often did. This virus spreads faster than the plague, which means it is transmitted by airborne droplets. I think I got infected after the bite. Ivan scratched the healing wound. This also cannot be ruled out, but judging by the pace of the epidemic, the main method is still by air. I'll do a blood test. If only I could find a vein. Masha tied a tourniquet around the arm just above the test subject's elbow. Look, the blood isn't red. It's some kind of dirty pink. I'll check for hemoglobin and red blood cells. Andrey took the filled test tube and went to the microscope. Katya sat down next to him, carefully watching her friend's work. The Vorobyovs continued discussing cannibals. Why are they so mad? Asked Ivan. I think we'll figure it out soon. It's probably related to the nervous system and unusual-looking blood. Venous blood is dark red, and this one is very pale, which means it has few red blood cells. Because of this, the brain doesn't get enough oxygen, its cells die, so the infected become more like animals than people and are guided by basic instincts.
Eat human flesh, for example?
Well, yes. Hunger is one of them. But I'm surprised that self-preservation is almost not developed. It is very strange.
Masha thought.
Andrey looked up from the microscope and motioned to his friends.
I'm shocked. The hemoglobin is very low. I've never seen anything lower. And here's something else. Masha, look.
Something familiar. The girl carefully examined the enlarged image that the microscope transmitted to the screen.
It's a virus, and it's like Red Star, only stronger and more complex.
But the prisoners died a few days after infection. Vorobyova lowered her head wearily.
As for me, this is already a living corpse. It's even decomposing, only very slowly. Kuznetsov sighed and rose from his chair. That's where that terrible smell comes from, Katya added, wrinkling her nose. If this is the Red Star, Then it needs blood for nutrition and reproduction. We had some supplies, didn't we? Masha looked at her colleague. Andrey walked up to the refrigerator and opened the door. Yes, there are a couple of bags of pig's blood. Give it here. Masha tore the bandage off the subject's mouth, and the cannibal tried to bite her. Hey, be careful, what are you doing? Ivan ran up to his wife. Everything is under control. The girl made a hole in the bag and poured some blood into the zombie's mouth from above, and he began to greedily sip it. Decided to feed him before he died? Kuznetsov grinned. By the way, do we have normal food? Asked Vorobyova, continuing to give the cannibal something to drink. Looking at this, do you have an appetite? I should, Ivan chuckled. Katya took some bread and a loaf of sausage out of the bag and looked at Andrey with embarrassment. I took some groceries with me. I rummaged through your fridge before leaving, just in case. Break off a little for me, thank you. Masha threw a piece of bread into the infected man's open mouth. He chewed it and spat it out, and then did the same with the sausage. Look, it doesn't taste good to him, the cosmonaut noted, glancing hungrily at the remaining sausage. He doesn't consider it food. Alans need food containing hemoglobin. Any living creatures in general. Blood and raw meat, explained the wife. Kuznetsov leaned over the microscope again and then looked at the subject. The virus behaves similarly to the red star, but looks different from it. Let's assume that it is a mutant of the Martian virus and the Earth one. I remember that the red star suppressed all other viruses. It was impossible to cross it with anyone. Masha shook her head. If we couldn't do it, it doesn't mean it's impossible in principle. As we can see, someone did. Andrey interrupted her and continued. The mutant has become much stronger. It reproduces and spreads quickly. When it gets into the body, it rebuilds the nervous system. I think it's not a simple process, maybe even at the genetic level. We just don't have the opportunity to check it now. Sorry to interrupt your consultation, but there's something wrong with that guy over there. Katya pointed to the infected man, to whom they had injected the vaccine they had made the day before. The zombie was feverish. His pupils were rolled back. Pink foam was coming out of his mouth. His face, already disfigured by the disease, became even more horrific. It seems like the medicine isn't helping him, Ivan shared his opinion. After 10 minutes, the infected person became silent and stopped breathing. The body couldn't handle it, Kuznetsov stated. Perhaps it was an allergic reaction to the drug. One way or another, our vaccine is useless for those infected at this stage. And I wouldn't risk injecting it into a healthy person unless I really don't feel sorry and have nothing to lose. No, it's a good thing. You found a weapon against them. You run up to the can, inject him with this crap, and wait until he goes into anaphylactic shock. The cosmonaut perked up. Awesomely funny, Andrey muttered. Masha clapped her hands, diffusing the situation. So let's sum it up for now. We have 16 ampules of the professor's vaccine left, and we know that from the moment of infection, there is about a day to administer the medicine, after which the process becomes irreversible. What else? After a day, they are no longer people. They eat everything that moves. Only live food with blood is suitable for them, added Kuznetsov. They practically don't feel it. It's useless to wound them, only to kill them. It's better to hit them in the head or in the heart. In a fight, they mostly wave their arms or try to bite. Their vision is worse than that of humans, but their sense of smell and hearing seem to be fine, said Lysitsina. Andrey lit a cigarette, sitting down on the windowsill. This virus does not kill the host as quickly as the red star did. I wonder how long they can last like this, Ivan thought. I have no idea. A couple of weeks, a month, a year. I think it will depend a lot on nutrition. We have too little information about this disease. So, without the medicine, soon all the residents will become the same? Katya asked in a low voice. Well, not everyone gets infected, as we can see. Andrey looked closely at Masha. Perhaps someone has immunity. We all took a dose of antivirus. Ivan got infected from a bite. Katya most likely caught the virus through airborne droplets during contact with her grandmother. You could have been infected many times, but you look healthy. Vorobyova remained silent, comparing the facts. We need to take a sample of your blood. Maybe we can clarify something. Yes, you're right, go ahead. The girl extended her hand. Kuznetsov filled a test tube, placed the samples under a microscope, and added the infected person's saliva. He worked silently, and everyone else spoke in low voices so as not to disturb. Finally, the scientist said, Masha, I don't know how to explain it, but basically, the virus dies in your plasma. Your antibodies destroy it, which means she has immunity, Katya finished for him. You would make a good virologist, Andrey smiled at his girlfriend. Well, that's already clear to us mere mortals, Ivan clicked his tongue. I don't understand where this immunity comes from. This is a new virus, how can this be? Masha nervously chewed on her pencil. There can't be immunity from the Red Star for sure. But if the mutant is partially composed of an earthly, or even several earthly viruses, then we need to think in that direction. Andrey threw the cigarette butt out the window. Well, figure out what kind of viruses these are and all that stuff. Out of boredom, Ivan began to roll around the room, sitting in an office chair. It's not that simple. Now the mutant is a single whole, and to take it apart requires time and a lot of experiments, explained Kuznetsov. Almost every Earth virus has its weaknesses, which means that this mutant has also inherited them to some extent. Masha, what illnesses did you have as a child? What vaccinations did you get? Well, like everything else, acute respiratory infections, flu, mumps, I think. No, that's too simple. Flu, maybe. There are hundreds of strains of it. There's clearly something else here. Remember, Ivan snapped his fingers and said, Do you remember how you were told about how a ferret bit you? And how you were given rabies shots? This is more interesting, Andrey perked up. It turns out that you have immunity from rabies. If this virus was used to create a mutant, then your antibodies can block it out of habit. Well, that's kind of in theory. Let's try. Masha looked resolutely at her colleague. Hey, wait. I understand what you mean. Don't even think about it. Ivan jumped up from his chair and walked up to his wife. We have a vaccine, Kuznetsov reminded cautiously. Don't worry. If I get infected, it will be clear quickly. And Andrey will inject me with an antivirus. Ivan, this is the only way to check how the immune system works. You can't see it under a microscope, but we have equipment that will help track the infection and show the processes in the body. This way, we can study the virus better. Ivan crossed his arms over his chest. Anything can happen. I'm still against such experiments. It's up to me to decide, Masha said calmly. Guys, I suppose we're here for a long time? Katya interrupted the argument. Maybe we should grab a bite of what's left, because it's not really right to conduct such experiments on an empty stomach. And to be honest, we should probably get some food. I agree with that. But first, we need to clean up here. Ivan nodded at the infected. Of course, if you don't need them anymore. Right now, I'll just take a couple more blood samples just in case, Andrey answered, taking several test tubes from the table. When the scientist finished, Ivan stunned the cannibals with a blow to the back of the head, and the men threw the bodies out the window. Phew, even breathing has become easier. There is no more of that stench of a corpse, said the cosmonaut, sitting down at the modest table that the girls had set. The company had a snack of sandwiches, but this only made their appetites grow even more. He's cutting something down, Andrey yawned. Of course, you haven't slept that much, Katya purred sympathetically and stroked her friend's head. Let's have you sleep, and Vanya and I will go get groceries before it gets dark, suggested Masha. No, it's dangerous. Men should go, Kuznetsov disagreed. You're barely hanging on.
We'll take your car to that supermarket where we went for salads at lunch. Vorobyova tried to convince her colleague. I drove past today. It's closed. Well, good. We'll open it, the cosmonaut said calmly, waving a rubber truncheon. You've convinced me, but be very careful.
Now, everyone is on their own. Beware not only of zombies, but also of other people. Andrey sighed heavily and looked at Masha. Okay, Mommy, as you say. Ivan smiled. We'll be back before it's too late. I'm serious. You can get shot there in no time. Kuznetsov recalled how he almost came under fire from the military on the square. With each passing day, and even hour, the city was turning into a theater of military operations. Battles were fought on several fronts at once. The legitimate authorities, which were trying to restore order to the growing chaos, were opposed by two armies at once. The first was the crowds of infected people, whose numbers were growing exponentially. They were the main enemy, and all the forces of the army and police were thrown into the fight against them. The second was the squads of marauders and bandits, who robbed and killed, broke into apartments and shops. Using force, the criminals took the last valuables from people who could not stand up for themselves. This is what the city became, engulfed by an epidemic. Chapter 51. Replenishment. The sun was beginning to set, filling the frozen streets with a warm golden light. We need to get moving before it gets dark, said Ivan. Look, 3 elands are hanging around your car, Katya nodded to Andrey. What do they want? It seems they don't see us. Damn, I forgot about the dog. Dodge is there. They noticed him. Kuznetsov slapped himself on the forehead. The zombies surrounded the car and began to beat their hands on the glass. Inside, a dog was running around the car and barking furiously. The windows won't hold up for long. Ivan climbed onto the fire escape and began to descend, tucking his baton into his belt. The girls started screaming from above, distracting the zombies from the dog. One of them turned to the people. 2 continued to pound on the glass. The side window cracked and immediately shattered from the next blow. Can stuck his hand through the hole. Dodge bit into it, but did not notice a second hand grabbing his ear. Ivan, stopping on the penultimate step, kicked the running cannibal in the face. He withstood the blow and did not fall. Then the baton came into play. After several swings, the guy knocked the enemy to the asphalt. Then he jumped onto the roof of the car and knocked the second opponent to the ground. The third infected had climbed into the car almost waist-deep and was struggling with the dog, not paying attention to the man. Vorobyov grabbed the zombie by the legs and pulled him towards himself with all his might. The infected hit his head, cut his skin on the shards of glass and fell out of the car. The man broke his neck with a kick and began to finish off the wounded cannibals. Having cleared the area, Ivan helped Masha down. Dodge lay in the back seat and watched the people, feeling the nasty taste of carrion in his mouth. How can I get him up now? The guy scratched the back of his head. Let him come with us. It's a little calmer with a guard like that. We'll take some food and think about how to get him to the lab on the way. The newlyweds got into the car. During the day, the batteries had recharged a little from the solar panels, and the engine started without any problems on the first try. The short road to the store was blocked by abandoned cars, so Ivan had to look for a detour. As they slowly drove along the streets, several helicopters flew overhead, their blades emitting an alarming, warlike roar. Driving past a jewelry store, the Vorobyovs noticed a thief running away, chased by the owner of the jewelry, who had not managed to remove the goods from the display case and had not yet lost hope of ever selling it all. On one of the streets, a large group of infected blocked the car's path. Deciding not to take any risks, the cosmonaut backed up and, breaking away from the crowd, finally drove up to the store. The door to the supermarket had already been knocked down by looters who had been there more than once.
Many shelves were empty. Some of the goods were lying on the floor. The body of a security guard with bite marks lay in a pool of blood near the checkout. Fearing that there might be zombies inside, Ivan pressed his index finger to his lips. Masha nodded, and they began to move slowly between the rows in silence. The cosmonaut took the cart and, trying not to make any noise, carefully rolled it ahead, helping his wife put the groceries away. "Well, at least there are no lines," Ivan whispered. Masha smiled and shook her finger at him, then pointed her hand towards the bottles of clean water. They put several bottles in the cart and headed for the shelves with canned goods. But halfway there, Ivan stopped abruptly and sat down.
10 meters away, 2 cannibals were shuffling their feet. "We've taken almost everything we need. Better to leave before these guys notice us," the cosmonaut said barely audibly, watching the cannibals until they disappeared behind the drink shelf. The newlyweds had already turned around and were heading for the exit, when suddenly a child's cry was heard. Ivan and Masha looked at the car, which was so close. But the next second, without saying a word, they rushed to help. In the next section, the zombies came across 2 teenagers. Caught off guard, the boy and girl were trapped in a dead end between the wall and the shelves. The girl screamed when she saw the cannibals. The boy grabbed a glass bottle of juice from the shelf and threw it at the infected's head. The stunned cannibal fell to the floor, but the second infected hit the boy in the face, throwing him aside. The teenager crashed into the shelf and felt his head start to buzz. Meanwhile, the zombie pressed the girl against the wall, trying to gouge out her eyes. The girl covered her face with her hands and felt the cannibal's teeth sink into her forearm. At that moment, Ivan's club fell on the infected's neck. The zombie went limp and fell on his side with broken vertebrae. The second cannibal had already risen and taken a step toward the wounded teenager, but Masha, sneaking up from behind, brought a 3-liter jar of tomato juice down on the canna's head with all her might. The glass shattered with a clang, and the infected fell into a pool of his own blood mixed with tomato juice. The noise made Ivan wince and looked around the battlefield. "Lots of noise. We need to get out of here quickly." Ivan turned his gaze to the teenagers. "Are they alive?" The boys nodded silently. The boy rose from the floor, sniffling his broken nose, from which a thin stream of blood was oozing. The girl held her bitten shoulder with her hand and timidly looked at the strangers who had saved their lives. "Where are you from? Where are your parents?" Masha asked quietly, looking around.
"We live nearby. I want to hunt, but my parents don't."
The boy muttered.
"Not anymore."
The girl added, coughing into her fist. "How are you feeling?" asked Masha, looking at the girl's pale face.
"It's freezing in the morning."
Ivan looked out from behind the shelf, and having made sure that there was no one else in the store besides them, turned to his new acquaintances.
When did you lose your parents?
"We escaped from them yesterday. They became the same." The boy pointed his finger at the lifeless bodies of the infected lying nearby. The newlyweds looked at each other and stepped aside. Masha said in a low voice,
The girl has less than a day left. The guy is also most likely infected. Yes, I see. What are you suggesting? Finish it off now?
Vorobyova looked at the teenagers, who were also quietly whispering about something. "They are still just children. The vaccine is still available. Maybe we should take the kids with us? We're taking a risk." "Oh well, I agree." The couple returned to their new acquaintances. "If you want to survive, keep quiet and listen to us. There is a car outside. We know a safe place. Do what I say, and everyone will stay alive," the cosmonaut commanded. The 4 of them quickly filled the cart to the brim and headed for the exit. But at that moment, several cannibals appeared at the door. The people hid behind one of the shelves, thinking about how to get out into the street. "It's dangerous to go head on. We'll get stuck with them," Ivan thought.
I have an idea, Masha whispered. Distract them and lead them to the far corner of the store and then quickly run to the exit. By that time, the guys and I will have already started the car and thrown the groceries. It's coming.
So, young people, do you understand the plan? The teenagers looked at them with eyes wide with fear, not really understanding what was wanted from them. Run after me when I say, Vorobyova looked at the boy, and you will help push the cart. Ivan quietly approached the exit. Several zombies had already entered the store. The rest were crowding on the porch. The cosmonaut rose to his full height and rushed to attack. Having stunned one of his opponents, he ran to the opposite end of the sales area. Confusion broke out among the zombies, which gave the man a small head start. Ivan looked back, saw his pursuers approaching, and sped up. He led them along the outer rows, trying to stay as far away as possible from the place where Masha and the teenagers were sitting. Vorobyova pushed the cart towards the exit, but 2 more infected appeared at the door. They disrupted the girls' plan and cut off a safe path to retreat. Masha stopped in indecision, not knowing what to do.
Push the cart right at them, the boy shouted, and grabbed several tin cans of food from the shelf.
Using the cart as a battering ram, the girls ran forward, and the boy threw iron cans at the zombies' heads as he ran. He cut one of them on the eyebrow, knocked out several of the others' front teeth. Without giving the infected time to come to their senses, the people knocked them down and ran out into the street. Jumping into the car, Masha opened the trunk and pressed the engine's start button. But the treacherous batteries were dead again. The girl began to pound the button in desperation. Come on, damn you! The car, as if hearing the pleas mixed with hysterical swearing, came to life. The teenagers, having moved the groceries, slammed the trunk and climbed into the back seat, pushing aside the surprised Dodge. Vorobyova put the car into reverse. The car jumped onto the curb and knocked out the remains of the front door. The rear wheels of the car ran over the zombies who had not yet recovered, crushing their bones. Ivan ran up to the car and climbed into the passenger seat. The next second, the men took off, leaving their hungry pursuers behind. The car was returning to the lab via a proven detour. Masha tried to stay away from the narrow streets so as not to end up in a trap. They drove in silence for a couple of minutes. Finally, the teenager, looking warily at Dodge's powerful jaws, asked, "So where are we going? And who are you?" "To a safe place. You're... By the way, who is she to you?" Ivan clarified, turning half around. "Sister. Her name is Lena, and I am Max. In short, your sister needs help, and only we can provide it. She's infected, and in a few hours she'll be like those people in the store, but we will try to prevent this from happening," Masha added. Lena said nothing. She sat motionless, her eyes closed and her elbows on the door, but her heavy breathing made it clear that the girl was getting worse. Max lowered his head, sniffling. The blood had already stopped, but the pain had not yet passed. Dodge decided to get comfortable, and hanging his hind leg off the seat, laid his muzzle on the young man's knee. The dog looked at the stranger with distrust, smelling the infected, but behaved calmly and did not growl. After the series of recent events, he was no longer surprised by anything. Max sat tensely and, in order to make friends with the dog, began to carefully stroke her head. "Don't be afraid, he doesn't seem dangerous," Ivan tried to calm the boy down. "Seems like it?" The teenager grinned. "Well, yes. This is not my dog. I am seeing her for the second time. I was just bitten by a similar dog a couple of years ago. Now I don't like them." Vorobyov looked closely at the teenager. His straight, tousled blonde hair stood on end. The boy looked about 16. Physically, he looked quite strong for his age. His still childish face was distinguished by large eyes, in which one could already read an adult look. Lena looked a couple of years younger than her brother. She was a thin, fair-haired girl, who was just beginning to turn into a young woman. Outwardly, she and her brother had similar facial features, especially their eyes. But if Max's gaze was on fire, then the flame of life was already dying out in Lena's eyes. She curled up into a ball on the back seat and trembled quietly. The virus in her blood was getting stronger. My parents also got sick. Max continued the conversation after a short silence. First, my mother attacked us, but my father locked her in the bedroom. She knocked on the door all night. And the next day, my father went crazy. Then we ran away. How long ago was that? Asked Masha, driving around a traffic jam on the road. We spent one night in the entryway, and the second in a clothing store, until the thugs burst in. Who? Ivan asked again.
Connecting rods. That's what my sister and I call them.
Ah, I see. And we're going to Cannes.
We hadn't eaten for almost 2 days. Then we went into a store, had a bite to eat, and were wondering where to go. And then these guys attacked us. And then you, well, you're lucky.
Ivan finished the sentence for him. The car drove onto the territory of the research institute and stopped under the windows of the laboratory. Can you walk? Masha turned to Lena, who nodded. The people got out of the car, leaving Dodge inside.
See, the window is open. Go there.
The cosmonaut pointed up. The teenagers climbed onto the roof of the car and started climbing the ladder. Lena, despite the bite and weakness, climbed quite quickly. The Vorobyevs remained below.
What about food? Should I go back and forth 10 times?
Ivan thought.
We took some big bags from the store. We just need a rope to lift everything.
Hey guys, we did something here. Catch it. Katya threw down a rope made of tourniquets, bandages, and torn strips of robes. Its end was hanging just at the level of the car roof. That's it, Ivan shouted, giving a thumbs up. When all the products had been transferred to the lab, it was Dodge's turn. We need to figure out how to lift the dog. This rope definitely won't hold him, Masha said regretfully. You go up the fire escape, and Dodge and I will go up the main staircase. And the infected? You don't know how many of them there might be. Half the corridors are not lit. In the dark, the cans have poor vision. We'll run quickly. When we get up, I'll shout, and you'll move the cabinet. Okay. The girl agreed with a sigh, and kissing her husband on the cheek, began to climb up the fire escape. Ivan grabbed the dog by the collar and pulled him out of the car.
Together, they trotted around the corner where the main entrance to the lab was located. The cosmonaut peered into the broken door. The hall was empty. They ran through the first floor quickly, and on the second landing, they saw 2 infected wandering along the corridor. The zombies noticed some movement and went towards the noise. Ivan, jumping a few steps at a time and dragging the dog behind him, quickly overcame the last stairwell and opened the door to the corridor. It was dark there, and only at the end, a dim light came through from the only window. Damn! Vorobyev quietly blurted out, and he immediately slammed the door. The floor was swarming with cannibals, and the treasured door to the office was about 15 meters away. From below, the shuffling of zombies ascending the stairs was heard. The man and the dog were trapped. The cosmonaut decided not to wait for the cannibals to deprive them of their space and went on the attack himself. Shouting, "Get him!" he lowered Dodge. The dog rushed down and knocked down one enemy, who tumbled down the steps, and when he landed, the dog grabbed him by the throat with a death grip. Ivan eliminated the second enemy without any trouble with a club. Figuring that they couldn't handle the crowd in the third-floor hallway, Vorobyov decided to go back outside and figure out a way to lift Dodge through the window. But at that moment, shots rang out in the hallway. Ivan counted 3, 4, 5, 6, then heard a scream. The man threw open the door to the hallway and Dodge rushed to the attack. The jaws snapped, the dog jumped, and hung on the eland's shoulder, knocking him to the floor. Ivan tried to make out what was happening in the semi-darkness. Several infected lay motionless on the floor. Andrey stood near the door,
fighting off 2 opponents. And a little closer to Ivan, 3 cannibals had cornered Max by the wall. Vorobyov hurried to the teenager's rescue.
The cosmonaut knocked out one cannibal, hitting him in the temple, and smashed the second one's nose with his elbow, throwing him against the opposite wall. But in the confusion, the man himself missed several blows. The zombies split his lip and left a scratch on his cheek from their claws. Max, lying on the floor, finished off the third attacker with the handle of his pistol. The cosmonaut looked around. Andrey pushed the infected back into the corridor and shouted, "To the office, quickly." The door opened slightly. Ivan saw Masha and, grabbing Dodge by the collar, disappeared into the doorway. Max followed him, and Andrey ran in last. They immediately barricaded the door with a wardrobe. Now it was time to catch his breath. Dodge was sniffing people, wagging his short tail. Andrey was sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. Masha was examining Ivan and Max's wounds. Lena was sitting by the window, leaning against the wall and trembling. "Do we have new friends?"
Katya finally broke the silence.
"Yeah, we met at the store," the cosmonaut nodded. "The girl got infected. We need an antivirus," Masha added, looking at Andrey. "Good. We'll give the guy a shot too." Kuznetsov stood up and walked over to the suitcase with the vaccine. "Ooh, I've been afraid of injections since childhood. I remember when a rabid dog bit me. I was stabbed all over. I thought I'd go crazy." Max even shuddered from the unpleasant memories. "You say the dog was mad?" Andrey drawled thoughtfully. "Yes, a stray. At my grandfather's dacha in Altai," the teenager clarified. "How are you feeling now? Have you been bitten by the infected? Do you have a fever, chills?" the scientist quickly asked, opening the suitcase. "Yes, Mom. When she got sick, she immediately attacked me, here and here." He showed his hands with bite marks that were already healing, until they bled. "It still itches." "And when was that?" Andrey looked intently at the guy. "Well,
2 days ago. I already told you on the way."
Max looked at Masha as if asking for support. "Listen, where did you get the gun? You were the one who shot it, weren't you?" Ivan changed the subject. "Yes, it's Dad's gun. He was a policeman. It's his service pistol. When he got sick, he gave it to me. Said that I was now the head of the family, to take care of Lena. But I couldn't. She got infected too." Andrey did not listen to the end of his words. He called Masha, and they went to the window. "Coincidence? The guy has a rabies shot, he was bitten 2 days ago, and he's alive and well? You haven't sneezed once either. That's his immunity. Rabies, you understand? Albert Borisovich crossed Red Star with rabies. That's his weak spot." Masha nodded, biting her lower lip, thinking hard about the professor's riddle. "And the girl? Is she vaccinated?" The colleagues returned to the others. "Max, does your sister have a rabies shot?" Andrey asked. "No, she has this
Serious illness, in general."
"Well, we can see that," Katya said, stroking the trembling girl's head. "No, I mean something else. She has diabetes. She needs insulin. Without it, she feels very bad." There was a pause. The friends understood that even if the girl was saved from infection, she would still die sooner or later without insulin. "We need to talk." Ivan went into the next room, leaving Max and Lena alone. "What are your thoughts? I assume the girl is not long for this world anyway?" Everyone was silent. Masha answered first. "And what do you suggest? Kill her? What should we do? She will soon become dangerous." "Stop. Let's not rush. There may not be a second chance like this. Now we have the opportunity to observe how the infection process is going and intervene at the last moment. And then we'll see what happens," Andrey said. "In your opinion, is it more humane to experiment on her than to do as I suggested?"
There's a lot we don't know, and we need to learn. In order to survive,
the scientist insisted. So, does everyone agree? Katya nodded affirmatively. I do. Masha looked at her husband. Ivan replied, Yes, do whatever you want, and I will control your experiments with a baton. The friends returned to the room. Max was sitting next to his sister. Kuznetsov looked at the teenagers and said, Max, we'll try to help her, but we're not sure of the result. You're already big. You should understand. The guy nodded and looked at the floor. Ivan and Andrey tied Lena to the couch, just in case. Masha took a blood sample and sat down at the microscope. Katya, meanwhile, was doing housework, laying out the groceries. Did you take the cigarettes? Andrey asked, crumpling his empty pack and throwing it in the trash can. Ivan shook his head. It's a pity. I should have gone after all. The scientist sighed sadly.
Andrey, come here for a minute. Masha beckoned him with her finger and offered to look under the microscope. The virus is devouring the cells in her blood. Yes, and as I see, these are not the best cells, the scientist, without looking up from the microscope, asked. Max, do you remember what your sister's sugar level is? Mom should have said these numbers. I think 8? Not bad. And now it's already 6. The sugar is falling, he said to Masha, and began examining the cells again. So is a zombie with a normal sugar level any different from another zombie? Masha asked, not fully understanding why her colleague was so happy. No, it just turns out that this virus is healing the girl. Well, at least for a while. Let's not rush to inject the vaccine. We have a few more hours. Let's see what happens next. Andrey and Masha took Lena's blood tests every half hour. The colleagues argued, conferred, and wrote down all the results of their observations. Ivan lay down to take a nap. Katya was nodding off too, but she held on. Max was awake, sitting to the side so as not to disturb the scientists and petting Dodge. The dog quickly got used to him and did not move away. It was already late at night when Andrey injected the girl with an antivirus and told his brother, Blood sugar has returned to normal. If he survives this night, God willing, he will recover. Ivan woke up, yawned widely, and looking at the exhausted scientists, said, Go to bed, everyone. I'll stay on duty until the morning. Half an hour later, the measured snoring of 5 people was already heard in the office. The cosmonaut went to the open window and looked at the sky. Bright stars were blinking with a cold blue light, looking down indifferently. Vorobyov remembered his flight to Mars, when these luminaries were the only landscape he observed for almost a whole year. But now it seemed as if it had happened in some other alien life. Chapter 52. Dawn of a New Life. A warm ray of the rising sun boldly burst through the laboratory window and slid across Ivan's face. The cosmonaut winced from the bright light and opened his eyes. Vorobyov had not noticed how he had fallen asleep towards morning and woke up, looking around the room. Everyone was still asleep. Lena lay motionless on the couch by the wall. Ivan got up and went to the girl. She was still pale, but no longer trembling, and breathing evenly and calmly. The astronaut heard shuffling footsteps in the hallway and approached the cabinet they had barricaded the door with. The clicking of Dodge's claws echoed across the lab floor. Boxer approached the man and looked at him with a pleading look. Do you want to go for a walk, my friend? Be patient a little. It's not easy to take you for a walk now. Hearing her husband's voice, Masha woke up, and the others followed her. Andrey first went to Lena and touched her forehead. There's no fever. Apparently the infection has stopped. The girl opened her eyes and tried to turn around, but the straps still held her tightly tied to the couch. "It's time to untie you. Just promise that you won't bite anyone," Ivan smiled, untying Lena. "How are you, sister?" Max sat down next to her. "It's fine. Everything's just numb." The girl sat down on the couch, rubbing her wrists and feeling a strong tingling in her legs. "Give me your hand. We need to do a blood test. We need to make sure that the danger has passed," said Masha, inserting a needle into the girl's vein. Then Vorobyova and Andrey approached the microscope. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the test results. "Good news, friends. There is almost no virus in the blood and the sugar is normal," Andrey said, and winked at the teenagers. "Do you think we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone?" Masha suggested hopefully. "I want to believe."
Perhaps the virus somehow affects the pancreas, and it itself begins to produce insulin.
"Fantastic! Both poison and medicine in 1 bottle," Vorobyova said admiringly. "Yes, if only this energy could be channeled into a peaceful direction." Andrey went to the window and saw a column of black smoke rising in the distance. He imagined a burning mound of human bodies, around which a flock of crows was flying with excited cawing. His thoughts were interrupted by Katya's cheerful voice. "Well, since everything is getting better, I suggest we have breakfast." "I agree," Ivan nodded, feeling his stomach begin to rumble, and opened a can of sprats. "We have enough food for now, but it's better to save money. We don't know how long we'll be here." "Thank you very much for saving my life," Lena said embarrassedly, looking at the scientists. "Okay, we'll settle the score," Andrey replied.
"We need to observe you for a few days. The blood test is good, but not much time has passed," Masha added. At breakfast, everyone was in a great mood. The friends were happy that the girl had recovered, and despite everything, they were all alive. Dodge, having quickly swallowed his portion, looked intently at the people and caught pieces of sausage on the fly, which Maxi Andrey occasionally threw to him. "Owl, pass the juice," said Lena, chewing a sandwich. Maxitpil took it from the box and handed it to his sister. "Why Owl?" Katya asked curiously. "Savelyev, because it's a family thing. Many of my father's friends also call him Owl." Max paused for a second and added, "I mean, they called him. At school, they also called me Owl or Little Owl, but rarely, more often by name," Lena added. "An owl. Cool." Ivan smiled. "At school, they tried to tease me as a sparrow, but I got offended and fought, so they stopped." "And who else had what nicknames?" Lena asked, feeling that she liked the new company more and more. "My last name is Lisitsina. Guess in 3 tries. Katya narrowed her eyes slyly, running her hand through her shock of shiny red hair. "Yeah, I see. And you look like a fox," the cosmonaut noted. "I didn't have any nicknames either at school or at university," Masha said, slightly upset. "Before the wedding you were a bullfinch, and now you're a sparrow? And you have your own little flock." Kuznetsov winked at the newlyweds. "Chirp, chirp," Masha laughed, kissing her husband on the nose. "Well, what do you say?" asked Ivan, looking at the scientist. "It's nothing," Andrey shrugged. "Come on, tell me." Katya pinched her friend on the side. "Well, Kuzya," Andrey drawled sadly. "Ha! Kuzya, cool!" Ivan enthusiastically slapped the table and cackled so much that he almost choked. "Call me that, and I'll infect you with Ebola fever," Kuznetsov responded coldly. "Oh, come on. What kind of childish complexes are these? Kuzya is a cool rattle," the cosmonaut answered, laughing. At that moment there was movement behind the door. The boxer stood up and growled sullenly. "Quiet, Dodge," Andrey commanded. "And in general, let's all be quieter. There's no need to attract unnecessary attention. And I think,
Instead of sitting here like mice, it's better to win back some space. Ivan shook his head. The corridor can only be accessed from one staircase, right? If we quickly kill all the infected on the floor and barricade the door, then we'll have plenty of space and access to other offices. It's risky, and there's nothing we particularly need in the other offices, Andrey countered. Okay, but are you going to walk the dog here in the far corner, or in the next room? Or maybe carry it up and down the fire escape in your arms? Kuznetsov didn't answer, but it was clear from his face that he reluctantly agreed with the cosmonaut.
By the way, the dog has been asking since the morning, so if he can't stand it, you'll have to clean up yourself. Ivan demonstratively threw Dodge another piece of sausage. Okay, let's make a sortie. At least we have a gun. No, we'll use it in an emergency. Right now, ammo is worth its weight in gold. We've got a couple of batons, scalpels, and Dodge's teeth. I think that'll do. I'll go with you, Max said, looking at the men. We have some concentrated hydrochloric acid. I grabbed it along with the reagents just in case, suggested Masha. It will do. Give it here, the cosmonaut replied. The friends got ready, moved the closet, and listened. It was difficult to tell from the sounds how many infected were in the hallway. Ivan opened the door a little, looked out, and immediately closed it. There are about 5 of them. Our main thing is to block the door that leads to the stairs. After that, we'll deal with the rest. Max, you're responsible for the door while we cover you.
I understand. Ready? Let's go.
The cosmonaut stepped over the threshold of the office and lashed out with his club at the face of the cannibal standing near the door. The rest of the zombies crowded at the opposite end of the corridor, attracted by the light from the window, which gave the friends a small head start. Max hurried to the left, took out a tourniquet, and connected the handles of both doors. For a moment, the only entrance to the floor could be considered blocked. At that moment, Ivan threw 2 flasks of hydrochloric acid at the approaching cannibals. One of the vessels smashed on the head of an infected man, and he fell to the floor, spinning furiously and holding his face, while the acid ate away at his eyes. The rest quickly approached, shrouded in smoke, emitted by the acid evaporating from their bodies. The burns from it only angered the cannibals.
Andrey let Dodge go. The dog grabbed the leg of one of the infected, but he grabbed the dog by the throat and began to strangle him. The second zombie fell on the boxer from above, pinned him to the floor, and bit his hind leg. But a few seconds later, the infected themselves were lying on the floor, stunned by the guy's truncheons. Not giving his opponents a chance to come to their senses, Andrey cut each one's throat with a scalpel. Well, the eyes are afraid, but the hands do, said Ivan, examining the battlefield. There seem to be more guests there, Max shouted, hearing a rustle on the stairs. The door shook from the blows and pushes of the cannibals, attracted by the noise of the fight and the voices of the people. We need to block it, Andrey commanded. The guys quickly filled the passage from top to bottom with furniture from the neighboring offices. Now the entire floor belonged to them. All that's left is to throw out these corpses.
At the end of the corridor, there's a door to the balcony. There used to be a smoking room there. The scientist took the motionless cannibal by the leg and dragged him towards the window. When the last body, having flown 3 floors, hit the asphalt with a dull thud, Vorobyov shook his palms and said, looking at Andrey, "We'll walk your dog on this balcony. Come on, Dodge. Do your business faster. Well, I think we're not needed here anymore. Let's go, Owl." The cosmonaut patted the boy on the shoulder, and they headed to the office. A few minutes later, Kuznetsov returned, looking at the boxer with concern, and said, "Masha, give me the syringe. Dodge was bitten. I want to take blood for analysis." Chapter 53. In the dark alleys of the Grey City. It was the 9th day since the infection began. Stas was walking down the street, returning from an evening workout. A tracksuit, sneakers, a bag with his uniform over his shoulder, a sullen look from under his brows. He was a respected guy in the neighborhood. At 20 years old, Stas had already become the Far East champion in kickboxing. Now he was preparing for the Russian championship, where he could get a ticket to the world tournament. Stas was in a bad mood and did not want to go home. In the morning, he had an unpleasant conversation with his mother. The woman raised him alone after his father abandoned them 15 years ago and dreamed of her son getting a higher education. And Stas devoted all his time to training and rehearsals in the garage. He and his friends had their own rap group. Sometimes they performed in city clubs and at festivals. His mother considered his hobbies frivolous, said that these fights in the company would lead him to prison, that he should get an education and get a normal job, and not like now, a bouncer in a nightclub. Stas dreamed of becoming a famous rapper, packing stadiums and conquering everyone with his rap. And of course, kickboxing. It helped him rise on the crime-saturated streets of Khabarovsk. The evening turned out to be unimpressive. It was drizzling. The sea wind was blowing at his back. Stas walked through puddles and thought over his plans for the next few hours. There weren't many options. Sit on the internet or write lyrics for songs. And at night, go to work, to the club, keep order. The whole way the guy was thinking about how to convince his mother. He was very irritated by these moralizing lectures, but he was afraid to offend her with a sharp answer. So, as a rule, he sat and kept silent. When she let off steam, Stas calmly said, "Mom, don't worry. Everything is fine. I can solve my own problems. I earn my daily bread, and hanging around the office is not for me. Why do I need a higher education? I can get by without a diploma. Don't cry, Mom. I'm confident in myself." She nodded, but a couple of weeks later it all happened again. Walking down the street, lost in his thoughts, he didn't immediately notice some kind of commotion going on in the alley opposite. Only when he heard a scream did the boy turn around. A girl was running straight at him from a dark gateway of a shabby courtyard. Narrow Chinese eyes, a torn orange raincoat, dirty jeans. She had fallen dirty and torn her clothes. The girl's face was scared. 2 men were chasing her. The girl ran straight towards Stas. She was crying and screaming, "Help! Please help!" The guy took the bag off his shoulder. "Stop! Don't be afraid! What happened?" "They are chasing me! They want to kill me! Please help me!" "Who?" The girl didn't have time to answer. 2 people, breathing loudly and hoarsely, were rapidly approaching. One looked to be the same age as Stas. The other was much older. It was obvious that it was hard for them to run, but some wild anger drove the strangers forward. Having looked at their faces, Stas thought that they were drug addicts or alcoholics who wanted to take the girl's phone and mock her. But the athlete was surprised that the pursuers did not stop when they saw him. Usually such junkies immediately ran away. "Come on, stop!" The kickboxer took a fighting stance, shielding the girl. There was no reaction, so Stas, acting automatically, kicked the first attacker in the jaw. The man fell on his back, as if he had been mown down. The second stranger waved his hand, but Stas dodged and struck back. The toe of his sneaker cut the man's eyebrow, but he remained standing. "Damn! What faces, what kind of psychos are they?" flashed through the guy's head. At this point, the first attacker stood up. Now the athlete was once again facing 2 opponents. Out of the corner of his eye, Stas saw the girl hide behind a tree. Several passers-by quickened their pace, apparently afraid of the fight and not wanting to interfere. "Well, you'll get help here," Stas thought, looking at the man who was leaving in fear. The strangers rushed to attack simultaneously.
The kickboxer moved to the side, put up a block, then hit one of them in the jaw with his hand and finished him off with an elbow. The second man at that moment jumped on the athlete and bit into his ear. Stas winced in pain and knocked his opponent to the ground with a powerful blow. A few more kicks to the head and body disabled the bastard. The boy touched his bitten ear, which was burning with pain. The girl came out from behind the tree, trembling all over. The athlete looked at her and asked, "Who are these? Do you know them?" "These are my brother and dad. They killed my mother and then chased me." Stas froze after these words and squatted down next to her. The girl started crying and pressed her face to his shoulder.
At that moment, the sirens of the police cars that had arrived at the call were heard. A compassionate granny, having seen the fight from her window, called the police station. The men in uniform took out their weapons and ordered them not to move, then put the boy and the girl in the car and began looking for witnesses. Sitting in the police jeep, Stas watched as one of the cops approached the man lying on his stomach and tried to turn him over. At that moment, the psycho came to his senses and sank his teeth into the sergeant's face. The second infected man also came to and attacked the policeman from behind. The partner rushed to help and tried to pull the thugs away, but they grabbed them with a death grip, tearing the victim apart with their teeth and hands. Unable to cope, the policeman pulled out his pistol and fired. The first cannibal, wounded in the shoulder, jumped aside. The second did not react to the shot and continued to tear the warm flesh of the mutilated sergeant with his teeth. Only when the next bullet hit the cannibal in the leg, he growled and rushed at the shooter. Another bang was heard, and the zombie fell dead with a bullet in the head. The young policeman, recently graduated from the academy, stood over the corpse, holding the pistol with trembling hands. "Well, he's got it. Mom's going to be completely wasted now," thought the kickboxer, watching the carnage on the street. Stas and the girl were brought to the police station to give testimony. The investigator wrote down everything they said and then said, turning to the boy, "You took part in a fight in which a police officer was seriously injured. He is now in serious condition. I am forced to detain you until all the circumstances are clarified. At least until the morning." "Well, it wasn't me who attacked him. I saw them for the first time. I was defending a girl. Ask her." "We'll figure it out. In the cell for now," the investigator commanded the operative who entered. A few minutes later, Stas, mentally cursing the investigator, was sitting on a bench with 5 other detainees. His bitten ear was covered with a bandage, but it still hurt a lot. The athlete heard 2 men whispering in the corner of the cell. "The city has gone crazy. I heard that yesterday there were 10 murders, and in normal families. People were just tearing each other apart. Today the cops at the post said that there have already been 15 attacks by some psychos. In broad daylight on the street, on the bus, in stores. They pounce on people, beat them, and then bite them. Like animals, they bite off ears, tear cheeks, fingers." At that moment, the speakers glanced sideways at Stas. He turned away and decided to kill time by listening to music. "At least the cops didn't take away my player," the athlete thought, and inserted an earphone into his good ear. The guy closed his eyes and felt fatigue creeping up on him. The kickboxer didn't notice how he passed out. He woke up in the morning, tried to find out when he would be released, but received the answer that the investigator would not be there today, and Stas was being detained for 48 hours. But at least he was allowed to make a call, and the guy calmed his mother down, saying that everything was fine. So he wasted away the whole day doing nothing, and by evening he felt unwell. Lying on his bunk, the athlete sank into a restless slumber. A few hours later, Stas woke up from his own cough. His whole body ached and had a fever. After sitting for a while and realizing that things were only getting worse, Stas shouted to the guard, "Hey, is there a doctor here?"
The policeman approached the cell and looked coldly at the detainee through the bars. "What's the matter?" "I have a fever. My whole body aches," Stas said through clenched teeth. "The doctor is not here. The shift is over.
The investigator will come in the morning. If he allows it, he will send you for treatment." Bastards, the athlete thought, feeling the heat drying out his body from the inside. A man of about 40 sat opposite him, who had been brought in that morning. He was also unwell. The man was constantly coughing and wiping sweat from his forehead. Stas noticed that the man had a bandage on his cheek, the kind usually used to cover cuts or bites. The guy tried to fall asleep again, lay down and pulled his legs under him. He dreamed of his mother. As always, she scolded him for being a good-for-nothing, cried and sighed, and for some reason, he was standing in the kitchen, poking his ear with a fork and asking for forgiveness. Stas woke up around midnight. A sharp pain was felt in the bite area. His mouth was dry. He felt like he was going to vomit. He tried to get up, but his vision went blurry. And then, the athlete fell to the floor and lost consciousness.
The duty sergeant slowly turned a large key in an iron lock. This lock was probably 50 years old, and it had seen thousands of people sitting in this cell. The policeman bent over Stas's unconscious body and patted the boy on the cheeks.
"Hey, what's wrong?"
The kickboxer did not move, only wheezed quietly. At that moment, Stas's sick cellmate with a bandage on his cheek jumped on the officer on duty from behind. The infected man hit the policeman with his fist on the back of the head with all his might. The latter fell on the kickboxer and felt a heavy body pressing down on him from above. And a moment later, he felt a sharp pain from a bite. The infected man bit deeper and deeper. 2 days ago, his wife suddenly fell ill. As she lay feverish on the bed, he leaned over to kiss her forehead. At that moment, the woman attacked her husband and tore a piece of flesh from his cheek. In self-defense, he miscalculated his strength and accidentally killed his wife. The man suffered all day, remembering his beloved wife, and at midnight, a little more than a day had passed since the moment of infection, and the point of no return had arrived. The new star had taken over the body. And now the infected man had grabbed the policeman by the neck. The other detainees looked at this scene in shock and did not move. The officer on duty quickly came to his senses and automatically struck with his elbow. The attacker, having received a blow to the jaw, fell to the floor. But the cop did not have time to get to his feet. At that very second, Stas's conversion ended. Blood from the wounded man's neck dripped onto his lips, wildly whetting his appetite. The infected athlete grabbed the policeman's head with both hands, pulled him towards himself and sank his teeth into the victim's face. The man could no longer scream. The second cannibal pressed him down from above again. The man found himself between two cannibals, like a sausage in a sandwich. The cellmates, seeing this chaos, jumped out the open door and began to loudly call for help. 3 police officers ran up to the cell, and the infected rushed at them. Stas knocked one of the cops down with a blow from his trained hand. The zombie with the bandage grabbed the young lieutenant by the head, and in an instant broke his neck. The captain, who ran up last, instantly assessed the situation and shot to kill. 3 bullets pierced the infected man's body, and he fell to the floor. At the same time, Stas attacked the shooter, biting into his hand. The captain dropped his gun. The athlete knocked his victim to the floor. The man tried to get up, but the cannibal, leaning on him with his whole body, pressed 2 thumbs into his eye sockets. A wild scream was heard in the department. Bloody liquid spurted from the wounded man's eyes, and a death throe seized the captain. Then he suddenly stretched out to his full height
and froze. The infected man licked his fingers, which still had brain particles on them. Having had his fill of the dead man's meat and blood, Stas walked along the corridors of the police station. That night, only 4 officers were on duty, and now there was no one left. All the detainees, seeing that the police had not won the fight, ran away, leaving the doors of the station open. The athlete went outside. There was a big moon in the sky. He was full, so he slowly walked further into the darkness. Nothing else worried him. There were no thoughts, doubts, worries. No one was attacking him. The virus was actively multiplying in the body of the carrier. He had enough hemoglobin and amino acids now. What else did he need? 10 minutes later, he disappeared into the darkness of the nearest yard, where local hooligans had broken all the light bulbs in the street lamps. Chapter 54.
A Dog's Lot. Dodge was carefully laid on the floor, and Andrey inserted a needle into his hind leg to take blood for analysis. The dog shuddered a little and whined.
Quiet, quiet. Don't be afraid.
Max stroked the boxer's head, trying to calm him down. Having collected enough blood, Kuznetsov sat down at the table with a microscope. A couple of minutes later, he thoughtfully announced,
His blood contains the same virus as those infected.
The others were silent, looking at the dog, who was lying in the corner of the room, tiredly curled up.
I can't remember a single dog or cat that behaved like these creatures.
Ivan said and crossed his arms over his chest.
A fact is a fact. Dodge is infected, but that doesn't mean he'll become like infected people.
In the Red Star experiments, the Martian virus behaved differently in humans and animals.
What other Martian virus?
Max interrupted the scientist.
Andrey sighed and scratched the back of his head. It's a long story, although of course, you should know. Kuznetsov briefly told the teenagers about Ivan's space expedition, the Martian soil in which they found an unknown virus and named it Red Star, the experiments, and the professor's letter. Then let's inject Dodge with this vaccine. Max sat down next to the dog and touched his dry, hot nose. It's not a fact that it will help, and we don't have as much vaccine as we would like. If this virus behaves like Red Star, then Dodge will either die or recover. We need to wait. Max sighed, realizing that he couldn't argue with Andrey. The scientist spent the rest of the day observing the 4-legged friend. By evening, Dodge's health had deteriorated significantly. He did not eat anything, lay there quietly whining and only occasionally drinking water. Foam began to come out of his mouth, and a heavy wheezing sound began to be heard when he breathed.
Will he die? Lena asked plaintively, looking at Masha. I don't know. This night will show, the girl answered, holding back tears. Kuznetsov volunteered to stay on duty until the morning, promising the teenagers to inject the vaccine if the dog got really sick. Masha understood that Andrey was deceiving the guys and would not waste the antivirus on the dog, but she said nothing. When it got dark, the friends began to settle in for the night. After Lena and Max fell asleep, Ivan got up and went to Andrey. The cosmonaut sat down next to the scientist, took out a pistol, and put it on the table. Of course, I'm not an expert in your bacteria, but if the dog has this virus, it can be more dangerous than any canna. If something goes wrong, shoot without thinking. Vorobyov moved the weapon towards Andrey. The scientist said nothing, only shaking his head. Ivan returned to his place, hugged Masha, and quickly fell asleep. Kuznetsov took the pistol and took the safety off. In the morning, everyone woke up from the sounds of gunshots. Masha opened her eyes, not understanding what was happening, and saw Andrey standing by the window with a gun in his hands. Somewhere very close, but I didn't see it, said Kuznetsov, turning to his friends. And I thought it was you who shot. Ivan yawned widely.
The clicking of Dodge's claws could be heard at the door. The dog was asking to go for a walk.
He's better. I did a new blood test half an hour ago. There's almost no virus. Hooray! I'll walk him myself, shouted Max and went out into the corridor with the boxer. Let's have a snack and I'll take a nap, said Andrey, rubbing his eyes tiredly. The morning was cloudy, and when the friends sat down to breakfast, it began to rain outside. A cool wind blew, and Katya closed the window. Drops of water drummed on the glass, and as often happens at such moments, people felt happy, having a roof over their heads, under which they could shelter from the bad weather.
Dodge was recovering quickly and was begging for food from the table. He has a good appetite, which means the illness has really passed, Katya smiled, putting a piece of bread with sorry on the floor. Are you sure you didn't introduce an antivirus? Asked Masha. You can count the ampules, Andrey answered sleepily. And still, why do animals get infected but don't turn into zombies? Lena asked. Who the hell knows? There could be many factors here. Immunity, blood composition, DNA structure. A thorough study and many experiments are needed. But for now, let's consider that Dodge was lucky. Andrey finished the bottle of mineral water and, thanking for breakfast, went to bed. And the rain was getting heavier. Clouds covered the sky to the very horizon. The friends sat by the window, chatting in low voices and watching the lightning flash in the distance. The peals of thunder, one louder than the other, made them respectfully freeze. Even Ivan involuntarily cringed, admiring the power of the elements, and only Andrey slept sweetly and peacefully, not paying attention to the noise. The scientist knew that he was safe, among friends, and the virus they had to fight turned out to be not so omnipotent. Chapter 55. Death Train. 10 days after the onset of the infection, the train rolled along the rails, its wheels tapping out a measured rhythm. Kiri lay on the upper side bunk and watched as it began to get dark outside. The girl was 12 years old, and she and her older sister were returning to their hometown of Jaipur, located in the northern part of India. Kiri rolled over and looked at what her sister was doing. Ronnie was lying on the bottom bunk, reading. She was 6 years older than Kiri and preparing to go to medical school. Maybe we should have a bite to eat? Kiri said, feeling hungry from boredom. In about 5 minutes. Right now. I'll finish reading, answered Ronnie, without taking her eyes off the medical reference book. Kiri sighed and stared down the aisle between the compartments of the carriage. A loud male cough came from the compartment opposite. Ugh. If he coughs like that all night, I won't be able to sleep. The girl grumbled quietly. The train slowed down and soon stopped at a small station. A guy entered the carriage and began to move forward in search of his seat. Stopping near the girls, he smiled and sat down on the lower bunk in the compartment opposite. It's been 10 minutes already. Are we going to eat? Kiri asked angrily. Okay, come down. Ronnie opened the bag and took out bananas, tomatoes, and bread. The girls started eating dinner, occasionally glancing at their new smiling neighbor. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the rest of his fellow travelers. A fat woman of about 40 was riding above him, opposite him. With his face turned to the wall lay a man who coughed loudly and frequently, and another upper berth remained empty. Cute, Kiri whispered and smiled at her sister. Ronnie hissed at her. Eat in silence. I'm thirsty. It's hard for me to swallow. There's no water. I told you not to drink it all, Ronnie sighed. Excuse me, I have some lemonade. Take it. The guy handed the girls a bottle of soda. Thank you, the younger sister, without unnecessary modesty, immediately poured the drink into a glass. And what is your name? Mukesh. And you? Where are you from? Ronnie was a little embarrassed and silent, but the sociable Kiri was glad to meet. We are from Jaipur. My sister is taking her college exam in a week. She wants to be a doctor, and so do I. Jaipur, a big city. I leave a little earlier. And what kind of doctor do you want to become? The young man looked at Ronnie. The girl, looking away, answered modestly,
A cardiologist, but I haven't decided for sure yet.
A loud cough from the man opposite interrupted the young people's conversation. The sick man stood up and walked quickly to the toilet.
It's been like this all day already. The whole carriage will be infected.
Kiri muttered angrily when the man walked away.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun night.
Mukesh chuckled. A few hours passed unnoticed, and the train was enveloped in darkness. Dim lights came on the ceiling of the carriage. Before going to bed, Rani went to brush her teeth and, as she walked between the compartments, she was surprised to see several passengers lying under blankets and shivering. Faint groans and coughs could be heard throughout the carriage. Returning to her seat, the girl wished Kiri good night and nodded affably to Mukesh. The guy reciprocated and quickly fell asleep. For a while, silence reigned in their compartment. Even the patient opposite lay silently and stopped coughing. Only Kiri could not fall asleep. She took out her tablet, put on headphones, and began to watch a movie. Suddenly, the carriage plunged into complete darkness. The conductors with flashlights walked along the corridor, arguing about something among themselves, and disappeared into another carriage. The girl heard fragments of their phrases about some burnt-out generator. Meanwhile, the train was picking up speed, rocking from side to side more and more. Kiri turned on the night vision camera on her tablet and began to amuse herself by watching the dark carriage. She was amused that no one noticed her, but she could see everyone. The girl pointed the camera at her new acquaintance, Mukesh. The boy slept carefree, breathing deeply. On the next shelf, a sick man stirred. The stranger rose abruptly and began to move his head, as if sniffing. For some reason, his silhouette seemed terribly frightening to the girl. She looked down at her sister, but Rani was already asleep, turned to the wall. Kiri pointed the tablet towards the neighbors and continued watching. The man froze when he came to. Mukesh turned over in his sleep, and the sick man, hearing a rustle, got up from the bunk and approached the guy. Suddenly, an oncoming train rushed past along the tracks, and the carriage became very noisy. At that moment, the stranger rushed at Mukesh and crushed him with his whole body. Kiri screamed in fear and heard the boy's groan. At that moment, a woman's scream was heard at the end of the carriage. "Help!" Frightened voices and fuss were heard in several compartments. A fuss and panic began. This happened all over the train. A large group of people got infected a day ago at the Mumbai airport, and, after changing trains, the infected people started attacking passengers almost simultaneously. The carriages, plunged into complete darkness, continued moving without stopping. Kiri, looking at the tablet screen, watched in horror what was happening around her. The infected opposite was fighting with Mukesh, but the guy, caught off guard, could not fight off the cannibal. "What is this? Kiri, where are you?" Rani's frightened voice came from below. "Get on my shelf, quick!" the girl whispered to her sister, watching a strange man move down the aisle toward them. Rani barely had time to get up before the infected man stopped a few meters away from the girls and began to sniff deeply. Kiri put her finger to her sister's lips and said in a barely audible voice, "Shh." The infected slowly walked forward. When he reached the sisters, he turned his head and stared at Kiri. The infected could not see his victims, but he instinctively sensed them. The girl curled up into a ball and did not move. Holding the tablet in front of her like a shield, she peered into the stranger's face. Hearing Mukesh's struggle with the second cannibal, the infected one turned away from the girls and pounced on the boy. The young man's muffled groan escaped his chest for the last time, and the cannibals began to feast. "What's happening?" Rani whispered in horror. "Infection. I recently read that this has happened in other countries. We need to get out." Kiri's words were interrupted by the sharp creaking of wheels. The emergency brake was pulled in one of the cars,
and the train began to brake sharply. Kiri hit her head on the wall and dropped her tablet, and Ronnie, unable to hold on, fell to the floor. The zombies and humans lost their balance, and the train descended into chaos. The sounds of a fight could be heard at the front of the car. One of the passengers was fighting 3 infected with a knife in his hand. The rest of the people were trying to open the locked doors to get out of the train. Kiri jumped down and began to bring her sister to her senses.
Ronnie woke up and winced in pain. Her right leg was broken.
Get up! Let's get out of here!" Kiri begged, not seeing the tears running down the wounded girl's cheeks. Ronnie tried to get up, but stepped on her broken leg, screamed, and fell back to the floor. At that moment, as luck would have it, a dim light came on in the carriage. The girls saw 2 infected approaching them. Ronnie overcame the pain out of fear and stood up. Kiri offered her a shoulder and the sisters began to move towards the exit. A small group of people cleared the beginning of the carriage of infected and helped the others get out. The girls had already walked halfway when a cannibal, who had come to his senses, jumped on them from the side. Kiri was thrown aside, and Ronnie found herself crushed by the cannibal's body. He pinned the victim down and sank his teeth into her wounded leg. The girl screamed, but this only lured more zombies.
"Help!" the little sister begged, watching as Ronnie was dragged into the side compartment. One of the cannibals rushed at Kiri and she closed her eyes, preparing for the inevitable. Suddenly, a man with a knife appeared in the cannibal's path. He plunged the blade into the infected man's neck and, grabbing Kiri in his arms, rushed towards the exit. "Wait! My sister is there! Save her!" But the man, without stopping, pushed forward until he reached the exit. The girl saw Ronnie wave her hand, as if saying goodbye to her sister. And then she disappeared under the bodies of the cannibals, devouring her. The surviving passengers scattered in different directions from the train, where the carnage continued. Some zombies, chasing their victims, also climbed out of the cars. Kiri, following her savior, ran along the tracks, trying not to trip over the sleepers. Tears blurred her vision and took her breath away, but she continued moving forward, feeling that she could not stop. Chapter 56. Under the Stars of Africa, Day 12 of the outbreak. Abdullah stood at his post and watched as privates carried several people on stretchers.
"There are 3 more sick people,"
said his partner, Farhad.
"Yes, 9 people were killed in one night. I told them not to drink water from that stream. That's why they caught the infection."
Abdullah and Farhad served in the Egyptian army. Their military unit was stationed on the border with the Kurdish Republic. 10 years ago, a civil war broke out in Sudan, and the country split into 2 camps. The rebellious northern territories separated and became known as the Kurdish Free Land, and later the Kurdish Republic. But since the rebel leaders only knew how to shoot and cause trouble, and knew little about economics, these lands became hotbeds of banditry and terror. The hungry population took up arms and, seeing no way out, attacked border villages of other countries. Egypt quickly responded to its aggressive neighbor and set up military bases along its entire southern border.
"What do you say about yesterday?"
Farhad muttered, yawning. "You mean the attack? They've gone completely mad. There's nothing to eat. They're swollen from hunger, so they're climbing up the embrasures with machine guns." "No, these others are much better organized. They even killed 5 of ours, and their weapons are more serious than the peasants. Apparently something is being prepared. There is a rich town right behind us, and the highway goes through where you can rob." Abdullah waved away the annoying insects. "Yes, if it weren't for us, there would be such a massacre within a radius of 100 kilometers. It's getting dark. I don't think they'll storm today. Their losses are normal after yesterday," Farhad said hopefully. "Maybe it was reconnaissance in force. Our 10 corpses were found in the bushes when it got light, and I counted about 30 shooting barrels at night. If they start pushing today, it's going to be hot. A third of the group fell ill with fever in a few hours. 20 people are on their feet and half of them are coughing." We need fresh forces. Have you sent a request for support to headquarters? Yes, 20 people and a mobile clinic are supposed to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Abdul cracked his knuckles, flexing his hands. The main thing is to survive the night. Bright stars lit up the African sky. The outpost, surrounded by invisible enemies, was preparing for a possible attack. Suddenly, several volleys flared up in the distance. Explosions were heard. Clods of earth and sand flew up. Abdullah cursed and responded with a burst of machine gun fire into the darkness. His partner shouted into the radio, transmitting coordinates for the artillery to fire. The guns on the towers fired, shooting towards the enemy. Silence fell. Searchlights illuminated the area.
Hit? Farhad asked uncertainly. I doubt it's that simple. Abdul, black as pitch, said through his white teeth. At that moment, a powerful explosion shook the base from the east wing. Screams were heard, a fire broke out, and several people were killed by shrapnel. Those bastards! Abdullah shouted. It was a diversionary maneuver. The main forces are on the side, fire to kill. There's a medical unit there, Farhad yelled. We can't use artillery. We'll kill our own. A large hole appeared in the base's fortifications. The bandits first sent a suicide bomber to the very walls, who detonated a bomb, and then concentrated all their forces in this direction and were about to break into the outpost. Farhad and Abdullah rushed to the eastern wing. Bring up the cars, cover the gap, give me the truck, the captain commanded. Evacuate the sick, the sick. The soldiers infected with an unknown fever were urgently transferred to another part of the base.
Their tent hospital was right on the line of fire.
Some were dragged on stretchers, some slowly walked on their own, holding on to their comrades' shoulders. Only 2 orderlies were taking care of the sick. All the fighters were busy defending themselves. The enemy had launched a frontal attack. The enemy's numbers were much greater than during yesterday's attack, and the rebels were more seriously armed. Farhad fired short bursts at the enemies running in the darkness. Suddenly, such a barrage of fire came from outside that the Egyptians were forced to take cover from the shots. A few minutes later, another explosion thundered. This time, a suicide bomber rammed the main gate with a car packed with explosives. The bandits had planned the operation well. They attacked simultaneously from different sides, and there simply weren't enough soldiers in the camp to cover the entire perimeter. The forces were unequal, and the attackers staged a real assault.
Bitches! How did you know there were few of us? Abdullah hissed. Do you think someone sold us out? Farhad asked, gritting his teeth in anger. If we survive, maybe we'll find out. All the fighters took up a circular defense, preparing for the last battle. The enemy could capture their base only at the cost of a lot of blood. In the noise of gunfire, no one even paid attention to the cries of the medics. Everything was mixed up. The soldiers concentrated on the external enemy, not realizing that there was also an internal enemy. The Russian professor left Africa several days ago, during which time the epidemic quickly spread across the continent. And now, a day after being infected with the Novosibirsk, the infected soldiers began to attack their former comrades. For the infected, they were now just food. When a medic was putting another sick man to bed, he suddenly woke up and grabbed him by the throat. The second medic was torn to pieces by 5 cannibals in a few minutes. 10 infected, hungry zombies attacked the defending soldiers from behind. Abdullah fired furiously, changing magazines. If you need ammo, go get it. I'll cover you, he said to Farhad. He quickly crawled over the sandbags. The partners were at the very front of the battle. Having retreated deeper into the base, the soldier did not immediately understand what had happened. His friend was sitting on top of the private and tearing pieces of flesh out of him. Hey! Farhad shouted. The cannibal turned around, baring his bloody snout. At that moment, Farhad saw out of the corner of his eye someone moving quickly to the right. The fighter turned, raised the barrel and fired a burst. 2 zombies, riddled with bullets, fell at his feet. Shaitan! What's going on? He didn't have time to finish the sentence, feeling a sharp pain.
One of the cannibals crept up from behind and sank his teeth into his neck. The machine gun fell from the soldier's hands.
The last thing Farhad saw was the wild face of his approaching friend, with his comrade's blood dripping from his lips. A few seconds later, the soldier's eyes were gouged out, and his face was being gnawed off. The enemies burst into the camp. Abdullah, with 2 wounds, lay on his back. Blood was oozing from his shoulder and leg. He waited to be finished off, not hoping for mercy. We somehow quickly surrendered the base. Where did everyone go? Was spinning in his head. Suddenly, the disfigured face of Varaha appeared above him. He stood there, oblivious to the enemies around him. Varak was one of the first to fall ill. What the hell is he doing here? Flashed through Abdul's mind. Suddenly, Varak growled and jumped on the fighter. Abdullah instinctively raised his good hand and grabbed him by the neck. The cannibal began waving his arms, trying to reach his eyes, his blows leaving deep scratches on Abdullah's face. He, enduring the pain, felt for the knife on his belt with the fingers of his left hand. The man's strength was leaving him, and the cannibal, following his instincts, tried to neutralize the victim by depriving him of sight. His fingers had already touched the wounded man's eyes. Another second, and the infected would have squeezed them out. Finally, Abdullah felt for the handle with his fingers. With the last of his strength, swung his shot hand and immediately screamed from the pain, piercing his entire body. The knife sank into the cannibal's head, and he collapsed, crushing the man from above. The soldier heard the enemies running around and finishing off the wounded. The bandits left no witnesses. But he didn't care anymore. He felt death. He smelled it above him. Abdullah closed his eyes and forgot himself. The new star had found another carrier. Chapter 57. Maternal Instinct. 2 weeks had passed since the Volapel. The epidemic was spreading in Rio de Janeiro at a tremendous speed. Individual cases, which the media did not even mention immediately, grew into a pandemic. At first, hundreds of patients with an unknown infection began to arrive at clinics. These people lived in different areas, did not know each other, but still had the same symptoms: high temperature, low hemoglobin, weakness, vomiting, fever. A day after the first murders and cases of cannibalism occurred, the authorities realized the danger of the situation. Soldiers in respirators patrolled the city. Cannibals were shot on the spot. Patients with similar syndromes were immediately taken to specially organized camps, more like prisons. There they were tied up, and even if a person fell ill for another reason, he had practically no chance of survival, and after a couple of days, he was infected with the new star from other infected people. Information about infections came from all over the world. It seemed that there was no patch of land protected from the new incurable disease. Anyone could be infected, from a janitor to a president. The governments of leading countries did not know what to do. No one had a cure. Scientists gave up. They only managed to roughly identify the virus. Most doctors themselves became the first infected. World science lost its best minds in a few days. Every day, the epidemic captured new cities and countries. During these difficult days, 10-year-old Lukash lay on his crib and coughed into his fist. His mother, Camilla, sat next to him, and tears welled up in the woman's eyes at the sight of her sick child. 10 minutes later, her husband, Gustavo, entered the hut. "The patrol just took 2 families from the neighboring street," he said, looking fearfully at his sick son. Lukash rolled over onto his side and began to cough even harder. "The temperature is I heard that they are declaring an evacuation. Everyone who is still healthy is being transported to another territory." "I won't leave him," the woman put her hand on her son's shoulder. The husband winced and nodded towards the door. The couple came out of their shack. Gustavo began to whisper something emotionally to his wife. The fever was gathering strength in Lukash's small body. He was no longer afraid. He didn't care. He saw the soldiers shooting at the crazed people. Before the boy's eyes, a neighbor had bitten his own 2 daughters to death until his wife chopped his head off with a machete. Then she, too, disappeared somewhere. Every day, someone died or became infected. Now, apparently, it was his turn. Lukasz recalled how 3 years ago he was bitten by a stray dog, and then he also became very ill. The boy was kept in the hospital for 3 weeks, where they gave him injections every day.
If he had been brought in a couple of days later, the child could have died of rabies. When Lukasz was discharged, the doctor said that now he could not be afraid of bites from mongrels. His parents were poor, lived in the favelas, and there was never enough money. The boy felt sorry for his mother the most. He knew that she was very afraid for him and cried at night. And now Lukasz heard how he and his dad were arguing. He could hear fragments of their conversation. They'll take him anyway. I won't give it up. And if it's a common illness, they won't look into it. People are dying by the hundreds. He will destroy us. We need to save ourselves. Leave? Get out yourself. Listen. There is no way out. We only have the night. I am his mother. There is no cure. He will recover. I believe. Lukasz's body trembled. His immune system was fighting the unknown virus with all its might. Finally, the parents returned to the hut.
The father looked at his child with a frightened and guilty look. A siren was heard outside. It was a patrol making its way to the house of another infected person, dispersing passers-by. But this time everything was different. A whole escort of trucks drove into their area. People in special clothing with respirators, gloves, and machine guns burst into every hut. Blood samples were taken from everyone who was caught and given a rapid analysis. Those who were healthy and wanted to evacuate were put in a truck with a white cross. If symptoms similar to the beginning of an infection were found, the person was taken and forcibly pushed into a truck with a red cross, where other unfortunate people were sitting and lying. This death motorcade did not reach the hut where Lukasz was lying by hundreds of meters. All the cars were packed to the brim, and the commander gave the order to leave. But several people with machine guns remained on the street to maintain order.
They'll come back. They'll come back soon, Gustavo whispered. They'll take us all away. Then do something. You're a man, Camila said angrily. Gustavo clasped his head in his hands and sat silently on the floor. He won't survive the night, the father suddenly muttered, as if Lukasz wasn't in the room. Camila's eyes flashed with fury. How dare you? He is your son. He can hear you. Lukasz closed his eyes. The illness had tired him out. He was falling asleep to gain strength. Several minutes passed, and the boy no longer heard his parents' conversation. We need to leave. Let's go to my uncle on the islands. They say there are no diseases there. He will shelter us, I'm sure. I will never abandon my son. We won't succeed with him. He's dangerous. He can attack us at any moment. After these words, Gustavo picked up the hammer lying in the corner and tightly gripped the handle, looking at the child. You wouldn't dare, Camila shouted, and blocked her son's bed. Get out! I won't let you near him! I'll do it quickly. We'll have more children, Camila. Step aside, her husband muttered, pleadingly. At such moments, the maternal instinct awakens hidden forces in a woman's body, and she becomes extremely dangerous. Having slapped her palm hard across his face, Camila knocked her husband to the floor. He dropped the hammer and looked up at her in shock. Get out of the house! Otherwise, I'll kill you myself! The wife picked up the fallen hammer and took a step forward. Gustavo backed away and ran out of the hut. Camila watched him go. He ran to the corner of the street, turned around, looked back one last time, and disappeared from sight. Having covered several kilometers, the man stopped to catch his breath,
and the howl of a siren from another motorcade was heard nearby. Gustavo rushed in the opposite direction, away from this howl. He was thinking about how to get to the coast faster and safer.
It was getting dark quickly in the favelas. The sun was setting behind the mountain. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him. The man stopped and looked around. The windows and doors of the nearby huts were boarded up. People had left this area en masse several days ago. There was a rustling sound behind him. The man turned around abruptly. Fear gripped his legs, but he found the strength to run on. About 300 meters away, Gustavo tripped over a brick, but managed to put his hand forward at the last moment and save his face. The man rose to his knees and saw that the skin on his palm was torn off and blood was oozing from a deep cut. There was a rustling sound ahead, and an infected man appeared from a narrow passage between the huts. Limping on one leg, the cannibal approached the wounded man. Gustavo stood up abruptly, grabbed a lying brick and threw it at the zombie. There was a dull thud, and the cannibal fell with a broken skull. The man exhaled with relief and shouted triumphantly, not noticing another danger. 2 infected had crept up on him from behind and pounced. Stunned by the blows, the man tried to crawl out and run away, but the cannibal's teeth had already sunk into his legs and body. Gustavo screamed, tears streaming from his eyes. He saw 5 more zombies shambling towards him from all sides. A minute later, they were all over him like ants on a wounded caterpillar. Unable to move, the man felt pieces of flesh being bitten off him, heard the joyful chomping and growling of his killers. He heard them until they bit off his ears. "Camila!" His dying cry echoed through the dead streets of the favelas, but no one heard it. Camila entered the house looking contemptuously at her husband as he ran away, sat down on the crib next to the child, and stroked his black hair. The boy was breathing heavily, his forehead was hot. The mother looked at the child, already mentally prepared for the worst. She scratched her shoulder, feeling a scar on it like a memory from childhood. As little girls, she and her sister were walking in the forest, found a wounded monkey, decided to bring it home and cure it. Camilla took the little animal in her arms, and it sank its teeth into her shoulder. The monkey turned out to be sick with rabies. The father, seeing his daughter's wound, said that it would pass, but her mother's sensitive heart sensed danger and, having collected the last of her money, she took little Camilla to the hospital. There, the child was diagnosed with the rabies virus in her blood and managed to cure her without serious consequences. The only thing left as a memory was this scar on her shoulder, which for some reason was now unbearably itchy. Putting the hammer nearby, the woman began to wait for dawn. The sun shone on the poor hut. Lukasz opened his eyes and turned his head. He saw his sleeping mother sitting next to him. The child had not eaten anything for the last 24 hours, and his stomach growled loudly from time to time. He felt hungry. "Mom, I woke up." The woman opened her eyes and, startled by surprise, looked at her son. "Are you hungry? We don't have anything?" Lukasz asked after looking around the room. Alarmed, she touched his forehead with her lips. His temperature was normal. The child was not coughing and felt well. "Virgin Mary, thank you." Camilla began to cry. At that moment, 2 armed men with weapons and wearing protective suits entered the house without knocking. "We need to take blood samples from you. Don't try to resist," said one of the soldiers. The second man, apparently a doctor, pulled out a small device and pressed it tightly to the vein in Camilla's arm. There was a click, and the woman winced slightly. The man, without moving, began to look at the indicator light on the device. The second one squeezed the machine gun tighter. 10 seconds later, a green light came on the blood tester. "It's clean. Now it's a baby." The doctor changed the needle and took a blood sample from Lukasz. Camilla, holding her breath, looked at the light bulb. "So, normal. These are healthy." Without wasting any more time, the medic left the hut. The soldier stayed and turned to the woman. "It's dangerous here. Every day there are more attacks, and fewer healthy people. We can evacuate you to a military camp, 200 kilometers from the city. There is food, water, medicine,
and protection there. The regime there is military, but it is better than staying here. Camilla nodded. We agree. Is there no one else with you?
No, we're alone.
The woman said after a second's pause, remembering her husband who had run away. A few minutes later, all three of them came out of the hut, and the soldier said to his partner, "These are healthy." Camilla and Lukasz got into the car with the white cross. The disease had retreated. They were safe. The maternal instinct had not failed. Chapter 58. German Pedantry. Albert Borisovich was in a hurry to get home. 2 weeks had passed since he left Novosibirsk. The epidemic was spreading even faster than the scientist had expected. According to news reports, the virus covered an entire region in a few days. 2 or 3 outbreaks were enough to achieve results. Things were going especially well in southern countries. Due to the high humidity and heat, the virus was carried by the wind, on the wings of insects and with flocks of birds. Across water and land, and then transmitted from person to person. Millions of new infected cells matured in each infected person. The moment for the pandemic was very well chosen. Most of the planet was experiencing hot weather. Even in northern latitudes, the beginning of summer was very warm. The epidemic followed the professor. Wherever he threw its seeds, it immediately sprouted and even outpaced its sower. As a result of globalization, humanity fell into a trap. Every day, thousands of people became infected in one place, boarded a plane or a train, and spread the virus across the planet. Gradually, airports, train stations, schools, shopping and office centers began to be closed for quarantine, then entire cities, and then countries. Trade stopped, the economy collapsed, governments did not know how to stop the epidemic. Everything happened very quickly. If yesterday, ordinary people were making plans for a vacation in 6 months, and ministers were forming a budget for a couple of years in advance, then in just 2 weeks the world turned upside down, and no one knew what awaited them tomorrow. Sometime after the first outbreaks of infection, a semblance of a civil war began in the countries, only much more terrible. Brother went against brother, son against father. And there could be no peace treaty. The infected forgot all their loved ones. They were led only by the call of hunger. Every day the army of zombies grew and gained new victories. The healthy population had no rear. There was nowhere to retreat. Out of despair, people committed suicide when they realized that there was no way out. 14 days after Albert Borisovich left Novosibirsk, he landed in Munich. Good old well-fed Germany had not yet experienced the horrors that were happening in Asia, South America, and Africa. Thanks to the advanced medical care in the most civilized countries, the epidemic was developing a little more slowly. Although the Germans were well aware of what they would have to face, the Bundestag cherished the chance to find an antivirus. Kaimovich decided to speed up the process of destroying the European Union. According to a well-established scheme, he received a box of Novaya Zvezda sent here in advance at the office of the transport company. Finding himself in the square next to the Munich Medical University, where students, employees, and ordinary citizens like to spend time, he carefully dropped the ampule. The glass vessel fell onto the cobbled area and broke with a ringing sound. "Sir, what are you doing?" The professor winced. He understood a little German, turned around and saw a policeman. "I forgive you," Albert Borisovich babbled, realizing that if he was arrested now and taken to the police station, it would be very difficult to get out of here. "It is forbidden to litter here. The fine for that is 230 euros, the patrolman continued sternly. "Excuse me, I have to remove. I accidentally. Awkwardness." The professor frantically recalled the German words, picking up the fragments of the ampule. The policeman watched him closely until not a single piece of glass remained on the pavement. "Damn Germans. In a week they'll be worse off than in 45, and they're watching so that you don't drop a candy wrapper on the street. What neat freaks." Albert Borisovich, holding back his emotions so as not to show these thoughts, smiled at the law enforcement officer. Yes.
I dropped everything is fine. I'm a tourist.
As Kaimovich threw the shards into the trash can, the policeman suddenly sneezed and stepped aside. A warm summer breeze was blowing. The virus was quickly spreading across the city. Classes had just ended at the university, and students and teachers left the building and went out into the square. The professor walked quickly to the robotaxi stand to go to the airport.
I'll be in Moscow in the evening. From there to the Urals, and straight home. Albert Borisovich was in a hurry. He needed to return to his homeland before the borders were closed. I'll break another ampule in the waiting room, and all of Germany will be plunged into darkness. Munich became the third major center of the spread of Novaya Zvezda in Europe. Chapter 59. The Way Home. When Kaimovich arrived in Moscow, the city had already been quarantined. The Russian government had introduced strict measures in the capital. It was almost a semi-martial law. None of the passengers were allowed off the plane, and everyone was languishing in anticipation of the unknown. About 30 minutes after boarding, several orderlies in protective suits came on board and took a blood test from everyone. 2 of them tested positive. The Novaya Zvezda virus had already entered their bodies.
Those infected from the flight were immediately sent to a clinic, and everyone else was taken to a military base located in the Moscow region. A local doctor said that if the virus was not detected in any of those present during further tests, then everyone would be released in 2 days. But until then, they would remain in quarantine. The people were indignant and shouting, but stern soldiers with machine guns quickly calmed the crowd. "Damn it! Now I'll be stuck in this quarantine for God knows how long," thought the professor, sitting in a cramped, stuffy room and absent-mindedly looking at the TV screen hanging on the wall. The evening news had begun. The main topic, as had been the case for the past few days, was the growing epidemic of an unknown virus. Suddenly, Kaimovich saw his name and photo in one of the stories. Albert Borisovich involuntarily shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. He had been put on the wanted list, and it was reported on a federal channel. The scientist even thought that several people sitting in the room were looking at him sideways. But this was just another manifestation of the professor's paranoia. People did not pay attention to him, discussing the news and going about their own business. "It looks like I'm facing a terrorism charge in addition to the lab theft case. One wrong move and they'll lock me up for life. But time is on my side. Their power will soon end," Kaimovich thought, scratching his fake beard. He had replaced his glasses with contact lenses, and he always wore a hat or cap that covered his face. So it was not easy to recognize Albert Borisovich in the new image. The fake passport that the scientist used during this trip had never failed him either. The police thought that the introduction of electronic passports would make their lives easier. But there were guys who, for a fee, would make a duplicate passport of some person without relatives and, most often, a specific place of residence. This person would miraculously evaporate, disappear, and the passport would remain. More precisely, only the name would remain, and the bioparameters in the document would be replaced with new ones. Then, through established channels, an employee of the Personality Registration Center would re-register the new person in a single database for a hefty bribe. Since, as a rule, various marginal people ended up in the role of name donor, no one was looking for such missing people. Several years ago, Albert Borisovich was introduced to one of these guides to the world of dead souls, and the professor agreed to pay a tidy sum for the opportunity to leave the country under a false name in the event of disgrace. These documents helped Kaimovich fly around the globe as a messenger of death, spreading infection across the planet. Having finished watching the news, the professor decided to get some fresh air and went outside, thinking about options on how to get home faster. It was a warm June evening.
There were many people walking around the base just like Kaimovich before going to bed. Idiots. By gathering people in one place, they infect the healthy even faster. Albert Borisovich walked slowly along the asphalt path through which the saxifrage grass was pushing its way. The scientist furtively watched the guards guarding the base, noticing a young guy with a simple-minded village face among the sentries. The man approached him and started a conversation. "Hello, I was absent from Russia for some time. What happened? They never really told us. They didn't tell us, so it's not allowed," the soldier said sullenly. "But still, we are not prisoners. Please tell us what you know. What is this disease that everyone is talking about?" "You are a representative of the authorities. I wanted to ask the doctor, but he left so quickly that I did not have time." The soldier looked at Kaimovich again, but with a different, less official look.
Things are bad. There are more and more sick people every day. It's like a plague, and everywhere, all over the world. The guy made circular movements in the air with his index finger. "And the medicine?" the professor asked, cautiously. "There is no medicine. I myself don't understand what the hell is going on. How is it possible? We were living, and suddenly there's some kind of epidemic, and there's no medicine. I think everyone is lying. There's either a terrorist attack or some kind of leak. Terrorist attack? Is that possible? Who knows? Anything is possible. The news has been talking about some professor of ours for the last couple of days, like he's to blame for everything." Another guess from the journalists. "And what? All this because of one person?" Albert Borisovich asked with sincere curiosity, his mouth slightly open. "It's complete nonsense. They probably found the culprit, and the press blew it out of proportion. There was simply an accident somewhere, or maybe a burial ground with an infection was opened. Some say that it all came from China. Now you can't figure out who's right and who's wrong. I hope this fuss will end soon. I demobilized 3 days ago. I was already planning to go home to Saratov, and then martial law was declared. All conscripts, to the bases, to guard you. Who are we guarding against?" The professor looked around. "Not you, but from you," the soldier grinned. "What?" "Well, I'm talking about the infected." At these words, the soldier made an angry face. "Explain. I don't know." "Uncle, did you come out of a cave or something? How is it that you don't know anything?" The soldier looked at the man with distrust. "Yes, I'm an ornithologist. I was on an expedition. I studied birds on the islands. I lived without communication for a month. It's the same all over the world. A person gets sick, like the flu. Cough, runny nose, fever, like usual. Well? Only very abruptly. He gets sick in the evening and the next day he gets up and attacks people. Are you violent or something? If only he was just a rowdy. Yesterday, 3 of those rowdy guys were taken away from here. They tore a man to pieces in that building and ate his flesh. This is simply awful. The professor shook his head. Yes, you can't imagine anything worse. I have a fiancé in Saratov. We're planning to have a wedding. She's already 6 months pregnant. She's been coming since my last visit. Every day is precious. We need to get married quickly. And then things get like this. Don't worry. I think everything will work out. We have very good medicine. Thank you, Uncle. You've consoled me. I'll probably take a walk here in the fresh air. Do you mind? You can on the territory, but not through the fence. They won't hit you to kill, but they can hit you in the legs. So don't joke around, Uncle.
But where would I, an old man, run? Albert Borisovich, deliberately hunching over and stooping, trying to appear older than he was, slowly shuffled along the path. Uncle, the demobilized soldier called out to him. Keep both eyes open, especially at night. Such things happen here. If anything happens, shout immediately. Kaimovich nodded. He understood the danger perfectly well, but so far he had not noticed any patients with pronounced symptoms of the new star on the territory of the base. If tomorrow passes calmly, and the virus is not found in me, then there is a chance that I will get out of here, the scientists thought with hope. There were no incidents at the base overnight. In the morning, repeat samples were taken from people, and some were immediately sent to a special block. Since Kaimovich's tests were normal, the professor was given a certificate and allowed to leave the reservation. "Hello, Uncle. Still alive?"
"Well, thank God," his demobilized friend from yesterday called out to him. "Yes, everything is fine. They gave me a certificate that I am healthy. And they finally signed my leave. Our shift arrived. Now to Moscow. And from there, home." "How will you travel to Moscow?" "Well, we have special transport." The soldier nodded towards the large truck in the back of which the soldiers were sitting. "Listen, soldier. Give me a lift to Moscow. I'm in a hurry." "Uncle, that's not allowed," the demobilized soldier answered, shaking his head and making a serious face. "Wait, you're planning to get married, aren't you? A wedding is an expensive affair. I can help." The professor took out some money, counted out several large bills, and silently, so that no one would see, thrust them into the soldier's hand. "What are you talking about, Uncle?" Take it. I really need it. Help me," the scientist said, almost in a whisper. "Okay, stay here." About 20 minutes passed. Albert Borisovich began to worry that the soldier had cheated him. He didn't feel sorry for the money. He knew that soon they would turn into ordinary paper money. Time was much more precious now. Finally, the soldier left the unit building with a bag in his hands. "Here, Uncle, try on the uniform. It should fit. Change around the corner so no one sees, and quickly to the car. I'll be waiting for you there." The professor pulled on his soldier's trousers and jacket and hurried to the truck. The soldier looked out of the back of the truck and helped the professor climb in. "Get in, Uncle, quickly! Otherwise, everyone will want it." The people are already angry. No need to add fuel to the fire. The people locked in quarantine were truly embittered. Many did not yet understand the full danger of infection. Even those who were formally released could not leave the base for Moscow. Only official transport went there. The military thought about how to bring and place people here, isolating them. But they had not yet taken care of how to send them back. A few hours later, Albert Borisovich was already in the capital. Moscow had changed dramatically. There were checkpoints at the entrance and in every district. Some streets were blocked with barbed wire. Soldiers with machine guns patrolled residential areas. Shots were heard periodically. And the faces of Muscovites became even more gloomy. Kaimovich was dropped off at a metro station and, having said goodbye to the soldiers, he got out of the truck. Having gone down into the subway, the professor squeezed into an overcrowded carriage and in half an hour reached the office of the transport company. The working day was already coming to an end. The scientist arrived just before closing time. "I need to pick up the parcel. Come tomorrow. The working day is already over," the clerk answered politely. Albert Borisovich angrily hit the counter with his fist. "Are you kidding me? It took me half a day to get to you. My plane leaves in 2 hours." The employee curled his lips in disdain and, clicking his tongue, rolled his eyes arrogantly. "Okay, what's the invoice number?" Having received a container with 3 ampules of the virus, Kaimovich barely restrained himself from smashing one of them into the clerk's face. Returning to the metro, Albert Borisovich sat down in the crowd waiting for the train. He bent down, as if to tie a shoelace, placed the ampule on the marble floor and, unnoticed by those around him, crushed the glass flask with the virus. Then, the scientist got into the train and headed towards Red Square. Having broken the second ampule near the mausoleum,
Kaimovich went to the airport, where he used the third capsule with the Novaya Zvezda. 2 hours later, Albert Borisovich flew to Yekaterinburg.
Within the country, a strict quarantine had not yet been declared in all regions, so this time everything went smoothly. The professor left the capital of the Urals on a high-speed train, dreaming of getting to his suburban laboratory as quickly as possible. A little over 2 weeks had passed since Kaimovich left his hometown and went off to commit terrorist acts all over the world. Before reaching Novosibirsk, the scientist got off at a small station in the suburbs and decided to make his way home by roundabout routes. Novosibirsk was the first to be infected and had already gone into martial law. Leaving it was prohibited, entering it was restricted. The military blocked the main highways, but they did not have the resources to control all the country roads. Getting off at a small station in the evening, Albert Borisovich saw neither police nor medical teams. Everyone had been pulled into the city. Walking towards the village, the professor noticed a man rummaging under the hood of a well-worn SUV. The car was so old that it didn't have a single solar battery or electric motor, but the Japanese badge was shining, and the technology of that time was much more reliable than today's.
Hello, I need to get to the city. Can you give me a lift?
The scientist asked intelligently.
To Novosibirsk? Are you crazy? I'll never set foot there. An entry is only possible with special passes.
The man firmly refused.
What happened? Are you from the moon? There's an epidemic all around. People are going crazy, attacking each other. Even in our village, they shoot cannibals every day. They say there's no cure for it. You have to go far away, where there's no one. It's better to go to the taiga, to live with bears. And that's safer than here.
The professor looked around. They were behind the garages on the outskirts of the village, and there was not a soul around except for the two of them. Is there something serious wrong with the car? Albert Borisovich asked curiously. She'll outlive me. I'll just change the oil and drive off, wherever my eyes lead me. There's no one left anyway. I see. Kaimovich nodded and walked away a few steps. The man stood with his back to him and wiped the spilled drops of motor oil from the engine with a rag. Albert Borisovich picked up a large piece of brick from the ground and coolly hit the stranger on the back of the head with all his might. There was a crunch. The man with a split skull fell dead in front of the car's wheels. The professor took the keys out of his pocket, closed the hood, threw the travel bag into the car, and got behind the wheel. Having started the car, he turned around and drove away from the corpse. Then he took out a sheet, looked at the road map, planned a roundabout route to his cottage, and stepped on the gas. Albert Borisovich was driving along a deserted country road when he suddenly heard a loud approaching noise. 3 helicopters, 2 ambulances, and 1 military flew quickly over him. How's my Dodge, I wonder? Did Andrey save it? And is he alive anyway? When I get there and get settled, I'll have to check on him, thought Kaimovich. Everything was going according to his plan. The reboot of humanity was in full swing. Soon, the whole world will plunge into the abyss of madness. It's time to invent a new world order and take power into our own hands. The professor already saw himself leading those few who survived, giving medicine to the desperate, and they elevating him to the level of God. A little more, and I will become their only hope, the scientist whispered tiredly. Albert Borisovich passed small villages where the epidemic was already in full swing, and ahead was a city where horrors were happening at every step, where people slept with one eye open, with a knife under their pillow, where not only the front doors were locked, but also the interior doors, where only policemen, doctors, and firefighters went to work, where fear and death had acquired absolute power. Chapter 60. Special Squad, Captain Stakhovsky, nicknamed Altayets, got out of the car. Their group was sent to one of Yekaterinburg's residential areas to
to clear the area of infected people. An order was given to eliminate all people infected with an unknown virus, causing uncontrolled aggression on the spot. Burn the bodies immediately after elimination. The Altayets was a commander of a 5-man group, a special forces soldier who had been serving under contract for the past 10 years. He had fought as a peacekeeper in Africa, the Caucasus, and Mongolia.
Stakhovsky had seen a lot during his years of service. But he still could not believe that he would live to see the days when he would run around his hometown with a machine gun in his hands and kill civilians. These were not armed enemy soldiers, but unarmed men, women, old people, and even children. And all of them had to be eliminated if they showed aggression. But why no one tried to cure them? That was what the captain did not understand. "Oleg, what route?" asked his partner Kolya, nicknamed Dead. They had served together for the past 3 years. Now, the fighters were standing at a large crossroads where their group had been dropped off. "The two of us are now walking along 40 years of October. Then turn right along Uralskik Rabochik to the intersection with Industry Street. Turn and return here." The Altai man looked at his 3 other colleagues. "Your task, guys, is to comb the courtyards. We move along the main streets. You clear everything inside the block, courtyard by courtyard. Do not take prisoners. Do not touch the healthy. Eliminate the infected. We meet at this same point. Keep in touch by radio. When we are done, we call the medics. They will help us burn the bodies."
Clear. Fulfill.
3 soldiers separated and ran lightly into the depths of the block. And as soon as they disappeared around the corner of the house, shots were heard. "Well, we've already stumbled upon it," Kolya said sullenly.
It's now harder to meet normal people on the streets than infectious ones.
The partners moved along 40 years of October Street, looking ahead. To their right were 14-story high-rises, and to their left were small 2-story houses. The street was deserted, despite it being midday on Tuesday. After the curfew was imposed, people had practically stopped leaving their homes even during the day, or when in groups of several people. At worst, to the store and pharmacy. Now there was only one grocery supermarket open in the area, but its doors were tightly closed, and there was a sign saying, "Knock 3 times before the seller would open the door." Suddenly, 4 people came out of the yard. 2 young guys, a man and a woman of about 40. The guys were holding baseball bats in their hands. The man was armed with a large kitchen knife. Looking at the soldiers, the people quickened their pace and knocked on the door of the store. A few seconds later, the whole company disappeared inside, and the seller immediately locked the door with a key. Altayets and Dead peered into the windows of the houses, fearing that the cannibals might jump out and attack from above. But everything was surprisingly quiet and calm. Finally, the first infected appeared from the gateway. 2 women in bloody dresses. One of them had a broken arm, which dangled unnaturally. The infected did not notice the soldiers, turned their backs to them, and silently walked forward, shuffling their feet. Dead took aim, but the captain raised his index finger, indicating, "Don't shoot." Suddenly, a stray dog jumped out in front of the women and started barking at them. The zombies quickly rushed at the prey, but the dog dodged and ran away, barking at the whole area. Behind the mongrel, another infected appeared from behind a truck, parked on the side of the road. The dog did not notice him. The infected grabbed the dog by the hind legs, lifted it off the asphalt, and brought it down with a swing. A slap and a weak, short squeal were heard. The mongrel's skull cracked,
and the infected sank his teeth into the still warm victim. At that moment, 2 infected women ran up, grabbed the dog by the front legs, and pulled it towards themselves. The fight for the prey began. In less than a minute, they tore the animal apart and began chewing the meat, spitting out tufts of fur from their mouths. Their meal was interrupted by the Altai. A short crackle of a machine gun was heard, and one burst mowed down all 3 infected. The soldiers moved on, convinced that no one was left alive in this bloody mess. Having reached the intersection with Aralsky-Kurabochik Street, the fighters did not encounter any more healthy or infected people. But from the courtyards where the rest of the group was working, shots were heard more and more often. The partners turned right and saw 3 cannibals at once who were devouring a recently killed person. Grandfather pulled the trigger. The bullets tore 2 of them in the back and hit the 3rd in the head. 2 more cannibals immediately appeared from the gateway at the sound of the shots. They rushed at the soldiers so quickly that Altayets and Grandfather managed to stop them only 20 meters away.
"It's getting hot," said Kolya, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "These are the fastest of all that we have ever encountered," Stakhovsky said worriedly. "Maybe you were track and field athletes in a past life. Anything is possible. I am not surprised by anything anymore," the captain answered, as always, seriously. The sun was at its zenith. The temperature outside was about 30 degrees, and there was not the slightest breeze. Soldiers in bulletproof vests and special clothing, sweating, tried to move in the shade of houses. Stakhovsky turned his head and saw that at least a dozen infected were approaching them from behind. The infected were wandering around separately, stretched out along the street for several dozen meters. Grandfather knelt down on one knee. Altayets opened fire while standing. Suddenly the radio hissed, and Vitaly Topoliev's voice was heard. "Captain, we're cornered. Roma's killed, Kostya's wounded. We're in the yard behind the school. There's about 50 of them coming at us."
Got it. We'll be there now.
Altayets shouted into the radio. The captain looked at the navigator. The school was at the other end of the block.
Let's retreat quickly. Our people are trapped.
The fighters ran forward, pursued by a group of cannibals. Dead shot back on the move and fell behind a little. Altayets glanced back at him, and out of the corner of his eye noticed a shadow flash from around the corner. The infected suddenly appeared, jumped on Stakhovsky and knocked him down. The captain fell to the asphalt and felt the cannibal fall on top of him. The zombie grabbed the commander's thumb, but the next second he received a butt to the temple from Dead, who had arrived in time. The infected did not lose consciousness and managed to get to his knees before he received a bullet to the forehead. The Altai man clenched his bitten hand into a fist. There was almost no blood, but for some reason the wound stung like nettles. "Forward," the captain commanded. The men continued running and broke away from the crowd of cannibals. Ahead of them, the bursts of machine gun fire were getting louder. The partners jumped over a small fence and found themselves on the school grounds. Running around the building, the fighters saw a crowd of zombies at the wall of the building. The soldiers were nowhere to be seen, and the shots no longer sounded. There were so many infected that it was impossible to see anything from behind their backs. Only when he ran closer did Stakhovsky see one of the cannibals gnawing on a bloody hand. Their comrades were torn to pieces and eaten alive. The commander had never seen anything like this, even in the war in Africa. Altayets and Dead opened up with a barrage of fire. The zombies were so carried away by the feast that they did not notice the new people. The infected were an easy target, and every bullet hit the target. The cartridges ran out almost simultaneously. At that moment, several dozen cannibals appeared from the other side of the schoolyard, attracted by the sound of gunfire. The captain and his partner found themselves surrounded. While they were reloading their machine guns, precious time and distance were rapidly melting away. With each passing second, the crowd of infected tightened the ring around the new victims. The Altai man inserted the magazine, and more shots rang out. Bullets flew out of the barrels like angry wasps,
and mortally stung the approaching zombies. The cannibals, not noticing their wounds, continued to desperately advance until the lead pierced their hearts or brains. Even with their limbs torn off, they crawled toward their target. The corpses fell 10 steps from the soldiers, then 5, then practically at their feet.
The fighters stood back to back. It was no longer possible to fire accurately. They fired in front of themselves just to hold off the attack and gain time to find a way to retreat. People did not expect that there would be so many enemies. Just 2 days ago, 15 people were eliminated during the cleanup here, and now they were surrounded by hundreds. Altayets saw how Dead stopped shooting. He ran out of bullets, and he simply did not have time to reload. Kolya hit the nearest infected in the head with the butt, blocked the blow of the second, kicked him in the stomach, and jabbed the barrel into the throat of the third. His partner fought hand-to-hand like a lion, but there were too many jackals. Dead missed a blow, and in a second he was covered by a swarming mass of hands and teeth. A furious cry rang out. Altayets fired the last burst at the backs of the infected, tearing apart his partner. Suddenly, Stakhovsky felt a sharp pain in his spine. The machine gun fell from his hands, and a few seconds later he could no longer move under the weight of dozens of hungry cannibals. Chapter 61. General Headquarters. If scientists had quickly developed an antivirus, the authorities would have had time to prevent the epidemic. But Albert Borisovich, with his crazy genius, gave them a problem they could not solve, and time was their main enemy. With each passing day and even hour, the infection was gaining strength. It was growing like a crown fire in a forest during a strong storm. People chaotically evacuated from infected cities in search of a safe place, but in doing so they only helped the virus spread even faster. Lev Nikolaevich sat in his office and received hourly reports on the development of the epidemic in the country. These reports were more reminiscent of frontline reports: wounded, dead, captured cities. The president felt that he was losing control of the situation. The reports from the heads of emergency headquarters in cities all over Russia were one worse than the other. Khabarovsk. Over the last hour, 2,512 more infected people have been registered. The Navy is involved in eliminating the cannibals. Irkutsk. 78 police officers died in clashes with cannibals. The number of victims among the population cannot be counted. At the moment, 17,532 infected people have been registered. 5,350 people have died. Krasnoyarsk. A curfew has been imposed since 2000. 2 southern districts have been cordoned off by police and the army. Armored vehicles are deployed in the city. Over the past 24 hours, 5,438 people have died. The number of infected has doubled. Omsk. Hospitals are overcrowded. There is a shortage of medical personnel. Residents are urgently leaving the city. Due to car accidents on the way out, traffic jams for several kilometers have formed. Novosibirsk. The number of infected among the military and police is rapidly growing. Riots have begun. Looters are rampant. There was an accident in the telecommunications center. Cellular communications and the internet are not working in the city. It is not yet possible to eliminate the accident. Yekaterinburg. The mayor and several people from the administration have been infected. Contact with the governor has been lost. Power in the city has passed to the head of the headquarters for the elimination of emergency situations. In clashes with infected people, 39 soldiers and police officers have died in the last 24 hours. The number of civilian casualties cannot be determined. Kazan. Residents are prohibited from using cars so as not to impede the movement of ambulances and special equipment. You can only move around the city with your hands raised. Rostov-on-Don. Over the past hour, the police have cleared 2 districts.
More than 3,000 cannibals have been killed. Among the personnel, 35 people were killed. 19 were seriously injured. Tula. The governor ordered the nuclear power plant to be shut down and frozen, as 80% of the operating personnel were killed, infected, or missing. The city has introduced an energy-saving regime, with electricity being turned on for the population for 2 hours a day. Arkhangelsk. Cannibals are being tracked down and shot from helicopters. A decision has been made to use all ships in the port to evacuate the healthy population to the coastal zone. St. Petersburg. The city is short of food. Federal highways are blocked. Chaos on the railway. People are evacuating the city to Scandinavia on their own. Moscow. The city is paralyzed. The roads are clogged with abandoned cars. Public utilities are not working. Part of the population went to the metro to escape the epidemic, but the virus got there too. According to the police, thousands of corpses with bite marks were found at 7 stations today. More than 12,000 infected people have been destroyed. Army units have been brought into the city. There is a shortage of respirators. Reading these reports, Lev Nikolaevich clutched his head. Cities were paralyzed. Roads were clogged with cars. Rail transport was not regulated. Airplanes flew only on urgent flights ordered by the army or government. Every day, thousands of people died across the country. An unknown virus was spreading like a hurricane. There was no vaccine against it, and no one had yet managed to develop one. The best minds in medicine and science themselves turned into cannibals, or were killed by them. New outbreaks of infection broke out daily. Cities sank deeper into chaos and anarchy. Pogroms and looting began. Martial law was declared throughout the country, but it helped little. The virus raged in the army and police. There were not enough soldiers, not enough people. Hospitals were filled with the infected and wounded. Doctors died like flies or ran away wherever their eyes looked. Enterprises, factories, power plants stopped. Trade ceased. It was a shortage of food, water, and medicine. In many cities, corpses lay in the streets, and there was no one to clean them up. Due to the hot weather, epidemics of cholera, typhus, dysentery, and plague were at risk of breaking out. But the main problem remained the incurable virus, against which the last forces were thrown. Lev Nikolaevich called an urgent meeting. All the ministers, military personnel, and leading scientists of the country who were still alive gathered in the conference room. Each of those present wore a respirator. The deputy head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs reported on the situation in the cities that had been most heavily infected. Scientists and doctors reported that they had not yet been able to develop a stable formula for the antivirus. Doctors noted that there were not enough drugs. It was impossible to bring them in, and constant power outages were disrupting experiments.
Lev Nikolaevich, there was an accident at a nuclear power plant in Magadan. There is no one to eliminate it or evacuate people. We have lost the city and the district. We have 30 more such nuclear power plants around the country. The situation with them is similar. They need to be shut down. And immediately, the Minister of Emergency Situations concluded his report. Then we won't have any energy at all. The commander of the headquarters intervened. It is necessary to demothball old diesel power plants. Several hydroelectric power plants are still operating, but they also lack people. The danger of man-made disasters is simply terrifying.
Shut down the nuclear power plant, the president commanded, and activated a large touchscreen on which cities were marked with red dots on the map. Here is the plan for protecting the population. Take all the living to specially designated areas. We need to create evacuation centers throughout the country. There are not enough people. All resources need to be concentrated in one place. Withdraw the soldiers from the border. They are needed here.
Otherwise, there will soon be nothing to protect. But, Lev Nikolaevich, we can't leave the borders completely unattended. That same China will flood into us. The gray-haired general shook his head. China is dying at the rate of 10 million a day. Block the roads to Khabarovsk and Vladivostok. Even if someone crosses the border, they will have to wander through the taiga. All the soldiers, to the cities, and let the robots control the border from the air. I need healthy people.
The entire country should be concentrated in 20 main centers: Vladivostok, Khabarovsk, Irkutsk, Chita, Novosibirsk, Krasnoyarsk, Tomsk, Omsk, Yekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk, Kazan, Rostov-on-Don, Nizhny Novgorod, Krasnodar, Astrakhan, Yaroslavl, Perm, St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kaliningrad. The president marked green dots on the map of the country. Give the entire population the command to gather in these cities. Send all resources there. We cannot stretch the front line across the entire country. These are our points of concentration. If we find a cure, they will become growth points in the future. And if not? The president looked at the gray-haired general. It was clear that he was no longer worried about himself, but there were still children and grandchildren whom the old man wanted to save. This is the second part of our meeting, the president replied. Is everything clear on the first question? The chiefs of staff nodded in unison.
Gentlemen scientists, I won't keep you any longer. Get to work. All resources will be at your disposal. Everything we can at the moment. All hope is on you.
Several people stood up and left the room. Silence fell. Lev Nikolaevich continued. Now, regarding Plan B, Alexander, voice it. The first mate stood up and walked over to the interactive map where the president had been standing a few minutes earlier. Here are our secret government bases in case of war or global catastrophe. Several dots appeared on the map. Moscow, St. Petersburg, the Black Sea region, the Urals, Siberia, Altai, the Far East. They have a water condensation system, autonomous air circulation, a supply of food, medicine, and other necessary things for autonomous existence without contact with the external environment. They are serviced by full-time personnel. We have taken all measures to prevent the virus from getting there, but it is possible to get into them only by taking a test right before the threshold to the center. If there is even the slightest danger of an infected person getting inside, that person is not allowed. And it doesn't matter what post he holds, gentlemen, even the presidential one, added Lev Nikolaevich. Absolutely right. According to our calculations, if the epidemic continues to progress at the same rate, the evacuation of the most important people in the state and their families will take place in 7 to 10 days. By that time, control over the country will be completely lost. Or rather, there will be nothing to control. What about other states? What are they? Asked the general. They are no better, answered Chernov, took a sheet from the table and read. In the USA, 12 million people have died since the start of the epidemic. More than 1 million are infected every day. Contact has been lost with the governments of most South American countries. The fire of the epidemic is raging in Europe. Every day, troops shoot thousands of infected, but this does not help. Africa and the Middle East are engulfed in chaos. The leaders of the largest countries in these regions are dead. In China, too. Death, epidemic, and chaos. Everywhere. We must prepare for the worst and maintain discipline. Each of you will receive clear instructions in the event of the activation of the Salvation Plan. The number of people you can take with you is strictly limited. This will be announced later. I have finished, Mr. President. As you can see, gentlemen, the situation is like during a war. Only our enemy is not external, but internal, invisible, and unfortunately, invincible for now. Therefore, we all need to work and pray. A miracle is very much needed now, Lev Nikolaevich summed up. The military and officials left in a depressed mood.
Many had already lost loved ones and were waiting for their turn. Even the bravest warriors were giving up. Only a handful of people in the president's entourage continued to truly believe in the best and fight. At the very beginning of the epidemic, the president's wife became infected. He was on a business trip at the time and did not see how it happened. His wife infected her daughter, but his son escaped infection. Lev Nikolaevich ordered his wife and daughter to be placed in cells in the laboratory of the medical center in the Kremlin. Doctors administered them all possible vaccines, but nothing helped. Sometimes the president would go into the laboratory and look at his family for a long time through protective plastic. They were already different people, having nothing in common with those he loved. But he was still drawn there. And now, after the meeting, he planned to visit them for a short while, but Alexander said that there was urgent information and a decision had to be made. The president, the advisor, and the chief of the military staff remained in the office. The three of them.
Lev Nikolaevich, Chernov began. According to our information, many infected are moving from the Moscow region to the capital. There are no normal people there. According to preliminary estimates, there are more than 2 million cannibals. As reconnaissance from satellites, which we have not yet lost, shows, the infected are purposefully moving to the capital. Perhaps these creatures sense that there is life left here, and for them, food. I understand the scale of the threat. What are you getting at, Alexander? We need to use nuclear weapons to stop them. The chief of staff answered for the advisor. There was a pause. The president looked at the interactive map of the motherland. The hotbeds of the epidemic were marked with red spots, and they were getting bigger every day. Nuclear? He finally asked. Yes, Chernov nodded. We can barely hold back those who are in Moscow. Every day there are more of them, and fewer of us. We don't have enough people to block all the entrances to the capital to hold back this army. If several million more individuals from the Moscow region invade here, we won't be able to hold out. The advisor said the last words in a completely lost voice. But if nuclear weapons are used, Moscow will also come to an end. The soldier nervously drummed his fingers on the table and quietly but clearly explained. We use low power charges. The radius of destruction is 1 kilometer. The area of radioactive contamination is only 3 kilometers. The beasts come in several groups. 5 or 6 charges will be enough to stop them, at least most of them. Are you suggesting launching a missile strike on your own country? The interlocutors responded to the president's question with silence, the meaning of which was easily guessed. But there are still living, normal people in this territory? Lev Nikolaevich stood up and began to walk in front of the map, folding his hands behind his back. There is, but not much. Something needs to be sacrificed, Alexander said coldly. They need to be warned. How long do you think it will take for the infected to reach the capital? In 2 or 3 days, but we must meet them at a distance so as not to receive a dose of radiation ourselves, the chief of staff warned. Print out leaflets immediately. Scatter them from a helicopter across the cities and roads of the Moscow region. Issue a message to all the media that remain. In all, 24 hours. In 40 hours, I will order a strike against the cannibals on the approaches to Moscow. And the president's words were drowned out by the alarm signal. What the hell? The chief of staff croaked. Alexander took out his radio. Security, do you come in? Why the alarm? Report. A faint rustling sound came from the radio speaker, and a voice was heard.
There is an emergency in the laboratory. The door is locked. Communication with scientific personnel has been interrupted. Do nothing until I arrive, the president said dryly and hurried out of the office.
The chief of staff and his assistant followed him. The men descended 2 floors underground into a specially equipped bunker. There was a laboratory there, where a small group of scientists were trying to develop a cure. Lev Nikolaevich, Alexander, and the chief of staff approached the door leading to the laboratory. The door was locked, and 10 armed soldiers stood near it. "What happened?" asked the president. "The automatic emergency warning system has been activated. The door to the laboratory has been locked. We are awaiting your orders." The military man looked at the chief of staff. "Lev Nikolaevich, we need to study the data from the surveillance cameras before opening the door."
Chanov intervened.
A few minutes later, the men were watching the video recording of the incident. At first, everything was as usual. The scientists were doing their work, and the infected were in the cells. Suddenly, darkness fell. A minute later, the cameras turned on again, and the president and his assistants saw the infected devouring the helpless scientists. One of the doctors tried to get out, but the doors were already blocked. Lev Nikolaevich recognized his wife and daughter among the cannibals, who were gnawing the hands of one of the virologists, the same one who had taken part in the meeting less than an hour ago, and to whom the president had promised to provide all the resources to work on the antivirus. "This is the end. Our last hope of developing a vaccine died in this laboratory," Lev Nikolaevich said in a low voice, and turned away from the monitor. "Call the technical workers. We need to find out why the doors to the cells with the infected opened." Alexander gave the order, looking at the soldier. A few minutes later, the soldier returned with 2 bunker life support system personnel. "What happened? How did the infected people end up free? Why was the entrance door to the laboratory blocked?" the president asked those who entered. "One of the scientists came up to us and said that you had ordered that the laboratory be provided with uninterruptible power. They were planning some important experiment. I replied that I could do it in an hour, but he started demanding that I solve the problem as quickly as possible. So I had to de-energize the laboratory to connect it to the power system of our mini reactor. But the electricity has been cut off before. We've had power outages, but everything was fine." The chief of staff was perplexed. "That's true," the engineer sighed. "Only the interruptions were due to the general city power system. And the chambers in which the infected were located were immediately on uninterruptible power from the reactor." "Then I don't understand even more why the electric locks on these cameras opened." Alexander shook his head. The engineers looked at each other, and the eldest of them timidly continued. "In order to fully provide the laboratory with uninterruptible power supply and synchronize everything, we had to disconnect it from all sources, including the reactor, for just a minute. It was a temporary scheme. We were rushed. If we had been given a day, this would not have happened." The second engineer justified himself. "It turns out that you de-energized the laboratory along with the cameras, so the infected got out to freedom. And when the power was restored, the security system received a signal that the infected cameras were open and blocked the exit to isolate the compartment. The scientists were trapped, one-on-one with the cannibals, and everyone died," Chernov thought out loud, trying to reconstruct the picture of events. "We were just doing our job," the senior engineer muttered. "Work? Because of your work, all the scientists died," exclaimed the chief of staff. "They told us. We did it. It's not our fault that there wasn't a single guard in the lab," the second technician snapped. "What? Stop it. It doesn't matter anymore." Lev Nikolaevich interrupted the escalating conflict. "It's all over." The president understood that the last hope of saving his wife and daughter had died along with the scientists. Now they and the other test subjects were no longer needed, which meant they had to be eliminated before anyone else died.
"I need a special suit and a weapon." Lev Nikolaevich looked at Alexander and then at the general.
"It's risky," the advisor shook his head.
"This is an order, not a request."
A few minutes later, a group of Special Forces soldiers stood with the president near the door leading to the laboratory. Everyone else had left the wing. Before entering, the platoon commander gave his final instructions. "Everyone has received instructions. Fire to kill." He turned his gaze to the president and added, "Except for 2 targets. On my command. 3, 2, 1. The soldiers unlocked the door and rushed inside. Shots were heard. Lev Nikolaevich, as if in slow motion, saw how the bullets pierced the cannibals' bodies, shot through their heads, and they fell dead. He looked for only 2 people with his eyes, and the first one he saw was his daughter. She was running straight at the soldier, fearless, furious, unstoppable. The Special Forces soldier, having assessed the threat, kicked her in the chest, knocking her to the floor. The fighter immediately pressed his foot on her neck so that the girl could not get up, and continued shooting, standing in place. 2 more soldiers grabbed the thin creature that had once been Lev Nikolaievitch's wife. The virus had changed her beyond recognition. Instead of hair, some dirty clumps stuck out of her head. Her skin was cracked. Wounds and abrasions did not heal, but slowly rotted. The soldiers pushed the woman onto her stomach and held her so that she only violently shook her head, unsuccessfully trying to bite someone. Lev Nikolaevich came close to his wife and knelt down next to her. Looking at her face disfigured by illness, he remembered their first date, the kiss, the wedding, the birth of their children, all the sorrows and joys they had experienced together. The man gently stroked his wife's head goodbye and shot her in the back of the head.
Having said goodbye to his wife, the president approached his daughter. The soldier was still holding the girl with his foot. Lev Nikolaevich covered her eyes with his palm and shot her in the forehead. It took a little over a minute to clear the lab, and the same fateful minute that happened a little earlier took away the president's last hope for saving his loved ones. While his wife and daughter were nearby, albeit infected but still alive, it seemed that not all was lost. After all, there were people who were trying to find a vaccine, and now there were neither of them. Lev Nikolaevich left the lab with one single thought. We have lost. There is no way out. Chapter 62. Action Plan. Several more days had passed since the friends had settled in the laboratory. Meanwhile, Novosibirsk had fallen into complete anarchy. The number of infected people exceeded the number of healthy people. The government sent troops to cleanse the city, but this did not help stop the infection.
The number of victims was already in the tens of thousands. There were not enough living people to bury the dead. The corpses were simply dumped in heaps, doused with flammable liquid, and set on fire. The entire city was suffocated by the smell of burnt human flesh. But many more dead bodies remained lying in the streets under the scorching summer sun. In the heat, the bodies quickly swelled and decomposed, emitting a nauseating smell that attracted crows and other scavengers. The disease affected everyone, from homeless people to businessmen and city officials. At first, people left the city to escape the virus, but when it became known that the infection was spreading all over the world, panic gripped even the most resilient. Church bells rang, but soon there was no one to ring or pray. Every day, fires broke out in the city that no one put out, and people died that no one treated. Leaving home alone was suicide. Death awaited at every step in the form of zombies or brutal criminals and marauders. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Research Institute, a small group of people felt relatively safe. Lena had fully recovered, and daily blood tests showed that the girl's body had not only cleared itself of the Novaya Zvezda, but had also been able to cope with diabetes with its help. Dodge's immune system had also fought off the virus, and without the help of a vaccine, which became the subject of detailed study by Masha and Andrey. Scientists continued to try to develop an antivirus formula on their own, but they lacked the resources and the crazy genius Albert Borisovich. During yet another experiment, the lights went out, and the office was plunged into evening darkness. Well, there won't be a movie. The electricity's gone, Andrey muttered, dropping his hands. Maybe a machine gun went out somewhere, Ivan suggested.
No, there's not a single light shining in the area, Katya answered, looking through the window at the dark, gloomy silhouette of the city. Well, it was predictable, but I didn't think it would happen so quickly, Kuznetsov sighed, getting up from the table. Darkness is the friend of youth. The cheerful Max perked up. Maybe we'll have dinner then? Guys, we have almost no food left and only one bottle of water, said Katya, quickly examining the meager provisions. I'm not really hungry, actually, Lena shrugged. I want to, but it's better to leave the food until the morning. Breakfast is more important than dinner, Vorobyov suggested. Since there was nothing special to do, the friends decided to go to bed early so they wouldn't be so hungry. But lying in the dark, they continued to toss and turn and talk. What if they don't turn on the lights tomorrow? Katya whispered. Electricity is just the beginning. If the infection is not stopped, there will be no light, no water, no heat, for a very long time.
Andrey answered.
I haven't lived without the internet for so long, and if everything else doesn't exist,
Lena said sadly.
Without electricity and food, there's no point in us sitting in the lab,
Said Masha, clinging to her husband.
Well, at least the walkers can't get to us here.
Al noted, remembering the attack in the store.
Let's go to sleep. We'll think of something in the morning,
Ivan muttered, and rolled over onto his side. Everyone fell silent, left alone with their thoughts. Only Dodge wandered around the offices, upset about the lack of dinner. But soon he, too, lay down on the floor near Max's feet and began to snore quietly. In the morning, people were awakened by the roar of an engine coming from the street. Ivan was the first to get up, and rubbing his eyes, went to the window. The noise was getting louder, but its source was not yet visible.
Max joined Ivan and, yawning, muttered, Is this a sports car? All the walkers in the city will come running to see it now. At that moment, a motorcycle appeared in the street, which was clearly visible from the third floor of the laboratory. Andrey, Masha, and the others had already approached the window, and the whole company began to watch what was happening with interest. The motorcycle raced 100 meters with a terrible roar. But at the crossroads, several infected ran out to cut it off. The man tried to go around them, sharply turned the steering wheel, but was unable to cope with the control and crashed into a lamppost. The motorcyclist fell on the asphalt and somersaulted over himself. After lying motionless for a few seconds, he raised his head and tried to get up. The helmet protected him from a quick death, but unfortunately, the man broke his leg and could not get up. The motorcyclist tried to crawl away, but the zombies quickly surrounded him. Lying on his back, he fought off the cannibals with his hands and healthy leg. The helmet and protective suit were too tough for the cannibals, but they furiously beat their victim, stunning him with many blows. Poor guy. It would have been better if he had died right away, said Andrey, looking at the stranger's desperate attempts to save his life. Maybe we'll have time to help him? Max asked, looking at Ivan. It's too late, we can't get through, the cosmonaut replied, pointing at the zombies that were appearing from all the surrounding streets and forming a tight ring around the wounded man. Meanwhile, the motorcyclist was rapidly losing strength, and finally, one of the infected tore his helmet off. Long chestnut hair fell over the shoulders of the unfortunate woman, and her friends heard her last pitiful cry. Poor thing. So it's a girl. How terrible. Katya turned away, unable to look any longer. The zombies swarmed around the victim's body and began tearing it apart. In a few minutes, it was all over. The friends walked away from the window in a depressed mood. As they had just discovered, the city had become even more dangerous overnight. What are we having for breakfast? Ivan asked sadly. Well, that's all, Katya said, putting the rest of the food on the table. Not much. I'll have to make a foray for food today, Kuznetsov muttered, biting his lip. So what's the point of coming back here? Especially since there's no light, the cosmonaut clicked the switch. And sooner or later, the water will be turned off, Masha added. Andrey didn't answer, and began to chew a slice of cereal with a thin layer of pâté, which Katya had carefully spread for him. I think that in that supermarket where we met, all the food was already stolen. There were already some leftovers. We need to find another place, said Max, opening the last pack of salted peanuts.
Finding food, I think, is not the biggest problem. It will be more difficult to carry it back. After all, we all saw what was happening on the street, cans on every corner. Ivan finished his portion and, shaking his hands, returned to the window. That's true, Lena sighed. Max scratched his head and, ruffling his hair, suggested, Let's go to Mega Mall? There's a big supermarket and a bunch of shops where you can find somewhere to stay. Good idea, but let's not drive but walk, and preferably at night. It's dangerous even by car during the day. The streets are clogged, the infected will surround us in no time. Ivan nodded. Okay, let's wait until the evening. Maybe they'll turn on the electricity. We still haven't been able to make the vaccine. Andrey threw an empty tin can into the trash can with displeasure. A vaccine is a good thing. But every day, there are fewer and fewer people it can help, and more people who want to eat us. Vorobyov turned a cold scalpel in his hands. We need to find normal weapons, comfortable clothes, shoes, all sorts of things for survival. By the way, there's a hunting store in Mega Mall. Max perked up. And there are a lot of clothing stores, Lena added modestly. After some discussion, the friends unanimously decided to go to the mall at night. They discussed a rough route and detours in case the streets were clogged with infected people. With each passing hour, people were getting more and more hungry, and time, as luck would have it, was dragging on extremely slowly. Lunch, which the friends did not have, passed. Then a few more hours, and the sun began to lazily sink toward the horizon. Andrey watched as one of the infected below concentratedly sniffed the dead brothers they had thrown out of the window. The scientist spat on the zombie from above, but it didn't notice anything and began licking the remains of the brains off the asphalt. It's better to die than to become such a freak, Max said with disgust, sitting on the windowsill and spitting after Andrey. Don't talk about death. You'll just crow, Lena hissed at her brother. By the way, can these zombies die a natural death, like from old age? Owl asked Andrey, not paying attention to his sister. I haven't seen a single one of them die like that yet, but I think it's a matter of time, the scientist shrugged. And how much? It's not clear. Maybe a week or a month, maybe even longer, depending on how this creature feeds. So if we hold out for a month or two, then these creatures will die on their own, and we will remain, right? The teenager clarified enthusiastically. Well, there is a chance, Kuznetsov grinned. He moved away from the window and decided to walk along the corridor with Dodge. When they reached the smoking room, the scientist felt an unbearable urge to take a drag. A couple of years ago he tried to quit smoking, but each time he could not hold out for more than a week. Now Andrey was already going for a record. The bad habit bothered him even more than hunger, especially during idleness. Each of the friends suddenly felt how things that were once familiar were now acquiring a special value. Only after losing something did people begin to value it. But now, every day, they had to lose more and more new things and learn to live without them. Chapter 63. Under the Moonlight. Evening was approaching in Novosibirsk, abandoned to its fate. The friends were preparing to leave the lab and were waiting for it to get completely dark outside. Finally, when night fell on the city, Ivan, having made sure that there were no infected nearby,
stood on the windowsill, and moved to the fire escape. He and Max were the first to climb down.
Then it was Dodge's turn, for whom they made a kind of corset from the tourniquets and carefully lowered him to the ground. Andrey was the last to leave the office. As he said goodbye, he glanced around the lab. Kuznetsov did not know if he would ever see this place again, which had become his second home. He remembered all the discoveries, joys and difficulties, moments of triumph and disappointment, friendly conversations with Yosia, flirting with Masha and the professor's instructions. At this thought, the scientist exhaled sadly and climbed out the window. The group moved in short dashes along the planned route, hiding behind trash cans, abandoned cars, and parked buses when possible. Max, as the fastest and most agile, ran from time to scout out the infected around the corner of the next building. Vorobyov walked ahead, and Kuznetsov, holding Dodge on a short leash, brought up the rear of the group.
Ivan tried to lead his friends through the darkest corners, away from illuminated areas. They moved carefully, hunched over, trying to make themselves small and unnoticeable. The guys agreed to engage in fights only in cases of extreme necessity. Several times the infected passed by them, sluggishly shuffling their feet like sleepwalkers. Sometimes the friends had to wait a long time for the cannibals to move to a safe distance in order to slip by unnoticed. More than once, people deviated from the planned route to find detours. Several hours had passed, and they were still not even halfway to the shopping center. After a short break, the friends moved on. They walked along the wall of a long house where they were hidden from the street by overgrown lilac bushes, so the people felt relatively safe. Ahead, the outlines of an arch appeared, which led to the yard. "We can cut it," Ivan whispered, turning back. Everyone supported him with silent nods. The group advanced a few meters more when suddenly a crowd of zombies loomed ahead. The cannibals had not yet noticed the people, but were walking straight towards them. They had to make an urgent decision: retreat or speed up and run into the yard first, risking a run-in with the infected. Vorobyov, having estimated the distance to the arch, quietly commanded, "I'm on my way." The friends broke into a run and disappeared into the gap between the houses. In the darkness, Lena accidentally kicked a glass bottle, and it flew off to the wall and broke with a ringing sound. The infected heard the sound and sensed prey. Baring their rotting jaws, the zombies ran toward the sound after the people. The group hurried to cross the through courtyard and get out through the second arch, but suddenly, everyone stopped dead in their tracks. The saving opening between the houses was locked with massive iron gates, with a small wicket, through which only one person could pass. And on the other side of the gate, the gloomy silhouettes of the infected were visible. It was impossible to pass by them unnoticed, and fighting in such a tight space seemed suicidal. While the people stood in confusion, the cannibals who were pursuing them appeared in the yard. The friends found themselves trapped. They were surrounded by cold gray houses with locked entrances, and both exits were blocked by the infected. The friends took up a circular defense on the playground, where the opponents could not attack them with the whole crowd. Ivan took the pistol off safety and aimed at the head of the nearest cannibal, but Max stopped him. "Look," the boy pointed to the slightly open door of one of the entrances. Vorobyov looked closely, quickly realizing the dark, narrow entrance could become a saving refuge or a crypt for them if they encountered other infected in the entrance. Ivan hesitated. At this point, Dodge, barking furiously, pulled the leash with such force that he tore it out of Andrey's hands. Jumping up, the dog grabbed the short, stooped cannibal by the throat, but the zombies that had arrived grabbed the dog by the hind legs. The boxer turned his head, snapped his teeth, and bit off several of the enemy's fingers. But someone else's hands had already grabbed Dodge by the neck, squeezing his throat with force. The dog whined and wheezed, looking at the people, but they, leaving him, ran away towards the entrance. Lena was the first to reach the door, but when she came close, she squealed.
Be quiet, Max hissed at her. But then he saw what had scared his sister so much. A leg was sticking out of the entrance. It was what was preventing the door from closing. Vorobyov pulled the iron handle towards himself, holding the pistol at the ready. Stepping over the corpse, the cosmonaut disappeared into the dark opening. The others followed him. Andrey was the last to step over the threshold when he suddenly felt someone holding him by the clothes from behind. The man jerked forward with all his might. The sound of tearing fabric was heard, and the cannibal's nails left red scratches on the scientist's back.
Pull out your leg! Pull out your leg!
Katya screamed, watching as the infected people's hands were poking through the crack in the door. Max and Ivan grabbed the dead man lying on the ground by the shoulders and pulled him toward themselves. The leg crawled into the entrance. Andrey hit the zombie's hands with his baton several times and slammed the door. Dodge's furious barking could still be heard outside, but then everything went quiet. Damn, I couldn't hold him back, the scientist whispered, lowering his head. It's not your fault, but he distracted the cons and saved us all. Katya tried to console him. And we didn't even try to help him, Max muttered sullenly. Andrey didn't say anything. He felt damn sorry for the dog. Kuznetsov held the door from the inside and listened to the sounds on the street. The cannibals were scuffling outside, but there was dead silence in the entryway. There were too many of them. If we had slowed down for another minute, the zombies outside the gate would have entered the yard and cut us off from the entrance. Ivan tried to explain to the teenager. What about the gun? Max couldn't calm down, remembering Dodge. Owl, I would have fired the clip and wouldn't even have time to reload. I'm telling you, there are too many of them there. Vorobyov turned on the flashlight and illuminated the stairwell. On the floor lay the corpse of a gray-haired man. In some places, his body was badly gnawed, and his face was disfigured. But his eyes remained open, and in them was a surprised, perplexed look. We were lucky that this guy held the door with his foot, the cosmonaut said to change the subject. Let's be quiet, Masha whispered. Those who had lunch with them might still be here. The girl looked at the dead man and then began to peer into the darkness between the rising stair railings. Going back is not an option. We need to try to get up to the roof, Andrey suggested. The friends began to slowly climb the concrete steps, counting the flights of stairs to themselves. It was an old panel 5-story building that had stood here since the middle of the last century. The plaster that had fallen off in places resembled the rotting sores of the infected. It seemed that the building itself was sick, and along with the infected. The doors of some apartments were open, and the friends walked past them, especially tensely, fearing a meeting with the owners. Finally, the people reached the 5th floor, where they saw a staircase leading to the roof. Ivan shone a light on the hatch. It turned out to be locked with a heavy padlock. I'll have to shoot. Cover your ears. A shot rang out, and it seemed especially deafening in the entryway. The noise woke up all the living and dead in the area, so after coming to his senses after a slight concussion, Vorobyov quickly removed the shot-through lock and opened the hatch. The group climbed out onto the roof and saw a shining full moon overhead, which illuminated everything around almost like daylight. Wow, Katya said admiringly, shivering from the night chill. But we clearly don't need that kind of lighting, Max coughed. The friends looked down into the yard. Several infected were still milling about at the entrance, watching for the prey that had slipped out from under their noses. Others were moving slowly and chaotically around the yard, or, as if numb, were standing in place. Suddenly, some kind of fight broke out in the crowd of zombies. The unsuccessful chase angered the cannibals and whetted their appetite. A huge cannibal in a greasy denim overalls hit his frail brother in the face with all his might. He was unable to stay on his feet, and falling hit his head on the iron pipe of the front garden. Blood appeared on the back of the infected's head, and the other zombies began to slowly surround the weak, wounded individual. The fallen infected tried to get up, but the big guy knocked him to the ground with another powerful blow. After that, the cannibals standing around rushed to tear apart the helpless cannibal. He began to wheeze desperately, tried to defend himself, fought back with his hands and feet, but the big guy in the overalls grabbed his head and pressed his fingers hard on his eyes. The wounded man growled pitifully, and his body shook in death throes. Having gouged out his eyes, the cannibal sniffed his fingers and began to lick them slowly. The other zombies began to devour the fresh corpse, trying to get their fill, but the dead one was very exhausted, so the brothers could not satisfy their hunger with his blood and meat, and quickly lost interest in the deceased. The cannibals went in different directions, and most fell into a stupor similar to sleep. But the big guy was in no hurry to leave his victim. He leaned over the body and began to sniff the disfigured face of the dead man. An unfamiliar but enticing smell came from his empty, bloody eye sockets. The cannibal stuck his index finger into the still warm hole in the head and began to plunge it further and further. The zombie felt his finger hit something soft and elastic. He pressed harder, then pulled out his finger with a piece of brain stuck to the nail and began to suck on it. The cannibal immediately liked the new food. The big guy carefully examined the dead man's head, which was something like a secret place with a delicacy inside for him. After sitting like that for a minute, the infected squeezed the corpse's skull with his strong hands and forcefully hit the back of its head on the ground. There was a dull thud and a weak crunch. The zombie began enthusiastically pounding the head on the asphalt, trying to crack it like a nut. Finally, the bones could not withstand it and cracked. Then the cannibal broke the split skull and pulled out the brain with his hand. Having finished his meal, the infected got up and wandered into the arch. Now he wanted only one thing: to feast on the fresh brain of a healthy person. The friends watched this scene from above in silence. When the zombie began to eat the brains, Max muttered with disgust.
Damn, they're even more freaks than I thought. Okay, be glad that you're not the one he's having for dinner today.
Ivan replied and added,
It's time to move on.
We need to get to the shopping center before dawn. Otherwise, we'll have to hang around on this roof until the next night. Logically, there should be a fire escape somewhere on that side, Masha suggested. The friends approached the opposite end of the house and froze.
So many impressions today.
Lena muttered.
You don't say anything.
Katya agreed. There were hundreds of corpses lying below. The friends had never seen so many dead at once. Among the dead, they could discern about a dozen people in military uniform. Well, there was quite a massacre here. Kuznetsov squeezed out. The cans don't seem to be in sight. We need to go down. The cosmonaut approached the ladder and climbed down. Once on the ground, he began to carefully examine the soldiers' bodies, trying to get a weapon. Max and Andrey joined him, but all they found were unloaded machine guns and several army knives. Well, at least it's something, Vorobyov sighed, examining the shiny blade.
It looks like there was a cleanup here. I saw one when I was driving for Dodge, the scientist sighed.
Yes, and the infected took over in numbers when the guys ran out of ammo, Ivan added. Well, maybe we should go? It feels a bit uneasy here, Katya whispered. The group moved along a narrow alley that led them to an old, overgrown park. Seeing that it was already beginning to get light, the people broke into a light run. Suddenly, Lena, who had fallen behind a little, cried out in fear. On the right! Ivan slowed down, turned his head, and saw 5 strong infected running towards them. There! Vorobyov turned off the path and jumped over some small bushes.
The friends sped up and managed to break away from their pursuers. But soon, everyone except Ivan and Max quickly ran out of breath. In order not to break away from the group, the guys had to slow down. "I can't take it anymore," Lena said, breathing heavily and slowing to a walk.
"You shouldn't have skipped physical education," Max muttered at his sister. "You should try running in heels yourself," Katya hissed at the teenager. "Yes, I could use some sneakers now." Masha sighed, holding her right side with her hand. "You'll get sneakers if we make it." Andrey wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked intently between the trees. Silhouettes of the infected flashed in the gloom, almost as fast as people. "We won't be able to escape these people," said Andrey and squeezed the knife in his hand. "Owl, take your gun. Hide with the girls behind those trees." Ivan handed the gun to the boy and looked at Lena. "We'll give you some time to rest. Only after that will you have to run as fast as you can." "I don't want to hide," Max frowned. "I'm not telling you to hide, but to protect the girls. Walk quickly," Vorobyov commanded. Max and the girls barely had time to take cover when the zombies rushed at the guys. An infected man of medium height and strong build jumped on Andrey like a mad dog. Kuznetsov moved slightly to the side, avoided a frontal blow, and met his opponent in midair with a rubber truncheon. The cannibal missed and fell to the ground slightly stunned, but the scientist did not let him get up by stabbing him in the back of the head. Ivan had it harder. 3 of them attacked him at once. Vorobyov used a tried and tested technique. He jerked sharply to the right, found himself face to face with the outermost infected, hit him with his club, and jumped aside. The cannibal's nose turned into a soggy piece of meat, but this only angered the cannibal. The virus in his body triggered a chemical reaction. The infected's body temperature rose sharply, which made the individual faster, stronger, and more aggressive. Ivan did not expect such a sudden attack and missed a blow to the temple. The man felt the ground slipping out from under his feet. Staggering, he dropped the club and sat down on the ground. The second zombie rushed to finish him off, but the cosmonaut managed to put forward his hand clutching a knife, and the attacker ran into the blade with his stomach. Under the cannibal's weight, Ivan fell on his back, but the wounded cannibal was still alive and tried to bite the man. Not letting him get too close, Vorobyov grabbed him by the neck with his free left hand, pulled the blade out of his stomach, and plunged the knife into his ear. The infected man jerked his whole body and instantly went limp, pinning the guy to the ground. The zombie with the broken nose tried to bite the man's legs, but immediately received a powerful kick in the jaw and flew to the side. Having crawled out from under the corpse, Vorobyov rose up, but before he could get up, he felt a blow to his back. The infected woman, letting out a vile squeal, jumped on the man from behind and dug her nails into his head. Ivan grabbed her by the hair, jerked her over himself, hit her in the teeth with his knee, and slashed her throat with the knife. The third cannibal with the broken face had just come to his senses and, staggering, stepped towards the cosmonaut. Not letting him approach, Vorobyov threw the knife and the tip hit him right in the eye. The zombie fell on his back as if he had been mown down. 2 other cannibals pushed Andrey aside. The scientist fought back with a club, keeping his opponents at bay. Ivan pulled the knife out of the dead man's head and hurried to help his friend. Sneaking up from behind, he plunged the blade between the shoulder blades of one of the cannibals. Andrey dealt with the second one himself, knocking the infected man down and clubbing him to death. The noise of the fight reached the cannibals wandering around, and new silhouettes appeared in the distance. It was time to run away. The guys hurried to the trees where their friends were hiding. "Rested? Forward!" Vorobyov commanded. The people ran through the park, trying to stay in a tight group. Soon they found themselves in an open area. It was a car park near the shopping center, which is where they were trying to get to. "That's it. I'm quitting smoking," Andrey croaked, stopping. The friends looked around. The infected were wandering around the building in small groups, here and there. They had not yet noticed the people and were moving aimlessly and slowly through the parking lot. About a third of it was filled with cars that were not destined to wait for their owners. The friends hid behind a large black electric Jeep and began to discuss their plan of action. "The doors are closed. How do we get inside?"
Masha carefully stuck her blonde head out from behind the bumper, examining the area. Having counted the infected nearby, Ivan suggested, "We can go head on. We have enough ammo. We'll shoot those at the entrance, break down the door, and we'll be inside." "And then what?
Are they following us through this door? Besides, I don't think it's easy to break it down," Andrey objected doubtfully. "It's really strange that no one has broken it yet." Katya was surprised. "You have to go through the service entrance. It's much easier to open. It's on the side where the supermarket receives goods. I worked part-time last summer in a similar center as a pizza delivery guy, only on the other side of town," Max quickly said. "So do we need to run around the building?" asked the cosmonaut. "Well, yes. By the time we get around it, we'll have a tail of them behind us." Andrey glanced around the parking lot. It was almost dawn, and the cannibals were becoming more active. "That's why I need to get my tail behind me," Ivan whispered. "I'm the best runner. They won't catch me. The plan is this. I'll distract attention to myself, run in that direction. In about 3 minutes, when the elans run after me, you run around the shopping center, find the service entrance, shoot the lock, hide, and wait for me." "Are you crazy?" "No, I'm against it. Let's come up with another plan." Masha grabbed her husband by the hand. "I run fast. There's enough room to maneuver. Does everyone agree with the idea?" Masha was silent. The others approved Ivan's proposal, since no one had any other ideas on how to get inside. There should be a large gate on the other side for unloading trucks, and a small door next to it for security and service personnel. Even if we break the lock, it will be easy to close the door from the inside or block it with something, Max explained, drawing a rough diagram of the shopping center with the location of the entrances on the dusty door of the car. "Okay. When I disappear around the corner, run after me. The main thing is to find the door faster." Vorobyov kissed Masha and began to carefully make his way forward between the rows of cars, trying to remain unnoticed until the very end. When he found himself in an open area, he ran at a light trot to the doors of the center. Several cannibals noticed the man and moved towards him. The cosmonaut easily kept a safe distance from his pursuers, not trying to break away from them too far. "Hey, freaks! Haven't you eaten enough porridge? Come on, catch up!" Vorobyov shouted loudly so that all the infected in the parking lot could hear him. 2 infected were moving towards the man. One of them had a broken leg and was walking slowly and awkwardly. The second enemy was a boy, still a child, with a deep, jagged wound on his cheek. Ivan easily dealt with both cannibals and ran on. A tail of 10 cannibals was already following the man. The cosmonaut was approaching the corner of the building and was afraid of only one thing: to see a crowd of zombies around the corner and end up in a trap. He sped up to get away from his pursuers, turned the corner, and saw a nearly empty parking lot. At the end of it was a long row of garbage bins. The wind was driving empty cardboard boxes and paper bags along the asphalt. A wrecked car with flat tires was parked near the fence. Right behind the parking lot was a large concrete wall, behind which stood the unfinished skeleton of another shopping center. Despite the desolation of the landscape, this place pleased Vorobyov, in that he did not see a single cannibal. Ivan quickly examined the large gates and noticed several entrance doors next to them, as Max had expected. The astronaut turned around. The pursuers were persistently continuing their pursuit. 3 zombies were faster than the others and ran ahead. The others were about 15 meters behind them. The man made a dash and slightly increased the distance from those chasing him. According to his calculations, by the time he rounded the building, his friends would reach the service entrance. But he couldn't run too fast. Ivan understood that if the guys hesitated and didn't open the door right away, then he and the convoy of infected would be completely out of place.
Turning the corner again, Vorobyov saw 5 cannibals. Deciding that the forces were not equal, the man suddenly jerked to the side and ran around his opponents before they could block his way. Returning to the main entrance, Ivan did not see his friends between the rows of cars and slowed down slightly to give them more time. The cosmonaut lured the zombies closer, allowing them to get almost right up close, and then accelerated again, weaving through the parking lot. He even enjoyed teasing the cannibals. At the very moment when he made another dash, shots rang out.
As soon as Ivan separated from his friends and disappeared around the corner, Kuznetsov led the group forward. No one threatened them. As people expected, all the infected wandering around the parking lot rushed to the bait. Having run to the backyard without any problems, the friends saw 3 doors. They decided to open the middle one first. Max shot the lock, opened the door, and saw a small, closed room with 2 cannibals inside. The boy slammed the door and pressed it with his shoulder. "This is the security guard's office. You don't need to go in here." Andrey leaned on the middle door, replacing the teenager, and pointed to the left entrance. "Come on, that one." Max fired, but the door did not open, and a second shot did not help either. "Damn!" Owl cursed and pulled the trigger again. The third time he managed to knock out the lock, and the door gave in. The boy carefully opened it and looked inside. In the darkness, he could barely make out the stairs that led up. At that moment, the infected began to beat hard on the door that Andrey was holding, trying to get out. "Everyone inside. I'll hold you until Ivan arrives," shouted Kuznetsov, straining with all his strength. The astronaut didn't keep them waiting long. He ran out from around the corner, turned over his shoulder, and grinned. When the cannibals were in the parking lot, the guys had already disappeared into the doorway. Max bolted the door behind them and chuckled contentedly. "Phew, we did it." "Well done, Owl, for remembering about the back door," said Ivan, breathing deeply, resting after his run. "It's too early to rejoice. We don't know what or who is inside," Andrey warned, peering into the darkness of the stairwell. "We need to be quieter here." "And how do we get to the shops from here?" Katya asked in a whisper. "Well, this part is the service rooms. You need to go up to the 2nd floor. There should be an exit to the sales areas somewhere there," the teenager answered uncertainly. "We need to find a store with weapons, then it will be calmer." Ivan carefully went up the steps. The others followed him. Having climbed the landing, the friends found themselves at a locked door. Max pointed the gun at the lock, but Andrey held him by the hand. "Let's try to open it more quietly. Step back." Kuznetsov took a step back and kicked the door with his foot. It shook, but did not open. The scientist kicked again, then again. The door gave in only on the 5th try. "Are you speaking more quietly?" Ivan glanced at his friend with irony. "Well, at least we saved a bullet," Andrey answered, rubbing his bruised leg. Walking down the corridor, the people found themselves in a shopping gallery on the 2nd floor. There were plenty of shops selling clothes, shoes, toys, and a large electronics supermarket in front. The friends felt a little uneasy looking around the empty building of the megamall, which had always been filled with visitors before.
Well, it's not so bad. We need to go around the building and clear it of cans if we meet them.
Vorobyov said enthusiastically.
And make sure all the doors are locked.
Masha added.
There's an escalator over there. Let's go down it to the 1st floor and check the exits.
Max suggested, and headed towards the stationary escalator. Using it as a ladder, the friends found themselves below. The boys peered into every corner, holding their guns and clubs at the ready, and the girls walked behind, looking at the boutique windows and discussing clothes. They chatted happily, as if it were a Saturday shopping trip, and not a search for a new temporary shelter. The friends did not know what dangers awaited them ahead. But at that moment, the people were already glad that they had a roof over their heads, and that they had survived the previous night, having overcome a long journey without losses. Chapter 64. In the Megamall.
Every step the friends took on the tiled floor of the mall echoed beneath its vaults. The clicking of the girls' heels was especially clear, which worried Andrey a little. Ivan walked confidently ahead, holding a rubber truncheon in his hand, and an army knife, and Max's father's pistol were sticking out from behind his belt. Suddenly, 4 cannibals came out of the jewelry pavilion to meet the people. The first was an infected man who, judging by his uniform, worked in the shopping center's security service. 3 women followed him. They all had bite marks on their hands and faces.
One girl had her ears, nose, and cheeks especially badly gnawed, and her lips were completely gone. But she did not die from blood loss, and having become infected, turned into a zombie. "Get to work." Ivan took out a knife and turned to Andrey. "My guard and that scary girl yours are those 2. The rest don't come near." A fight broke out, and in 5 minutes it was all over. The cannibals lay on the floor with their throats cut, in a pool of their own pale blood. Andrey wiped his knife on the dead man's clothes and asked, "Shall we clean up later?" Ivan nodded. The group moved on. The entrance doors on the first floor were locked. The automatic sliding ones were turned off. The rest were locked with a key. Ivan came close to the glass. It was tinted from the street, so the cannibals could not see the people inside the building. The friends noticed a man on a bicycle, turning off the road into the parking lot. At that moment, a large group of infected, who had been chasing Ivan shortly before, appeared from around the corner of the building. The zombies rushed at their new victim. The man looked back and, not noticing the glass bottle, ran over it with his front wheel. The man flew over the handlebars and fell flat on the asphalt. He stood up, holding his hand, and limped forward. The stranger's face expressed a terrible grimace of pain, and a trickle of blood oozed from an open fracture on his hand. The cannibals had almost caught up with the wounded man, when suddenly, 2 more cyclists rode into the parking lot. Stopping, one of them took his machine gun off his shoulder, and the other took out a revolver. Shots rang out, and the wounded man fell face down on the asphalt. The guys were not the best marksmen, and it took them a lot of time and ammunition to eliminate all the cannibals. Having finished with the opponents, the men rode up to their wounded comrade. He rose to his feet and went to his bicycle, which was lying on the ground. Seeing a piece of glass sticking out of a flat tire, the guy kicked the wheel in despair. Meanwhile, the shooting attracted new cannibals to the parking lot. They were flocking to the shopping center one by one, or in small groups, from all the surrounding streets. The man with the machine gun fired a long burst at the approaching ones, but it didn't help for long. The cyclists exchanged glances, and saying something to their wounded friend, quickly rode away. He screamed pleadingly after them, but the men didn't even turn around, and soon disappeared from sight. The wounded man ran after them, but because of his broken arm, every step caused him unbearable pain. The zombies quickly surrounded the poor guy, and excited by the sight of blood, began to tear him apart. The man's torment continued for several minutes. He was literally eaten alive. Then he stopped twitching and screaming, and the cannibals continued to greedily gnaw the meat from his bones. Watching a man being put to death by his own friends made the friends at the mall feel the value of their unity. "We would have almost been eaten in the store if it weren't for you," Lena said in a trembling voice. "We need to stick together. We can't survive alone now," Ivan answered. "You have to be afraid, not only of the cans, but also of the living ones," Andrey said thoughtfully. "What are you talking about?" Masha frowned. "There is no law, no police. There is anarchy all around. Murder is the norm. We kill elands to avoid being eaten. But people also need food, and soon the food will run out, because no one produces it. People will start fighting among themselves for food, water, medicine, weapons, and..." He looked at his colleague. "Women. We need to get more weapons and get out of here to hell and gone, to the taiga, where there's not a soul. Build a house and live off subsistence farming," Ivan muttered sullenly. The friends stood thoughtfully, looking at the street where the zombie feast continued. War is war, but lunch is on schedule, especially since it hasn't been here for a long time. Let's go to the supermarket, Lisitsina broke the silence. Everyone agreed with Katya's proposal and quickly walked to the hypermarket. People smelled the rotten food long before entering the store. Meat, chicken, fish, dairy products were unbearably fragrant in the de-energized refrigerators. Ew! Is there anything edible here? The smell is already making me sick. Katya pinched her cute nose with her fingers. Yeah, it doesn't smell very appetizing, Lena added. Ivan pulled his t-shirt over his face. The others winced, but endured. Max took the cart at the entrance and walked ahead. Don't split up. We're looking for water, canned goods, and cereals. Chocolate, cookies, and sausage shouldn't go bad yet either, said Vorobyov, taking the pistol off safety. Are you going to cook porridge? There's no electricity, Kuznetsov grinned, throwing a block of cigarettes into the basket. You probably haven't been on a hike, my scientist friend. This shopping center is full of things you can use to make a fire. The cosmonaut answered without turning around. And in the tourist store, there are probably pots and gas burners, added Max. The people went deeper into the supermarket and started looking for products when they suddenly heard voices. 3 people entered the store. The first was a man of about 60 with a solid beard, already gray, but still quite strong, with a broad, straight back, powerful shoulders, and at the same time, a kind, friendly face. His movements were a little awkward, but they felt confident and strong. Next to the man were 2 young guys of about 20, both thin and tall. One had his hair pulled back into a ponytail, an earring glittered in his ear, and a tattoo of flames was visible on his neck. The second had a short haircut with a thick silver chain around his neck from which dangled a weighty medallion. Stopping at the checkout, he began stuffing packages of gum and mints into the large pockets of his wide pants.
Oh, this stench has become even stronger today. Maybe we should at least throw away the fish?
Suggested the tattooed man.
I don't want to mess around. I came, took what I needed, and went back,
answered the guy with the medallion. The gray-haired man remained silent and pushed the cart in front of him, concentrating on choosing products. The friends, hiding behind the shelves with chocolate, carefully examined the strangers. The bearded one had a shotgun hanging on his shoulder. The one with the earring clutched a small hatchet in his hands, and the handle of a pistol stuck out from behind the belt of the third. Ivan and Andrey exchanged glances. The scientist hesitantly bit his lower lip and twirled the club in his hands. They are better armed. But I can shoot them from here before they see us, Vorobyov whispered. No need. Let's try to negotiate with them. There's enough food here for everyone. Masha objected sharply. Kuznetsov nodded silently, agreeing with the girl. Ivan came out of hiding, holding a pistol in front of him, and shouted loudly. Hey, who are you? Andrey, standing next to him, added in a hoarse voice, Where did it come from? The trio shuddered in surprise. The gray-haired man threw the gun off his shoulder, the rocker raised the axe belligerently but senselessly, and the rapper clumsily tried to pull the weapon out of his belt. Come on, stop, the grandfather muttered. We're not running away. I ask you a question, Vorobyov answered harshly. We live here. How did you end up here? There haven't been any new people here for 3 days, the short-haired man shouted, finally pulling out his pistol. Andrey, playing with the knife, answered coldly. Now we have, and put away the guns or we'll kill each other here. The Trinity, seeing that it was possible to have a conversation with strangers, calmed down a little and came out of their stupor. So you're not with Yakut? The elderly man asked, squinting. What? Ivan didn't understand. Okay, how many of you are there? Are there any sick people? The bearded man continued asking questions. There are 6 of us. We are all healthy, Andrey answered. And you? The men hesitated, and instead of answering, the gray-haired man asked again. Do you want to settle here or what? Settle down? Do you live here? Vorobyov lowered the pistol, but did not remove his finger from the trigger.
Well, sort of, until all this passes.
The tattooed guy with the earring answered uncertainly. Do you think it will pass? I wouldn't count on it too much. Although you found a good place, there's plenty of food, water. You can live, said Kuznetsov, looking from one stranger to another. If you want, you can join us. We are glad to see good people. There is plenty of food here. There's still some in the warehouses. The old man suggested almost good-naturedly. Okay, well, let's get acquainted. Ivan took a step forward, shifted the pistol to his left hand, and extended his right. Chapter 65. Shopping without queues. After shaking hands with the guys and the old man, Ivan and Andrey called the rest of their friends. When everyone had introduced themselves and had enough food, they headed to the mall's residents' place of residence. The bearded man, whom everyone called Mikhalich, walked ahead, holding 2 large bags of food. Behind him, holding bottles of water, walked a guy with a tattoo who introduced himself as Kostya. His friend's name was Lenya. All 3 worked as security guards at this megamall, and Mikhalich was their shift supervisor. The friends followed behind their new acquaintances, wolfing down chocolate bars and washing them down with lemonade. Having satisfied his hunger, Andrey quickened his pace, caught up with the old man and asked, So, are there any infected among you? And where aren't they now? We tried all the medicines that were in the pharmacy. There was one doctor among us. He just died the day before yesterday. Well, how did he die? We helped him, of course. But what to do with them since they start to go wild? And there are many of them? At the beginning there were about 30 of us here, mostly those who worked here, some with families. This center was like a second home for many. Now there are only 11 left.
We keep the sick in a separate place.
Voluntarily, compulsorily. You don't kill right away? How can you do it right away? People are still alive. If we see that a person has gone wild, doesn't understand anything anymore, isn't a human being in general, then God forgive us, we solve it. But not everyone goes wild. Some get sick and are healthy again. I was bitten and torn apart by hands, but I'm alive and well. I stayed myself. Andrey looked at the old man with curiosity, but said nothing. Mikhalich, coughing, continued in a slightly lowered voice. And today my granddaughter started to shiver. Her temperature rose. Her forehead was hot. They sent her to me for the holidays. The children themselves are in Moscow, making careers. People went up to the 2nd floor and reached a large furniture store where other residents of the shopping center were located. We have guests. We met some nice guys downstairs. Come meet them, said the gray-haired man, stepping over the threshold. Entering the salon, the friends saw the rest of the mega mall's inhabitants. A man and a woman of about 40 were sitting on a large bed. Their 12-year-old daughter was leafing through a magazine next to them. The couple's names were Vasily and Lyudmila, and the girl's was Anya. The man was short, plump, and held a handkerchief in his hands, with which he constantly wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck. His wife, on the contrary, was very thin and tall. She bowed her head, quietly and nervously whispering something in her husband's ear. The girl, who looked more like her mother, silently leafed through the pages of a furniture catalog with a detached look. Besides them, there were 2 more young pretty girls in the salon. The first was a brunette named Christina, a tall, model-looking beauty who worked as a saleswoman in a jewelry store on the floor above. Now the most expensive jewelry from this salon was adorned on her fingers, neck, and ears.
The second girl's name was Natasha. She was a petite blonde, very pretty, and smiling. In the very corner of the store, a gloomy fat man was lounging in a chair. He worked as a cook in one of the cafes in the food court of the shopping center. The fat man's name was Sergey. All the survivors who were huddled in the furniture store were very scared and met the strangers with distrust. Ivan, Andrey, Masha, Katya, Max, and Lena introduced themselves and said hello, and then took several sofas in the back of the store. "Finally, we'll get to sleep on something soft," said Ivan, stretching out to his full height. "I wouldn't stay here for long," Andrey quietly said to his friend. "We need to gather weapons and think about where to go next." "At least it's safe here." Masha plopped down on the expensive leather sofa, which cost as much as her annual salary. "Is it safe?" Lena sat down on the edge of the bed. "And those walkers we met on the first floor?" "Yes, we have to keep our ears open." And not only because of the cans. Andrey nodded his head meaningfully towards the shop's inhabitants. "Yeah," Vorobyov agreed. "It was a hard night. I need to sleep and regain my strength." "You rest, I'm fine for now." Kuznetsov hugged Katya and added in a whisper, "If anything happens, I'll wake you up." "We'll take turns on duty so that one of us is always on the alert." "Okay." Ivan yawned and turned on his side. When the friends, having settled down comfortably, fell asleep, Andrey approached Mikhailych and sat down next to him. "Today we came across 4 infected people near the supermarket." "Really? They must have gotten out of the back rooms." "You didn't clear the building?" "We killed about 10 people and blocked the street doors of the mega mall, but we didn't go around the whole center. It's more or less quiet here, but just in case, there's always someone on duty at the entrance to the salon during the day, and at night we lower the blinds." In general, it's better not to walk around the building without a weapon. Of course, anything can happen. If anything, the toilet is not far from here. When you leave, turn right. The old man pointed with his hand. Suddenly a shot rang out, followed by several more bangs. Kuznetsov became wary. "It's probably Yakut and his thugs having fun," explained Mikhailych. "What Yakut? Who is this?" Andrey asked, listening to the new shots. "When it all started and we locked ourselves in the building, he lived with everyone. But a couple of days later, one guy got sick, and Yakut killed him right away. I said that it wasn't right, but he decided to establish his own rules here and started threatening me. In short, there were more of us, so Yakut and 2 of his henchmen went to the 3rd floor. Now they're probably shooting at cannibals on the street from the roof." "They're only attracting more can here with this. It's better to save the cartridges for the task." The scientist shook his head. "You can't explain it to him. I think he's even glad that this is happening. It's his element. When a man is a wolf to a man." Yakut is a former prisoner. He was in prison either for robbery or for something more serious. And now he thinks of himself as a big authority and is trying to impose his prison rules. Be careful if you meet him. There is only one supermarket with food here, and it's a common area. And the floors are divided, so fortunately we rarely cross paths." "I see. Thanks for the warning. Is there anyone else in the mall?" "I don't think so. Although who knows? You weren't there yesterday either. But you showed up today," the gray-haired man said, smiling. "By the way, where did you come from, and how did you get inside?" "From the neighboring area. We spent the whole night getting there."
They shot out the lock on the door next to the unloading gates, but then blocked that entrance. "Infected people can't get in from the street," Kuznetsov explained. "And you walked half the city with just a pistol?" Mikhailych stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Yes. At night the cannas see worse, well, and we were a little lucky," Andrey answered without going into details. "Of course. Well done, you didn't get caught. I've seen these creatures eat people, dogs, and even cats alive. Although cats have simply disgusting meat,
the old man said, wincing. Yeah, they have a healthy appetite, the scientist sighed, remembering poor Dodge. What started all this? Where are the authorities? Why is no one doing anything? Andrey remained silent, deciding not to answer Mikhalich's rhetorical questions. This is all God's punishment, Ludmila intervened in the conversation. Punishment for our sins. We couldn't live the way we did. That's the punishment. This is the apocalypse. And the day will come. The woman fanatically crossed herself with her bony hand, looking at Andrey with bulging eyes. Kuznetsov felt uneasy, and he turned away from his aunt, fearing to receive some kind of curse in pursuit. So how many infected do you have? The scientist quickly changed the topic from the apocalypse to something more down to earth. 2. My granddaughter and another guy, they are 3 shops away from here. We tied them up there. Mikhalich's voice trembled. It seemed like the old man was about to cry. Well, God grant that they recover. Andrey cast a quick glance at the woman who was swaying from side to side, silently whispering a prayer. Her husband lay with a sour expression, turning away from his wife. Kuznetsov returned to his company and lay down on the bed next to Katya. The friends were fast asleep after a sleepless night, and Andrey felt that his eyes were starting to close too. He tried his best to stay focused, listening attentively to what was happening in the store. Half an hour later, the fat man, groaning, took the bags of groceries and went to the very edge of the elephant, where several kitchen units stood. On one of the tables lay a large gas burner and dishes. Sergei poured clean water into a saucepan and put it on the fire, and then opened a bag of pasta and a couple of cans of stew. The last thing Andrey remembered was how the cook poured noodles into boiling water. Guys, lunch is ready, let's go. Andrey jumped up convulsively, opened his eyes, and saw Kostya in front of him. The scientist did not notice how he fell asleep, and began to look for his friends. Ivan was already on his feet and took his place at the table. Masha, Katya, Lena, and Max, yawning, rose from their sofas. The fat man really turned out to be an excellent cook. Having fortified themselves, the friends thanked Sergei for the delicious dinner, but he only said an indifferent uh-huh.
We'll go for a walk around the floor and look around here,
the cosmonaut said to Mikhalich.
Go. I told Andrey a little about where everything is.
The gray-haired man nodded, sipping hot tea from a mug. A few minutes later, the 6 friends left the furniture store and slowly walked along the shop windows on the 2nd floor.
Kuznetsov took with him a suitcase with the vaccine, which he never parted with from then on.
Not everyone is happy to see us here,
Katya noted when they had moved a sufficient distance away.
Especially the fat man and that wonderful married couple. Masha agreed.
Well, survival is such a thing. For them, we are just extra mouths to feed.
Ivan muttered, picking out a piece of stew stuck between his teeth with his fingernail.
The friends came to a fork where several shopping galleries connected. So does anyone remember which way the gun store is? Andrey asked, stopping. It seems to be to the right, Max shrugged.
Well, let's go. To the right.
So to the right. The cosmonaut patted the boy on the shoulder and turned to Andrey.
What did the old man tell you?
His granddaughter and some other guy are infected. I suggest we look at them on the way back.
He didn't say anything about the vaccine.
Masha was wary.
No, of course not. By the way, there are 3 other guys living on the 3rd floor. Mikhalich said that they are quite dangerous. Their leader is an ex-con.
The friends stopped at the entrance to a sportswear and shoe store, opposite which was a department with weapons and tourist goods. We came at a good time, Ivan grinned.
Well, boys, to the right, girls, to the left.
Katya cooed coquettishly.
We won't let you go left. Alone. We need to check if there's anyone inside.
The scientist replied, lightly slapping his girlfriend on the bottom. The joke amused the friends, and everyone began to look around the sports store in a good mood. Having made sure that everything was in order, the guys left the girls to choose comfortable clothes and went to get weapons. The doors of the department were locked, but in one of the glass display cases there was a wide hole through which the guys carefully entered. The store was in semi-darkness, and Andrey took out a flashlight. The beam of light, smoothly moving from side to side, illuminated the space between the shelves and the dark corners of the department. Fishing rods, backpacks, and fishing gear were lying on the floor, and in the corner there was a deflated rubber boat. Torn boxes of cartridges lay on the rack with ammunition. It was clear that the last customers behaved like barbarians, not particularly caring about the order in the store. Having made sure that they were the only ones in the department, the guys began to search for what they needed.
First, they found headlamps and collected more batteries. Then they went to the rack with weapons, where they began to admire the shiny steel barrels and carved butts. With this one, you won't be afraid to go after a bear. It's just that the barrel is a bit long. It's not convenient to carry it around the city. Ivan took aim, holding a large gun in his hands. You can saw off the barrel. It will make a good edge, Max answered, looking closely at the set of throwing knives. Yes, for close combat, just right. You also need to take a shotgun and leave one rifle for hunting game, added Andrey, choosing a weapon for himself. We need hacksaws for metal. I think there was a hardware store on the 3rd floor, the cosmonaut asked, putting the cartridges in his backpack. Yeah, but Mihalich didn't advise meeting those guys who live there. What will they do to us? We are armed to the teeth, and they have plenty of health. Vorobyov grinned. Okay, let's just finish here first.
Wow, look at this thing. Andrey took a powerful crossbow from the display case. It doesn't seem very practical to me. It's inconvenient to carry around. It's very bulky. Vorobyov shook his head skeptically. Yes, you're right, the scientist agreed, reluctantly putting the crossbow back in place. Max took a traumatic pistol from the shelf and took it off safety. I like this one. It's compact and not too heavy. Yeah, take it. And more bullets. Ivan answered, looking at the display case with knives. Of course. Meanwhile, Andrey chose a backpack for himself and wandered around the store looking for useful things. He wanted to take everything and a lot, but he had to calculate his strength. It was decided to first put everything he liked on one of the display cases and then sort it into backpacks.
In half an hour, a whole mountain of knives, camping utensils, pots, compasses, first aid kits, hunting matches, water disinfection tablets, ropes, packages of dry fuel, raincoats, fishing gear, sleeping bags, mats, gas burners, and cylinders for them was formed. At the base of all this was a large tent for 6 people. This was real wealth in the world of a dying civilization.
Oh, that's also a great thing. I need to take it.
Ivan took a box with a pocket saw from the bottom shelf. Andrey, having attached a camping axe to his backpack, nodded approvingly. Take 2 just in case. Look, Max pulled out a small cylindrical object from the package, divided it into 2 parts and struck one against the other. A bright flash illuminated the semi-darkness, and a column of sparks flew in all directions.
Wow, cool.
Ferrocerium fire starter, Andrey read on the torn package. Impressive. Let's take it. This will also come in handy. Ivan put the night vision monocular to his eye and squinted. What is this for? Asked Max. Mini X-ray. I see you without clothes, the cosmonaut answered seriously, without looking up from the apparatus. Oh, come on, the teenager said, puzzled. Just kidding. It's like a telescope, to see in the dark. Andrey climbed behind the counter and took a couple of boxes with radios off the hook. Instead of cell phones, it says that in open areas it can reach up to 15 kilometers. Excellent. So, now let's distribute all this stuff, said Vorobyov, lifting the backpack.
Andrey looked at his worn jeans and dirty shoes. Yes, and let's go to the girls. We should also change clothes. 20 minutes later, the guys returned to the sports store, where the girls were just choosing sneakers. Already? So quickly? Asked Masha, preening herself in front of the mirror. Yes, they brought you some handbags, the husband replied, putting his half-empty backpack on the floor. Katya lifted one of them and winced. If you put food in here, you won't be able to run fast with this. We now have plenty of weapons, and we won't have to run away from every group of cans anymore. Andrey smiled, shaking a shotgun in the air. When all the friends had changed their clothes and put spare sets of clothes in their backpacks, they agreed to split up. The girls and Max went back to the furniture store, and Ivan and Andrey decided to walk around the second floor before going up to the hardware store. I feel a bit uneasy here. I feel more or less safe, but it's still not peaceful, said Vorobyov, looking into the shop windows in search of something useful. Yeah, Mikhalich seems like a normal guy. The young people also look adequate, but this woman with her husband is definitely crazy.
Some kind of fanatic. You have to be careful with her. She might decide to burn us all alive, to save our souls from the apocalypse.
Kuznetsov chanted the last phrase like a priest during prayer.
Yeah, or the cook will poison us at dinner, so as not to waste the stew on us.
The cosmonaut grinned.
Let's rest for a couple of days, get some sleep, and decide where to go next.
Yes, I wanted to suggest that too. Ivan stopped, seeing a huge sign for an electronic supermarket ahead. Let's take a look.
What's the point? Without electricity, it's just useless junk.
The scientist shrugged.
Well, you never know.
Once in the store, the guys didn't find anything useful and were about to leave, when suddenly Vorobyov noticed a small radio on one of the shelves.
Oh, this might work. There should be a battery here.
The astronaut pressed the power button. A green light came on the panel, and a faint hiss came from the speakers.
There is contact. Click on the radio waves. Maybe they are transmitting something. Andrey put the shotgun on the display case and reached into his pocket for cigarettes. None of the radio stations were working in the FM range, but a measured male voice suddenly rang out on the VHF frequency. And stay calm. Do not leave your home. Do not contact sick people. Stock up on food, water, and medicine. Remember, infected people are very dangerous and aggressive. Avoid physical contact with them. The announcer's monotonous speech was repeated over and over again, but it contained no useful information. There was no mention of evacuation, shelters, or aid centers, only dry, formal phrases that sounded meaningless on the recording, only causing melancholy among the survivors. Chapter 66. New Friends, New Enemies. After leaving the electronic supermarket, the boys walked around the second floor and, not meeting anyone, went up to the third. It was much lighter here, thanks to the glass dome in the center of the roof. Shots were occasionally heard from above. The mysterious trio was still having fun, shooting at the cannibals. Traces of the presence of the bandits who lived here were noticeable everywhere. Broken bottles, garbage, cartridges, glass from broken display cases were lying on the floor. And right in front of the entrance to the hardware store lay the corpse of a man in a sales consultant uniform. Stepping over the body, the guys began to search for the necessary inventory. Oh, I remember. At the dacha, I loved to make something with my grandfather. A birdhouse or a fish tank, said Ivan, looking at the new, shiny tools. And here are the metal saws, Andrey answered, interrupting his friend's recollections. Let's not waste time. The men set to work, and the sound of metallic scraping was heard in the shop. In about 20 minutes, the work was finished. Having shortened the trunks, the guys did not linger. and headed for the stairs. But, not having gone even halfway, they met the inhabitants of the third floor. A short, stocky, strong man in a sleeveless vest walked in front. He had thick, short legs and long, muscular, hairy arms like a monkey's. Blue prison tattoos adorned his right shoulder and fingers. His small, thick neck was almost invisible, and it seemed as if his head was sticking straight out of his shoulders. His narrow eyes gleamed slyly on his Asian face, and they squinted angrily at the sight of strangers. He was a prisoner nicknamed Yakut, and he alone was more frightening than a crowd of cannibals. He was accompanied by two others, a tall, broad-shouldered brute nicknamed Sizzy, and a thin, red-haired man with a clouded gaze, whom his friends called Kara. Oops, what kind of people are you without security? Whose are you, little chicks? Yakut cast an arrogant but cautious glance at the guys, noticing the weapons in their hands. Don't be impudent, uncle, Vorobyov answered coldly, pointing the barrel of the sawed-off shotgun at the trio. Why are you talking like that? This is our territory, Kara wheezed, clutching the carbine in his hands. Well, go to your bunk. Don't stand in our way, Ivan barked at him. Andrey remained silent, feeling the nervous trembling in his knees begin to intensify. No matter how hard he tried to avoid this meeting, unfortunately, it happened. Yakut! What the hell? I don't get it! Put them out! The red-haired man rushed at the guys and immediately got hit in the jaw with a rifle butt by the cosmonaut. Blood flowed down Kara's face and he spat a couple of knocked-out teeth onto the floor. The opponents pointed their weapons at each other, but no one was in a hurry to open fire. By the part, there was one nuance. Yakut and his accomplices had used up all the bullets on the roof and were going for a new batch, while Ivan and Andrey had unloaded their guns when they were shortening the barrels and had forgotten to put the bullets back in their haste. Therefore, each side could only bluff, threatening with weapons. Yakut, seeing that the situation was unclear, decided not to take risks. Are you from Mikhalich? We divided this center. We are on our own. Mikhalich has nothing to do with it. We have no claim to your floor. Ivan noticed the uncertainty in Yakut's eyes, but kept his cool. At this time, the red-haired man, having recovered from the blow, again began to escalate the situation. Yakut, these are homeless people. Look at what they're doing. It's no big deal, Kara. You were the one who made the first move, the prisoner said through his teeth. Realizing that Yakut would not stand up for him, the red-haired man took a few steps back, quietly muttering curses under his breath. Okay, let's hush it up. Come in for a drink in the evening if anything happens. Yakut stepped aside, opening the passage. Sizzy also moved aside, and Andrey and Ivan, not losing sight of the bandits, walked forward and quickly went down the stairs. Returning to his den, Kara angrily kicked the empty bottle, causing it to smash against the wall with a clang. Yakut, I don't understand. Are we just going to let this go? Some leftists came. They're wandering around here like they're at home. They put pressure on me and we, like weaklings, let them go. Kara didn't calm down and waved his arms in rage. And you too, daredevil, immediately started jumping on the trunks, a dumb hero. We'll finish them off when the time comes. Mikhalich needs to be finished off too. They eat a lot. We won't have enough food for long. And women? There are 2 young girls there, and a married one too. That's just enough for 3. The redhead grinned in a predatory smile. Oh, Kara, the women will ruin you. Okay, let's think about the girls. Take more mushrooms, and let's go to the roof and make some more noise. The more we kill this beast, the more it comes here. You don't even have to aim. Just shoot, you'll hit it anyway, muttered C, coughing loudly into his huge fist. They'll die anyway. The main thing is not to move the horses themselves. Are you sick or something? Yakut looked at his friend with distrust. No, it's fine, Foreman. Choked, said the big guy, feeling the beginning of a chill but afraid to admit it. Meanwhile, Ivan and Andrey returned to the furniture store. Mikhalich entertained the youth with stories from his life.
Katya braided Christina's hair. Sergei slept. Lena chatted about something with the daughter of the spouses, who still kept to themselves.
The atmosphere in the group was generally friendly. Lenya and Kostya, seeing the sawn-off shotguns in the men's hands, quietly exchanged a few phrases. Vorobyov threw his backpack into the corner and sat down next to Masha. Andrey lay down to rest and began to listen to the measured chatter of the others. A few minutes later, Mikhalich groaned and rose from his place and sighed deeply.
I'll go and check out the infirmary.
Masha looked at Andrey, and he nodded in response. The scientists went out into the corridor and quickly caught up with the old man.
We are basically related to medicine. Do you mind if we examine the sick?
Asked Kuznetsov. Let's go, of course. Mikhalich readily agreed and quickened his pace. The people quickly reached a clothing store, where 2 people were locked in quarantine. A girl about Lenya's age was sitting on a sofa with her legs tucked up. The chestnut hair on her cute head was braided into 2 neat pigtails. At the far end of the store, a guy was lying on the floor, tied to the leg of the cash register. Masha and Andrey went into the store and greeted the girl. She looked at the strangers with fear and moved away. You, Lenka, don't be afraid. These are good guys. They are doctors and will help you, the grandfather said affectionately, like an old man. Yulia nodded, turned away, and started coughing. Let me touch it. Masha touched the girl's hot forehead with her hand. She has a high temperature. There's still time, Kuznetsov said thoughtfully and looked at Mikhalich. And what about the second one? We put him here earlier. He must be really bad, since he won't get up. The scientist approached the guy, who was trembling all over as he lay on the floor. The virus in his body was actively multiplying and had already penetrated his DNA.
Kuznetsov looked at the pink foam coming out of his mouth, his sunken eyes, his nose sharpened like a dead man's, his gray face, and shook his head skeptically.
Let's go, colleague. Let's discuss it. And you stay with your granddaughter.
Andrey took Masha by the elbow and they went out into the corridor.
The guy's finished. It's too late to do anything. But I think we'll manage to save the girl. What do you say?
She's just a child. If we can save someone, we need to try.
Okay. I'm going to get some medicine, and you talk to Mikhalich.
Kuznetsov walked towards the furniture store, and Masha waved her hand at the old man to leave. The girl is infected. Has she been vaccinated against rabies? Vorobyova asked.
I don't remember. Although, no, definitely not. I would know.
The old man answered, scratching his beard, not understanding what rage had to do with it. Masha listened to him and continued, Then if nothing is done, tomorrow the disease will be incurable. It will become like those cannibals on the street. Well, we have one remedy. It can help, but we don't give a guarantee. If there is even one chance to save Yolenka, I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Mikhalich's voice trembled. We will try. A few minutes later, Andrey returned, accompanied by Ivan. The cosmonaut asked the old man to take his granddaughter to a nearby store. You take care of the treatment, and I will save this guy from suffering and us from unnecessary troubles before he becomes dangerous. Mikhalich nodded affirmatively and moved to a neighboring boutique with his granddaughter and the scientists. Vorobyov, meanwhile, took out a knife, approached the infected man, and plunged the blade into his heart. The infected man screamed and jerked. His body was seized by a death throe, and a second later, the man froze, not breathing. Andrey opened the case with the vaccine and took out a syringe gun. Having loaded the ampule, he approached the girl and winked at her. Don't be afraid. It's like a mosquito bite. It doesn't hurt at all. She nodded and smiled modestly in response. Andrey brought the syringe to Yulia's shoulder. She closed her eyes and turned away. There was a click, and the girl winced from the unpleasant sensation. Well, that's it. Now all that's left to do is wait. Andrey carefully put everything back into the suitcase. Masha sat down next to Yulia on the sofa and stroked the child's head. Everything will be fine. Eat and rest. You will feel better soon. Can't she come to us yet? The old man asked cautiously. No need. Time must pass for the vaccine to work. Tomorrow morning is better. Returning to the furniture store, the people began preparing dinner. After they had had their fill, everyone went to their places.
While resting, the cosmonaut remembered his comrades from the Martian Odyssey. He did not know if they had survived this meat grinder, which was becoming more and more terrible with each passing day. Vorobyov remembered how he, Ishiro, and Captain Smith had vowed to meet in a year, on the very day Rich disappeared on Mars, and to honor his memory. But Ivan understood that this vow was not destined to come true now.